Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. My name is Griffin, and I'd like to welcome everyone to PlanetsCon Live 2021. Here we are, all together, ready to learn about more things planets and just totally geek out. Today I will be the king of the geeks and guide you through this adventure. I'm coming to you live from Stockton, California, and behind the camera over there I have my assistant, Gideon Braver. He's in the YouTube chat, so if you have questions or comments, please join us there. You'll have an opportunity to interact with some of our guests today and start getting your questions in. We have a pretty amazing agenda today. I want to thank all of our contributors for helping out with that. Specifically, a big shout out to Commander Koski, who may be our MVP this year for content creation. Tailspin. Moeper has been a great friend of PlanetsCon Live. He's helped with a lot of stuff, including hosting a league discussion. That's going to be very interesting. SciDev is helping out in a couple of areas with a couple of pieces of content. Emperor Stimpy and our actual Emperor, Zacha, I hope I'm saying that right. Could be saying that wrong. We'll be talking about the brief history of the Cognitum War. So that's going to be a really great. We'll have some trivia right before we go into the Planets.nu. That's going to be a couple of hours from now, so hang in. This is going to be a fun-filled, long day. I'm super excited to bring on our next guest. We all know him. We all love him. We all maybe don't love him. We'll see about that, but he's the guy that makes us all here, brings back the nostalgia from back in the 90s, if you've been with us that long. And we're going to bring Josh in. So let me go ahead and make that transition. Hi, Josh. How you doing today?
I'm doing great, Griffin. Thanks for having me.
All right. You're kind of an enigma. You're often silent, except for when you're not. I'm sure your inbox must be crazy with the amount of stuff people send you. Let me just start with that. Like, how many emails a day do you get from Planets.nu?
Well, I get a lot of I do get a lot of emails from Planets.nu, but a lot of it is actually like system notifications and alerts and things to make sure that the servers are running and everything is okay. I've actually, some years ago, taken the actual flow of email, put it to admin at Planets.nu, so most of that mail is going over there. And luckily for me, Big Beaver deals with the vast majority of those inbound emails. So there are some members of the community, like yourself, who know my personal email and sometimes circumvent the admin at Planets.nu and send direct messages, and there are former emperors and things that like to just get their 2 cents in directly. So I'm always happy to hear from everybody though. So it's not overwhelming. For Big Beaver, I think it's a bit more work.
Well, don't worry. I won't give out your personal email without proper payment.
Fair.
So tell us a little bit about you, like where you're from. Just a little bit about you, like where are you living at? What do you do when you're not doing all that you do for Planets.nu?
Sure. Yeah. I live on Vancouver Island in Canada. So very near to Victoria, in a little town called Soup, which is just outside. And beautiful area, lots of wildlife, lots of nature, which is something. I lead a pretty busy life at the moment. Actually, sometimes more busy than I'd like it to be. I'm running another company, Email, which is sort of my main job. as far as earning money is concerned, and then obviously we've got Planets.nu, which is something that I love to do. I also run a farm, and we're in the process of building a farm up. So this is kind of a new venture for me. So we're learning a lot around this. So I've got a whole bunch of goats and donkeys and lamb. And we're building some gardens and things, and so this is what gets me outside and away from the computer, and it's a lot of fun. So really enjoying that as well. So very busy trying to run all of these things and kind of balance them all. But meeting with the Planets team, this has been a big part of what we've been trying to do with the Planets, and I'll talk about it more later. But it's really expanding the team and reinvesting everything we can back into it. So that's where we've got a good team now with Beaver and Nimble and whatnot joining in the last while.
So I totally have a little bit of echo, so I'm gonna put us on pause 1 second, guys. Sorry for the technical challenge. We'll be right back in 1 moment.
Yep, I'm still here. No problem. Actually, I mean, I will say here on the island and the west coast of Vancouver, or west coast of Canada, it's pretty much the mildest climate in all of Canada. So we've kind of got more of a European, UK kind of style climate. So I think for the most part, it's pretty mild. There's no snow here, very rarely snow. So we're right down at sea level, so it helps.
Okay, so now apparently people can't hear me. So we're gonna give 1, 2, and we're gonna see if that shows up in the stream. Sorry, Joshua. Go ahead and say a couple words, Joshua.
Yep, still here.
Can you hear me? Is there echo there when Joshua talks?
It's tough to run a live con.
I probably need to have one more piece of equipment to do this right. Is that okay?
You're gonna have to mute when he talks.
Okay, that's gonna be fun. Okay, where are we? Okay, so moving past that, let's just go back to the beginning. When did you have the idea that you wanted to throw a whole portion of your life at bringing back VGA planets?
Well, that's a great question. So I will say this. Right back to being a teenager, this is when it all started for me with planets. So I discovered, like many of you, planets on a BBS system. So I'd called into a BBS and started getting into this BBS world with my 1400 baud modem, and I was, trying to do the, figure all this stuff out. Eventually, I got so excited about planets at that time that I launched my own BBS, simply for the purpose of playing planets and hosting planets games. And with my friends, they all came and called into my computer to upload their turns, and and the BBS kind of took off in a small way. So a number of other people found out about it and started calling in and whatnot. In fact, it freaked my mom out because she was like, "I don't like it. People are on our computer in our own house right now. It's like they're invading my house," So she thought it wasn't right at that time. She didn't feel good about that, people coming into our server. So I fell in love with the game right away. Once and at that time I was already programming, so I was kind of interested in coding and whatnot. Very amateur at the beginning, of course, as a teenager, but I eventually went to university for computer science and learned more. And all through that time of going to school, I was often thinking about planets and building video games and always wanting to create a game like Planets. It never actually occurred to me at that stage that I could actually make Planets, but rather something similar. And so it was even after university that I actually attempted to start a video game company and create a game called Lutetium, which was going to be something similar to Planets, a conceptually turn-based space strategy game. And I've got some design docs and everything from those things from back in the day that I've looked at from time to time. Obviously, as probably as many of you may have experienced or not in your personal lives, trying to start a business while having a full-time job was always challenging. So wasn't realistic. Later in my career, I eventually kind of quit working regular jobs, I guess, and just started working full-time as an entrepreneur and trying to do some consulting work and whatnot. Everything okay there? Yeah. And then I started coming back, as always, to this dream of creating this video game. And but it occurred to me at that point, I was like, it's been so long, and Planets is kind of at that time was kind of in decline. There was no ongoing development for a long time. And so it really occurred to me that like, maybe I should just reach out to Tim and see if, something could be done to reinvigorate Planets and build a web-based version of it. So, and, much to my amazement and really to my appreciation for him, he was generous right away and was like, go for it, right? Like if you can pull it off and you have the energy for this, then you've got my full support. And so, at that time, I was really in a stage of my life where I was fortunate enough to have the freedom to be able to not work on financially viable projects, I guess, at the time, and to be able to just sit down and build this. It actually was a very busy year for me because at the same time I built Planets, I also built Elastic Email, which is the company that I run today. So those two projects, I built them simultaneously in this sort of 1 year of extreme amount of coding. And I really didn't ever leave my desk. I just sat around at the computer for like that entire year and just coded and coded and coded. And one half was, sort of the joy of Planets, and the other half was the fun and learning of creating this thing. And there was a lot of learning, like cross-learning between the projects that I was able to apply to both. And so that was really interesting. And it certainly was very interesting. I don't know if you guys have, I know some of you probably dredged up this stuff. I have some video footage from the original Kickstarter out there that I tried to do. So I did try to raise some, funding from the community to see how much support I would have. Really, the goal was just to get a sense of the support. And actually was really pleased with the fact that there was support out there at all to do it, even though some people were not as supportive. I thought, this is enough to go forward. And I didn't really need the money per se. It was more about trying to just gauge support. So even though the Kickstarter was not successful, I still went forward with it. So yeah, I mean, that was the story. And obviously we got it live, and thanks to the entire community for trying it and playing it and sticking with it and trusting me enough to try to, I don't know, take us on a bit of a journey in the last decade to, you know, take it one small step at a time to somewhere new and modern, right? And we're still doing that, and I feel like we're accelerating even into the future. So I'm still excited about Planets. So even though I've been doing this for, like I said, a huge chunk of my life, I'm excited to keep doing it for the next chunk.
Let's talk about your initial reach out to Tim. Did he give you code or any kind of guidance?
No, he didn't. Essentially, I was like just digging around and looking at what was available open source and whatnot, and then just reverse engineering the core distributions that he'd already sent out. So I was able to reverse engineer a lot of elements of the game, and also just coding lots of pieces from scratch, just saying, well, this is the rule, so I'm going to just code the rule. And obviously, as many of you know, not exactly perfectly. In most cases quite close or near to perfect, but some small differences between new and the original host. And so, yeah, I was willing to say, okay, I might not have everything exactly perfect, and get that. So no, he didn't, but there was really no need. I didn't ask him for it. So I was really just asking for permission. Like, are you okay with this? And will you, can you support this? And he was extremely generous.
Excellent. Let's go to a question that was submitted in advance. This one's from Moeper. He asks, are there any plans to include functions of McNimble's plugin into the core game of New? Like it happened with several things that Big Beaverhead published as plugin, which later got implemented into the new client.
Sure, and a lot of that depends on McNimble himself. So whenever we've had the luxury here of being able to hire like two great Planets plugins developers to our team, and so we're super happy to have McNimble with us. And he's been amazing and doing incredible things. And he has already incorporated some things from his plugins. I do leave that to him a little bit on whether he wants to, because it is his code, it's his intellectual property. And so, we've had some discussions about it. And I think as I think he's warming up to some of those things. And like I said, bringing in some things already as he's coding things on the new platform. So, we will see, I guess. But conceptually, some of the ideas that he has are things that we want to include in our own way, at least, into the UI for sure. Particularly, we are very interested in things like, predicting the future on next turns and things like that. So those are areas that we're really interested in.
I know for me, I actually can't play the game without his plugins now.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are in that category.
Okay, a question from the Emperor, Zacha. Hopefully I'm saying that right. Is a rework
I was calling it Zaka, but I'm not so sure.
Is a rework of achievement points formula and badges planned to increase the rewards for top advanced games?
That's a good question. I saw some comments about that in the feed. I also won a game this year, and I was like, wow, I didn't get as much achievement as I'm used to getting, and it was a hard game. So I thought maybe that's something that we need to reflect on. So there is nothing planned at this exact moment, but I definitely think it's something to reflect upon for sure.
Thank you. Crumble says, as a board player from way back, I really miss being able to toad drop channel. It's a nerf too far. Please, can we have it back in the game? Cheers.
early on, of course, in the earlier days of Planets.nu, the Borg were really dominating the Echo cluster, and toe drop channel was something that I'm sure some of my opponents will remember. I believe it was Dungeon Master used it against me in a game, and then we had a long discussion about it, and then we actually end up taking it out at that stage. And those guys will probably think that I'm reacting to my own demise in that game, and maybe I partially was. But I think there is no plans to put it back in right now. Although I like the idea maybe of it reintroducing it as a campaign feature or something like that, and then reevaluating it, which is usually our sort of methodology to bring in something and try it in a safer way and allow people to have it. So I think it's a great question, and we'll put it into our notes.
Okay. From Mrushu, could you share some information about the map on the Planets.nu website? What the percentages actually mean, and what does total planets below percentages mean? Also, are there some plans to develop the map somehow, like getting more information about the games of one particular race?
The fundamental, we've been playing with this map a lot, and actually I have this sort of dream idea of kind of incorporating this map into some sort of larger meta game concept. However, it's proved to be it's tough to weigh the value of the map versus other work that we're working on, so we haven't been able to develop it to the extent that I want. What we ended up settling on was using the map as a statistical feature to give us a sense of the quality of the races, and to share that with you guys based on what we're doing. So sort of a big pie chart, if you will, of how the races are doing in the Echo cluster in general. So, and at different tiers. So that was what we really were just sharing that. So if you go from the the outside to the inside, we're basically outside rings are sort of lower ranked games, and inside rings are higher ranked games, and the percentage of those games that individual races are winning. And so it's a statistical analysis of the strength of each race at various difficulty modifiers. So total planets is actually, though, the real number. It's the total number of planets from it's the sum of all planets owned by those races in all the games that have been played on New. So it is a real number of actual total planets. So I think right now I'm looking at the map, it says 2,059 total games have been analyzed in this. And we don't include every type of game. We're including 11 player games that are, or 11 or 12 player games in the case of the Horwasp, where we're, there's more of a traditional model of the number of races in those games. So yeah, there's 2,059 and 879 or 878,000 actual planets conquered by players in the games of those 2,059 games. Hope that answers the question.
That's quite a few planets.
It is. It is.
Okay. Emperor Stimpy says, dogfights have really taken off as a success due to their short and intense nature and relative short duration and level of time investment, suggesting an appetite for a simpler game based on the Planets.nu we all know and love, but which burns people out fairly quickly. Might you consider using Planets.nu to potentially create a new type of game that, while remaining sophisticated and based on Planets rules and history, is fundamentally faster paced and lower lift version of the game? And that is, I think, a big ask and a big undertaking. But what do you think?
Well, I will say the rise of sort of the dogfights and like short format games is something that we welcome. I think it's fantastic to create more opportunities for people to play in different formats. We tried to embrace them with League, and we're considering still more opportunities to play them maybe in meaningful ways, or in ways where we're that are not necessarily just player organized championships and things like that. So those are things that we are considering, but are pretty big undertakings. So right now, player organized events are a little bit easier for us to run. I think the concept of creating a sort of less heavy lift version of the game is something that's really big on our plate. And I'm actually going to touch on some concepts and ideas that we have going later in the State of the Universe address, and some of the things that we have on our roadmap as we're heading into 2022. So I'll defer to those to a little bit later to bring some of that stuff up.
Thank you. I got a two-part question coming from two different people. They kind of interlace to each other. Emperor Stimpy says 3D models are pretty, but we just see them in the game, and we see them in the same 2D way in space battles. Is a 3D combat engine being considered? Would battles remain the static affair that they are, or would a 3D battle space potentially invite more complex combat options? Perhaps somewhat reminiscent of Masters of Orion, or I'll add on to this question and slightly related to a question from the chat, multiple ship combat, like fleet combat from back in the day, I think is what it was called, or the killing floor, I believe is what the add-on was called.
Yeah, I want to give a shout out to Emperor Stimpy. It's nice to have those questions. He's a league mate of mine, and I've been extremely impressed by his gameplay. He's very knowledgeable and very good. I'm sorry if he's your enemy. The question is great. So absolutely, we want to use the 3D models in a 3D way. That is 100% on our roadmap. We want to build, at the very least, a 3D VCR player, which does the traditional one-to-one VCR combat, but we want to provide multiple camera angles. We have the idea that you can follow a fighter into combat and actually do a strafing run and have these different experiences before you get blasted down by that beam weapon or another fighter. We want to have fun with those models. Right now, the main goal is just getting all the models built and plugging them into the game and making much more beautiful artwork out of those. And I think we're succeeding at that. And so we're going to actually be releasing more of them later at the con, later during the State of the Universe. Google Walker is going to give you guys a total breakdown on how those designs are going and show you some new models you haven't seen. So should be exciting. The idea of taking it farther. So there's two ways that we've kind of considered this. So a few years ago, when we were experimenting with Unity and trying to build a client in Unity and build a full 3D experience, it is a UI that we took quite a long ways, but actually ended up having to drop because of the complexity and not having enough capacity as a team to support it. But we did do some experimental work where we took the 2D VCR one-to-one combats where one ship's coming in, one ship's coming in, just like we have today, and taking cases when there was fleets fighting and putting them all on the map, and then sort of creating a visual of that with the same outcome as the one-to-one combat. So essentially turning the 1-1-1 battle into a fleet combat that created a simulation with the same outcome. So in the end, one ship's surviving or some ships from one fleet are surviving. And so we kind of played around with this, and actually it was quite interesting. We can make quite an interesting battle. So this is one scenario where we can actually take 5 ships on each side coming together and make one big visual out of it. It's not going to be very informative in terms of what is actually happening in this battle, because it's we're basically making it up from there, like what happened, but coming with the outcome, right? Using some algorithms. But so that's one thing that we can do, which might be interesting, and we may play around with that again with these models. And we're using a new. We actually have done some experiments already. We're using a new JavaScript 3D library, which uses WebGL, which is called Babylon, and this is our 3D model viewer that you're getting when you look at the 3D models on the website. You're using Babylon. So this is the engine we're using. We've done some experiments. We think we're going to be able to make some amazing things out of these things. As for taking that next step and creating, the killing floor, creating fleet combat, that's a pretty big undertaking. Obviously, it's also probably fairly controversial the way our community works, because this would be a new combat engine. So certainly, if we do that, it would be very interesting, I think. But it certainly alters the game in a huge way, creating a lot of potential complexities. You're going to want to build a lot around that, and it would definitely be a slightly different game from Planets today, right? So I think this is something that, if we do it, it would be, in particular games, you'd have this feature turned on for sure, not something that takes over everything. So, I think this is all really interesting stuff. And as soon as those models are done, we're going to start exploring these things. And that is something that we foresee right now, like late 2022 at the earliest.
I'm definitely intrigued by the idea of a simulated fleet combat. I could see kind of like conceptually, one, the challenges, and two, how that might represent, and that sounds like a great way to use those 3D engines.
That way you still get that full space combat concept without any changes to our actual outcomes and like the way games work today. And in fact, then we'd have the option to, you could watch the full battle, or you could watch the 1-to-1 if you wanted to see sort of what happened. And we'd have both options available to the players. And so this is sort of attractive to me, because we can create these cool visuals, and we can have a lot of fun with that. But it's no real change to the game from a actual mechanical standpoint.
In the move towards these 3D models and possibly a 3D VCR, is that going to put additional computing power on the server side or the client side? How difficult is it going to be from a infrastructure and technology standpoint to do something like that?
It's almost 100% client side. So from our standpoint, the only extra thing is some additional weight of the download of the models and things like that. So, which is pretty minor. The way we're building them is as low poly models, so they are designed to be able to be fairly lightweight. This is not, we're not expecting people to have, super heavy graphics cards and modern gaming computers in order to do this. So our goal has always been to be able to run on mobile, to be able to run on any device, and so those models are built accordingly. But it will be on your device basically. So there will be some constraints, and but we're going to try to always have this sort of fallback settings, right? So if you're on a lower quality device, you can just switch them off.
Or you just don't like that newfangled 3D stuff.
That's right. I want the old chips.
Okay, so SciDev asks, over the very long term, years, decades, what do you think is the most important thing to keeping planets alive?
The most important thing to keeping it alive, to be blunt, is financial resources. And that's because we have to pay for developers and designers, and we have to make that. I think realistically, we've got a team of people who are already extremely giving on our standpoint. From my standpoint, big shout out to the team, Big Beefer and Averine and Gugai Walker, McNimble. I mean, they're all in some way volunteering their time. So even though we're, they're hired paid employees, they all go above and beyond expectations. So It's really something. In order to make that possible, though, we have to make it possible for them to give that the time that's needed to support the game, and that's realistically the most important thing. As far as probably the nature of the question is a bit more like, what's going to keep people, and I think that's something that I've been trying to answer very, very focused on over the last few years, is how to bring new community members in, and what are the channels that we can find that are going to bring new community members in. One of the things that we've faced over the past few years is a sort of leveling off, if you will, of our player base, right? So we're not in a rapid growth stage or anything, but we're doing great. We've got a solid community. Sometimes people leave, but we've got new people coming in, and that's at a relatively balanced state. So sometimes we go up a little ways and things are going well, we're growing, and then other times we kind of level off and we are sort of staying where we are. So trying to find that growth path is, to me, the critical thing. And I have experience with this. For example, with my other company, Last Email, where we've been very successful in growing a company a great deal. And so trying to apply, things, lessons learned there, and technologies, and just, understanding of software as a service metrics, churn metrics, applying those things to Planets and the experiences there is something that I'm kind of regularly doing. At this time, and I'm going to talk a little bit more about this later at the con, because we've got some exciting new concepts coming in. I think we have to find a way to take this universe of planets, of the Echo Cluster, and find ways to, like Emperor Stimpy referred to earlier, like find other channels to provide an experience in the Echo Cluster that maybe is not the like hardcore competitive battle or long length battles that we have today, because a lot of that competition is actually narrowing our user base. So this is something that we're looking at, is more ways to use our universe to reach a broader audience, which will then just bring in a larger number of players, which hopefully then will, some of those would filter into the more like hardcore competitive thing. So it's trying to create a foundation where people can live and grow, but also without the stress and burnout that comes from hardcore competitive play. So these are avenues that we're exploring right now.
So I do have a question that kind of ties into that. Der Blonde Hans asks, how many active players does Planets.nu currently have? And has this number increased during the last 2 years? Sure.
Yeah, so we are between 1,500 and 2,000 active players. So by internet standards, it's a smaller number, I would say. But we're, sometimes it's up, down, up a little bit, down a little bit. But we've actually been pretty steady in that for the last few years, and in that range. And there's lots of, the interesting thing is there's lots of new players coming in all the time. Retention is the greatest challenge that we're facing. It's, we see a lot of players coming in, playing a game, getting beat up, going out, right? So trying to find ways for people to come in without, being beat up, maybe more collaborative options, things like this, where people can build up some experience before meeting Emperor Stimpy or Zaka or somebody to come and smash them down, might be good. So, obviously we have a lot of those channels already, but, one time I did have, this was quite a few years ago, but, a friend of mine started playing the game, and very smart, competitive player, got into his first game, and about 6 months later, he messaged me and he was like, web mines? I mean, come on, right? Like, I can't do this, So, I think this is a common experience. So I think we have to, find ways to make it suit a broader audience, I guess, to get the score. So as I said, we've had the luxury of a lot of time at a consistent and solid user base size, but we still haven't found that magic secret sauce that's going to take us to the next level, and that's what we're seeking.
So I'm gonna kind of modify a question from the chat, but it was asked, is there actually an advertising budget? But I'm gonna expand on that and just ask you to kind of maybe outline your outreach approach.
Sure, yeah. So we don't spend a lot on advertising. We do spend some. Essentially, we've got a number of channels that have been successful in bringing in new customers. By far and away, the most successful channel we have is like Google advertising on mobile. That has a massive return in terms of signups for a very small budget. We've also done some content marketing and things like this online. And we've tried Facebook at different times. The biggest challenge that we face right now is we haven't found the pattern of retention that justifies increasing the budget. We're 100% prepared to increase the marketing budget and spend a lot more on marketing, but not if we are just throwing money into a leaky bucket, as we would say in the business of SaaS, right? So if we are spending dollars to get people to sign up and then they're not happy with the experience and then they leave, then that isn't money well spent. So our real goal is to try to figure out how to get the bucket so that we have a marketing budget at the moment that is large enough to keep us a steady stream of signups, so that we can tweak and test and see what is happening with those signups and whether they are working or not. The moment that we feel like we have established a high enough retention rate with the signups, we're going to increase that budget substantially. It's just proof. We have to have a proof essentially that we are succeeding, I guess, with those signups before we increase that marketing budget.
So what's the strategy to improve retention?
Again, I'm going to talk a little bit more about a particular strategy that we have in mind later. But we've implemented lots of different strategies. I mean, this is something actually we've been working on a lot over the last years. We created, for example, lots of tutorials and the single player levels. We were using those to bring people in so that they land on their timeline levels, then the detailed tutorials to take them through step 1, step 2, step 3. I'm sure all of you have downloaded games and like click here, press there, press that, and then hopefully you're engaged, right? I mean, I've seen it, and I also tried many different ones in order to see how other people are doing it, and very often it doesn't work for me either. I'm not captured kind of by the experience and on other games. And so I think we've tweaked and tuned and definitely had success by just like really tuning those tutorials and signups. But I think the game concept is something that there's only so much you can get from tuning, and then you have to try sort of a paradigm shift. And so we are at one of those moments right now where we're going to try a paradigm shift again. Like, for example, we did a paradigm shift when we first tried, like, let's try mobile, right? Let's see if we can get more players from mobile. We did that paradigm shift, and absolutely, we went from 10 signups a day to 80 signups a day, right? And it was like, wow, look, this is amazing. And the retention was roughly the same, but now we have, 8 times more. So that was good. And but then, taking that farther, right? So you're going to see some of the exciting stuff that we're working on right now that is just continuation along this path.
I'll say I've been gaming for a long time, all the way back to the days of Nintendo, and obviously, playing Planets on BBSs. And I'll say from my perspective, the apparent idea of trying to go with a mobile and attract, at least to me, the mobile platform seems more like a casual gamer platform, and this is not a casual game. This is I don't know if we want to say old school hardcore, because it's complex. The learning curve is challenging, and even Tailspin mentioned in the comments that comments from Google Play reviews say that it looks like people are not enjoying learning the game. And he talks about a strong tutorial might make a big difference. And, I think maybe your single level storyline thing is an attempt at that. But is the idea to try to catch casual gamers in a platform where that is, the majority of gaming content?
Well, even experienced hardcore gamers have to get through the learning curve, and the learning curve is really steep. That is absolutely the challenge in Planets. Trying to make that as simple as possible, I think, is fundamentally valuable, regardless of how hardcore someone is or isn't. So absolutely, tutorials are helpful, but even a tutorial where the number of entry points is so high, or the number of if you just sort of give every detail of the tutorial, click here, click there, click there, click there, what are they getting out of that, right? I've had players come in and just be like, I've sat in front of many people trying my tutorials, right? And like, what do you think about this? And they're like, I'm bored already. Like, I don't know what's going on. I don't know why I'm clicking these things. Then you think, oh, well, I'm going to try and tell them why they're clicking this thing, put some voice on there that says, this is why you're clicking this, and then they're like, why is that guy talking to me? And then the reactions are tough, right? So it's not simple, I guess, is the answer to that question. There are pros and cons with mobile in my mind. The biggest pro to me is that the biggest negative to me is obvious, right? Not being able to fit enough stuff on the screen, not being able to see the whole map, right? Like, this is a really obvious thing. I love playing on my computer. I still have to work to play on my phone, although it's gotten a lot better lately. So the fundamental thing, though, that is good on the phone is the flow of the game, the pace of the game. So it's very logical to have your phone send you a notification when your turn is ready to play. And so, oh, come play your turn. And you're standing in line somewhere and you're like, oh, click, and like, now I can play my turn. So the flow and the structure of the game, and, or a diplomatic message has arrived and this kind of thing, this flow really suits well to what you can do on your mobile device. So I still see a future where people are playing, probably on multiple devices, right? And maybe, they sit down for their comfortable session in the evening with their big computer, but they do lots of small moves and things on their phone. So I see some sort of marriage of the two. And there will be some people that only play on their phone, and we want to make that possible. And there are other people that are going to do both. As for the actual nature of the gamers themselves, it doesn't even matter, because the number of hardcore gamers in the universe is so much smaller as a body of players that I'd love to reach out to them and get them, but we'd have to get a much higher percentage to have a meaningful growth than is available to try to draw in a huge, large body, and hope that some of those casual people that we find, want to go deeper, basically. And I think that's a more viable path to growth. And I think, tying back to the financial opportunities for the business of Planets and the team's possibilities, or possibility from growth from a business standpoint, is perhaps we can capture something from those casual gamers to help finance the goals of the rest of us in the hardcore world. So those are things that we're looking at, and I'll talk more about some of that stuff later.
Thank you for that. We're going to get a couple more questions in, and then we're going to wrap up. It's been really great talking with you so far. One from SciDev is asking about the new RNG being made standard, wondering why it's not. Is it a technical reason? And he says he thinks it should be in the league format.
I guess that is, there's no technical reason. We could absolutely make it standard. The only reason is that SciDev may think that's a good idea, and I'm certain that there are other members of the community who wouldn't agree. And so the challenge is making that call, right? I'm a bit of a traditionalist on this particular topic, and perhaps that's why it's sitting where it sits right now. I kind of always had the idea that when my fighters don't launch from a ship or my beam weapon doesn't work in some really random thing, that like that was reflecting somehow reality, and like, oh no, something went wrong, right? The fact that it happens so unbalanced, for example, on a super star destroyer, I think is a bit unfortunate, and not optimal. So I think there's really good arguments on both sides, and perhaps it's just a frustration to some people when like, why are my fighters not behaving normally? So I think it's a fair argument either side. Obviously, we've made it available in settings and things, but hopefully we can. I think this is one of those ones, and I don't know how to answer these kind of questions, because we certainly could put a vote to the community or something like that. I don't know if that's the best option, because somebody's always going to be unhappy with the results. So when the general strategy we've employed, when not knowing on controversial issues, we go with the old way of doing things. So that's generally been our strategy.
Not going to give a spoiler, hopefully not a spoiler, but I will mention that there's something that happens in the first episode of the current season of Expanse that might be like, hey, that weapon didn't fire. So enjoy that. Speaking of sci-fi, just kind of a little off of Planets.nu, but still relevant. I think I asked Tim this question too when we did the interview with him 2 years ago. But what is your favorite sci-fi series, movie, universe that you like to enjoy?
Well, I definitely got the most sort of into the Star Trek universe, as far as and more so in the Next Generation, Captain Picard. I really enjoyed the Voyager series too. I thought it was fantastic. I didn't watch every Deep Space Nine episode. I didn't go down that road as much, but that's probably number one. But absolutely, I mean, I grew up in the Star Trek, Star Wars universe, so it's huge. I also really enjoyed Starship Troopers, which definitely is some sort of inspiration for Horwasp, and so these are kind of my favorites from the older school.
Speaking of the Horwasp and new races in the Planets.nu universe, is there any actual plans to expand the number of races at this point in time?
There's no actual plans to expand the number of races at this time in the Planets universe. That is not on the agenda. If the community were to, call for more, it might be something that we'd be open to. But given the sensitive natures of releasing new races, it's challenging. So right now we're really trying to get the most out of the Horwasp and its longer term vision, which I'll talk a bit more about later, because it had a purpose, and that purpose is slowly coming to fruition. So we're getting excited about that.
Yeah, the Horwasp are obviously a big thing. There are multiple points of conversation in this con itself. Kind of related to that, I think, is the question of will there be more story developed for the races? We've seen a lot of that going in both the storyline and your re-imaging of them from classic VJ Planets themes and whatnot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is definitely something we want to do. It's a big part of kind of the strategy of world building that we're working on. I am going to talk a bit more about that later. We've got some new race descriptions ready to go, and we're excited about starting to release those in the next couple of weeks. So we are definitely building the story and the timeline, the story, the backstories, and the history of the Echo Cluster. Something that we're really working on, and those timeline levels are your opportunity to kind of learn that learn the story and learn those stories and come to more understanding of who we're trying to build these races into. And it is part of a larger strategy to kind of divest ourselves from the classic themes that those races have been associated with. I mean, we all love the inspirations, and I like the concept of the sort of archetype of these races. To recognize that the theme of an evil empire that spans the galaxy is it's a trope from many sci-fi novels, and so trying to take that and then build our own spin on that and use that to build a story that we can kind of enjoy is also something that it's just something we're definitely expanding upon for sure.
So I think the last area that I want to talk about, and there'll be a couple of points on it, and then we'll wrap up here, has to do with community, the planet's community, both how we are, what your approach is as the developer, the admin, the all-knowing, all-seeing, and then also sort of the tools and technology to support that community. So, I know one of them you've heard a lot about is the activity feed or forums, and another one is the messaging system in the game. Can you talk a little bit both your kind of perspective of the community and your approach to the community, and then specifically to those tools that I talked about?
Yeah, so first of all, the community is the heart of this entire thing. So, thank you all for being part of this community. It's fantastic. And, we wouldn't be anywhere without you guys. So we really appreciate it. As far as the, how we choose to interact with the community, I'll say that the one word I'll put out there is very carefully, because I find that, you mentioned earlier, like, okay, sometimes you say nothing and sometimes you say something, right? Many times I've, over the last decade, I've jumped into a conversation and said, well, this is what we're thinking, right? And wow, there was a lot of feedback on that, positive and negative, and often controversial. And so we've learned quite a bit how to carefully, I guess, communicate our concepts, and also to try to find opportunities to test concepts in ways that are safe, like campaign modes and settings and things like this, so that we can introduce new ideas without stirring the pot too much, and finding, testing and finding where those boundaries are. And obviously, like last year, we took a bit more risk and said we're going to make some more significant changes, and other years less changes to standard rule sets and things like this. So, but ultimately, your guys' trust and support and feedback is always what we're just trying to listen to. So, as for the actual tools, it's definitely an area we know can use improvements. In fact, we've got some stuff coming I'm going to talk about later. It's going to be great. You guys will be excited about that. So there are some changes there. We definitely want to have tools to support that. I know there's been, lots of considerations of things like Discord server and things like that. I've been a little bit hesitant to sort of officially promote a Discord server, for example, even though it's very common or popular among gaming, mainly because I really want to keep as much content as possible sort of in control under our platform, so that we can keep historical records of it and be able to refer to it. And so I like that sort of trove of data that we're always accumulating. And so those are some of the hesitations of, for using third-party tools. So, but we have made some investments, and we'll be talking a bit more about those later. So you'll see some stuff.
Excellent. Well, Josh, I want to, Joshua, do you go by Josh?
Josh is fine too. Yeah.
I want to thank you for your time, both during this hour that was going to be a 35-minute interview, and also just all the effort you've put into bring this community back. I know, speaking for me personally, you brought a group of friends back together from, 30 years ago, that we've rekindled some of those friendships and interactions, and just definitely taking some hours and hours out of our life to unplug from the real world, which sometimes, and especially in the recent years, is definitely a welcome distraction. But huge thank you to you and your undertaking, and also to the team, Big Beefer, McNimble, Guru guy. I don't remember his name.
Guy Walker, yeah.
And then was there another name that you mentioned?
And Averine, yeah. So our artist Averine.
Okay. So yeah, so thank you so much for everything you've done. And if you just want to take a minute to make closing comments, and then we'll move on to the next thing.
Yeah, again, I do want to say thank you, Griffin, for putting on this amazing con. It's a huge amount of work, and honestly, we don't have the capacity to do it. It would be extremely hard, so I really appreciate you doing this. And to everyone watching, the community, and I do want to shout out to my team, again, McNimble and Big Beefer and Averine and Glue Guy Walker. You guys have been amazing this year, and we're going to talk more at the con later. You're going to be able to hear from some of them as well during the State of the Universe. I'm not the only one who's going to be presenting there. In fact, the shortest part is probably mine. And so I just want to say thank you for the community, and thanks for supporting us. Thanks for supporting Planets.nu. Everything that you guys contribute to the community is going right back into the game. We're trying to spend it. In fact, we're still running a negative. We're just having fun putting all that money back in and spending it on you guys and building more things for the future. So that's the goal. And thank you for supporting us.
Thank you very much, Josh. So we're going to go ahead and take a quick break here, and then we're going to launch right into how to fight webs the Commander Koshi way. So we'll take a break, and we'll go straight into that. Stick with us, everybody.
Greetings, Echo Cluster. I'm hoping you are having a nice con right now. I'm a bit out of breath because I'm on the run. I had a game where I'm fighting against the crystalline, and it was on hold for some time now, and today I got a new turn, and in order to do some of that and to do my work and to use my lunch break to make a video for you, I'm in a hurry. So now let's get to one of my favorite subjects that I hate, the webs. I've been playing over 3,500 turns here in Planets.nu in public games. I've also played some private games, and especially when you get to the higher difficulty modifier games, you will meet webs, and I actually almost never lose any ships to webs, or ever had lost any ships to webs, but usually they are the kind of kingmakers in the game. Either I utilize webs, or I lose to someone who utilizes webs. This site over here is from my first league match. It was a high standard game, and this is the end result. I'm the bird there in the top corner, and as you can see, the whole place is covered, but the crystalline didn't win here, and it often is the case that even though the map might look like this in the end of the game, the crystalline doesn't always win. And the reason is that before this nerf, as they call it, the allies of the crystalline were able to move freely inside these webs. So the webs are not problematic because they capture your ships, but they are problematic because they stop your movement. And let's elaborate this a bit more. Webs are very easy to defend against. You see, you only need 75 heavy phasers to sweep them. A bit more than against regular mines, but if you have 75 heavy phasers, you are free from webs. That's easy. That's great. And of course fuel. You can never have enough fuel. But the heavy phasers are more important. And if you know you are going to fight against webs at some point of a game, you need those heavy phasers. And in the end of the game, everybody is laying mines, so you need those heavy phasers anyway. So build a good economy, build a lot of firepower, build a lot of heavy phasers in a game, and there's no worry about having your ships trained on minefields. But the problem is that if there are these webs, your movement stops easily in them. And if the opponent is very good, like in that previous example picture I showed you, there was another crystalline player, but he resigned and was replaced by Loner, who is one of the very best players here on this whole site. And he used every trick like one could expect he will use. He built a lot of multiple small and bigger webs, and he scooped some with low ID torpedo ships, and also made my advance very slow and difficult. And what happened here was, as you can see, I have all these ships here scattered but around the same location. I had to use them like this because Loner here had access to Gorbies, and there has been Gorbies around here, so I was afraid at any time a Gorby might come and whack some of my heavy phasers away, and I can't allow him to do that, so I had to be very careful but still try to get quite fast forward. And I was able to get around here, and then I realized, it happened here, that I needed these ships over here. So I made all that work to progress something like 100 light years here, only to move all my ships to another place. But that's what can happen when you fight against webs. They can stop your advance. The allies of the crystalline can freely move here and flank you and move everywhere. and whereas you yourself are easily stuck. Okay, but the point is, the main point I have is that the drain is not the problem, it's the stoppment of your movement. That's the problem. So what I do, many people say, you see this picture here, that's 1 light year, and you can see here is the center of that light year square, and there's a ship of mine, a Tranquility, in there sweeping, and the border of the web minefield goes over here, so it's just a bit below the center of the light year square. So this is now in a safe place. This Tranquility could move there without fear of getting hit, and it won't drain fuel, but it can sweep the web. Okay, that's all nice and fun, but when you are really trying to move your fleet forward, the enemy can easily just scoop a little bit that web with a low ID torpedo ship, and then my movement to try to find the very right light year becomes very hard. So what I do is I take a big ship with enough firepower, stack it full of supplies of fuel, and fly through the web. Ram through it. You get hit, but it doesn't matter. But the thing is that you will lose as little time as possible when getting through. But try to use high ID ship to do that. The thing is that minesweeping happens in ID order. So what I try to do is I try to put my 75 heavy phasers or more in the kind of a arrow formation. I put the highest ID in the front and the lowest ID in the back. And this way, when the max web is laid over there, they start to slice the web minefield, the ball, from the rear. The first lowest ID minesweeper sweeps first, the second next, and so forth. So the highest ID is as close to the middle of the web as possible. And here is an example of that in this very exciting game I'm playing right now. In an earlier turn, here I have a lot of heavy phasers, something like 100, but you can see these big balls over here. They are Virgos actually, and they are minesweeping. They are high ID ships, they are heavy, they are doing the most boldest of maneuvers and flying as far into the web as possible. Then there are some Victorious class ships over here, and here in the outer rim we have low ID flimsy ships. There are Nefarious class poppers and other ships like that. So if a max web is laid over here, these sweep first, then these and these and these. So this way I can move forwards more better than if all these ships would be stacked in one place. And if you are in a hurry, you just put the highest ID ships first, lowest ID ships last. If you have a flimsy ships, you have that popper with the ID 500 and it has got the heavy phasers, you can tow it with the last D-space freighter or something, so it won't take much damage, and you can stack more fuel to the towed ships and everything like that. But in any case, you can do all kinds of little things, use cobbles and so forth, but just put highest ID first, lowest ID last. I did, for example, this morning a quick exercise in this game, a list about if the enemy lays a web field, what will the radius be like? And often these forecasts, weather forecasts, prove to be very powerful and useful, and so pretty much the correct outcome and the safe places to be. And for about everything I use the VGA calculator found from the internet. I use there the calculator to calculate the radius of a minefield and the decay. And then try to go via planets in a classic game. On planets you can resupply, you can get fuel, you can get supplies, and then if an iron storm comes you can try to stay there and be safe. But also, if you are in danger of losing your ships, land and disassemble them. Don't give your carriers to enemy, just land and disassemble them. Even the best of the players, and especially the best of the players, have done that every now and then. But in the campaign games and the standard games and these which have the stellar cartography enabled, use the debris disks, star clusters, nebulas. So those destroy webs and they can't be laid there. For example, in this game that I'm playing, I could have chosen the place to attack the crystalline pretty much anywhere in the map, but I chose this area, and you can see I came in between a star cluster and a debris disk. There's very little room for minefields or webs. If they go on top of debris disk, they are destroyed. If they go on top of star cluster plus 10 light years, they are destroyed. So I moved in from here. This is the perfect place in between the star clusters, debris disks, and then I took over this area and these debris disks, these planetoids. I got huge amount of fuel out of them, and I'm moving in to the nebula, which is also good for me because of the 15% decay rate. So this is how these are the main simple rules I use when fighting webs. I've been fighting them in this over 3,500 turns. Have enough heavy phasers, ram through them with big ships, and use the ID orders to put the highest IDs first, lowest IDs last. And then I will end this presentation to a small prayer, because I belong to the Church of the Iron Gods. It's a very convenient religion. You don't need to do much, because the primary form of worship is done for you or done to you and without your consent. And you do that by sacrificing your ships every now and then to the Iron Gods. But the prayer goes like this. What this means you can discuss later, for example, in the activity feed. Oh, ye holy gods of the Iron Storm, please protect me from the invisible, unsweepable web. May I ever be vigilant of ye. May I avoid the center of the map and beware the outer rim. And may ye storms never just suddenly, out of the blue, appear on me. And may I have my rest in the light of the star cluster and the shadow of the debris disk. May the Iron Gods bless you. Echo Cluster. Thank you.
Hello, my fellow Planeteers. Welcome back. Great presentation from Commander Koski there. I really do love an energetic Finn. They are some of my favorites in our Planets community. Later today in this program, we'll be doing trivia once again, and we'll be doing that on Kahoot. And if you've done this with us before, last year there was the challenges of the delay of the internet with the stream. But there's a new feature where the question and answer will appear on your screen. It's still recommended that you have a second device, a phone, a tablet, another computer to participate in that game. So as we're going through this, make sure you have that ready, charged, and we'll give you instructions when we get closer to that time. But I just wanted to give you that heads up that we'll be doing that. We're going to launch into our next presentation, which is on planetary defenses by Tailspin. It's going to be an interesting deep dive into how to use planetary defenses in the game. So we're going to get to that. Enjoy, and we will catch you on the other side of this video.
So this is Tailspin's take on planetary defenses. The image in the background is from an earlier version of VJ Planets, and that is the defense post. I love that image. All right, so I'm going to talk about three things. I'm going to talk about hiding your outposts, early game defenses, and mid to end game defenses. I did have to cut a bit of stuff because this is a pretty long and complicated topic. So hiding sweet spots, and that's not talking about hiding your sweet spots, it's talking about the sweet spots of defense posts, like how many defense posts you should use to hide. Okay, so first things to note is that you can't hide from Dark Sense. They've seen everything, they know what's going on, you can't stop Dark Sense unless you're the rebels. Second thing to note is that scan range does not give ownership details, and the censorship mission must be activated. And so what that means is that a ship can't run around minesweeping, cloaked, or doing some other mission. They have to activate, they have to purposely use sensor sweep to look for your planets and other information. So you only need to worry about ships coming within 200 light years of your planet. Sensor sweep detects industry beyond 15 factories or 20 mines. So anything above those numbers, and they will detect your industrial activity with a sensor sweep, or they have a chance to. But even if you don't have any factories or mines or defense posts or anything, they can still detect the ownership of the planet. They'll still know which race controls that planet. And I want to point out that bioscan is an advanced form of sensor sweep, so that it scans for natives, but it also does a sensor sweep at the same time, so it can detect ownership and it can detect industrial activity. And when you have large quantities of mines, the person gets a message that says that planet is owned by this race and it has heavy industrial activity, and that's the message we're trying to avoid when we're hiding. Is you don't want that person to receive that message to know that there's heavy industrial activity, because that means you have a lot of mines there, and it's probably like a Molly planet or a fuel planet or something like that.
Danger, Will Robinson, danger.
So why are you hiding your planets? I guess there's danger, obviously. Things you want to worry about is that sensor scans can detect your vital production facilities. And that's what we're trying to hide from, is what I just said a second ago with you're avoiding that heavy industrial activity message. And so you might only have one native planet, or sorry, not native, you might only have one Molly planet, you might only have one Duranium planet, one fuel planet, maybe you have insectoid unity or a really good planet for money, or you have a bovinoid planet, and those are vital to your production. And if you lose those planets, then it can severely cripple you for the rest of the game. And so you want to try to hide those planets, and you do that with defense posts in a certain number of defense posts, which I'll get to in a minute. And the bioscans, obviously, you want to worry about this because they can detect your native colonies. And there's money, there's bovinoid, yes, but there's also, like, if you're a carrier race and then you have this humanoid planet where you can produce cheap heavy carriers, you don't want to lose that planet either, and it's a target for your enemy. For torpedo races, maybe you don't want to lose a gypsodal planet, so you want to hide from the bioscans. The third thing to worry about is attacker awareness, and this can be important, but it also can be not important, because sometimes if your enemy, maybe it's an alliance, maybe it's a player that's just overwhelmed everybody and they're just going to sweep through and they don't care what they're attacking. They're just plowing through. If that's a situation, attacker awareness almost means nothing. But if it's a situation where the two races are very close and it's a tough fight, every planet matters, every fight matters, then attacker awareness is huge, really important, because you don't want to just plow your way through planets. And in fact, as a player who plays cloakers a lot, I want you to not have attacker awareness, because you're going to come into my traps and whatever. So attacker awareness is knowing where the bases are, where the fuel planets are, where the critical money or mineral planets are, and so that's where you're attacking. You're targeting those places. If you know where the fuel is, you're going for the fuel so you can hoard it, so you can attack the rest of it and keep moving, keep your fleet moving. And so attacker awareness is like creating a map for yourself. It's a map to attack, and you know where to go. And so just a side note, I want to note that the EE are excellent attackers because they're aware of everything. They've seen everything. They know the battlefield. They know where your bases are. They know where your minerals are. And so they're very good at attacking like that. And I did just a small note for the latest Emperor game, the Cognitum match. Tursi's EE Empire very nearly crippled Sokka's Cyborg Empire. It was our current Emperor. And he had his Gorby right outside his territory, and he could have attacked planets. And maybe if he had been able to get a better map of what was going on, that attacker awareness on Sokka's planets, he probably would have been able to severely cripple Sokka. He was very close to, and I think he turned around, and I think he's kicking himself in the butt for doing that. But it could have been a completely different game if he had pushed in. So the hiding sweet spots. This is the formula for finding the percentage chance for a single scan to detect production on the planet. So 100 minus x times 6.66, where x is the number of defense posts. And so I just calculated a few of those out. If you can see the second one there, x equals 15. The chance is 1 in 1,000 scans. So every time one ship does 1,000 scans, there's one chance. So each time, they have a 1 in 1,000 chance each time they make a scan. So if you have 20 ships, each one of those ships has a 1 in 1,000 chance. If you have 14 defense posts, it's 6 times in 100 scans. If you have 13 defense posts, it's 1 time in 10 scans. So you can see that very drastically, very quickly, the chances of being detected go up very quickly. And you can see that if X, or the defense post, is greater than 15, so 16 is your sweet spot. So 16 and higher, there's 0% chance. There's no chance at all, and no chance of detection. And so that's your sweet spot, is 16 defense posts. Now, I just want to talk about the 15, 14, 13, because sometimes I've used them, sometimes I've seen other people use them. And you might say, like, well, 1 in 1,000 or 6 in 100, that's a very small chance. You have 94% chance to not be detected, right? So if you think like that, I would challenge that thinking, because the question I would ask you is, are the odds really in your favor? And if you dice, and let's say Snake Eyes, a 1 in a 1, are going to lose, and I bet $10 and I get Snake Eyes and I lose $10, that's not really a big deal, because it's only $10. But if I bet my whole life savings, the end result is much more drastic. The end result is dangerous. The end result could mean my whole life. You know what I mean? So if the chances of rolling Snake Eyes, for me in that case, I would say the odds are not in my favor, because there's nothing positive that can come out of it. So the only thing that could happen is something negative. So what I'm trying to say here is the odds are not in your favor. If we take this in the planets, let's say you have an enemy planet with a minefield around it. I could plow through that planet and attack, and I might get something out of it, but I also might hit, let's say there's 20 light years there. Every light year, I have a chance of hitting a minefield. And so the risk is very dangerous. I might lose my ship. There might be nothing there. It might be a rock. Maybe nobody even owns it. Maybe my scan is old. Or maybe there's a Gorby waiting for me. So the risk there, what do I get out of that? Possibly nothing. So the risk is very big because it's a very negative risk. So I would say in that situation that the odds are not in your favor because nothing really good can come of that. Now, if we have another scenario where there's this big super transport freighter with probably minerals and clans and money or whatever heading to that planet, I might say the odds are more in your favor because, yes, the percentages are still the same. The chances, the odds are all still the same that I might get hit, that I might be, attacked by a Gorby. But the end result is positive, very positive. I might take out a loss of a load of a super transport freighter load is big, so that's a very positive end result. So in this case, I say that the odds are in your favor because of the end result. So you ask yourself, what is it worth the risk? Is the end result a positive thing? So we go back to the defense post, and you have that. If you have only 15 or 14, and you have that 1 in 1,000 or 6 in 100 chance that a ship's going to scan you, yeah, it's a small percent chance that they're going to scan you, but there's nothing positive there. There's only a negative chance, only a chance of something negative happening. There's not a chance of something positive happening, not really. So I would say that the odds are not in your favor. And the end result is not worth the risk. So you really want to use 16 to completely hide yourself. And you ask yourself these questions like, who's my neighbor? Will I be attacked? Is my planet vulnerable? Is it important? Does my race need to hide? Things like that. And is it really worth hiding? Is it really worth the cost of one supply and 160 mega credits to hide myself? So let's look at the defenses at the different stages of the game. I've sort of made 4 different stages. It's the early game, the mid game, and the end game. But I've added another one, which we'll talk about a bit in a minute. So turn 1 to 25 is your early game. That's where you're building. That's where maybe the torpedo races are the strongest. And so in this early game, your defense posts, the goal is to hide your critical points and repel scouts. That's the main goal with your defense posts. And so you're looking at 16, 20 to block bio scans. And depending on who you're fighting, you look at their scout and you say, okay, do I need more than 16 defense posts? Do I need 20, 21, 25 maybe? Because 25 is a good spot to boost it because of the beams you get. And so you're looking at how can I repel those scouts. When I get 26 to 80, about there is your mid game. That's where there's fighting all over the map. There's alliances forming all over, alliances breaking. It's kind of a chaotic time in the Echo cluster. And in the mid game, your defense posts need to combine with bases to defend front lines, and you're specifically targeting areas where there's combat, and that's where you're building your defense posts. And you really want to aim for 50 to 100 defense posts. I think any more than that is kind of excessive at this point in the game. It can be a waste because you could lose that spot, you could lose that territory, and then regain it and lose it and regain it. And so and the problem is the clans is to get to 100 defense posts, you need over 2 loads of large D-space freighters. So that 2 loads of 1,200 clans, it depends on the situation, and do you need to really, really defend that spot. But generally speaking, 50 to 100 defense posts in the mid-game is pretty good, and it's along your front lines. And then you get to mid-game, which is 80 to 150, and this is where the queues kind of clogged a bit, and carrier races start to gain more and more momentum through, and it's harder to stop them. And so again, your defense posts are along your front lines where the fighting is. The fighting is usually, it can be more about alliances at this point. So Your borders might even be smaller at this point. The places where you need your defense posts is more important. But also, depending on who you're fighting, like if you're fighting someone with mobility, you might need more defenses at the back of your empire. So it's really dependent on the situation, but your goal here with your defense posts is to create defenses that cause as much damage as possible, especially to the carrier races. And the fourth stage that I've sort of imagined, I guess, in a game is I'm calling it the Twilight. And that's when you get to 151 and beyond, where the game is stretching out long, where max defenses are everywhere, max populations are everywhere. And it can be agonizing, and it's really dependent on, and I really feel at the end, at this point, whoever wins is the one who has gained vassals and subservient allies, and everybody's trying to help that one person to win, really. So I call this the Twilight game, or the old man's game, because you're really at this point running out of momentum, and it's kind of a drag. And this is where especially a lot of people drop out. So I really question at this point, does defense really matter? Because chances are the person who's winning has some form of star-based destruction or capture, whether that's SS Destroyer, RGA, or whatever. So I really question whether defenses matter. But essentially your defenses at this point, you're trying to max everything to do as much damage as possible, especially to the carriers. I think it's worth a debate, worth considering whether or not to build max defenses anyway, because there are a lot of ways to capture a planet without fighting it. So I think it's worth considering, especially depending on who you're fighting. Should I really build defenses or not? And that's something you need to think about, I think, especially like the lizards, right? They can ground capture almost anything. The SS Destroyer can easily capture a planet. So you should definitely consider that. So there's some facts to keep in mind about defenses. A single defense post adds shields to your planet. So in the early game, just one defense post will add shields to your planet. So it takes longer for some kind of scout to shoot through your shields and shoot through your planet. And planets get a combat mass of 100. So you get shields plus a combat mass of 100, and that often is enough to deter them to keep them from taking your planet. One defense post equals one combat mass. And I'm really going to get into this because I think combat mass in planets is really important, especially when you're talking about your planet. So the more defense posts you have, the tougher your planet is, the tougher your shields are. And so the more combat mass means stronger shields. And when you have stronger shields, the damage, it takes longer for the enemy to shoot through your shields, and so you lose less defense posts. Your planet itself takes less damage, you lose less defense posts, and you're still strong for the next fight. So you want your combat mass up so your shields are strong. And it's also an important fact to remember that clan requirements for defense posts increases exponentially after the first 51 defense posts. So you need 51 clans to get to 51, but after that you need a lot more clans. And so that's a really important thing to remember, because it is much harder. Like I said, it takes 2 large deep space freighter loads to get to 100. So that's not as easily done as you might think. So what do all these facts and such mean? That combat mass is important. Defense posts increase combat mass. And so I did a little chart here where you're showing planet combat mass, comparing it to the type of warship that that the mass is comparable to that. So what I said, a planet has a base of 100, so it's already stronger than a scout. So you give it a few beams and whatever, and it can take out a scout easily. If you put on 20 defense posts, you're looking at a light cruiser, which is almost equivalent to a Loki or a Meteor, a Cat's Paw, something like that. And so you're aiming, the max you can get to is 666, and that's up, as you can see on the chart there, it's a little high, a little stronger than a heavy carrier, not quite as strong as a Gorby or a Biocide or a Golem, but it's in the battle station status. You know, if you have it up max defenses, you can take out an Automa or a Virgo or Nova and whatnot. And even if you're up that high, you can still severely damage a Gorby or a Biocide. So what you're aiming for is 666 combat mass. And to get there, you need 200 base defense plus 100 combat mass from your planet. So the 200 base defense gives you 200 combat mass, the planet gives you 100 combat mass, and 366 defense posts gives you combat mass, which equals 666 combat mass. But to get there, the 366 DPs, you need 10 million clans. So that is hard to do, but it can happen, and over time you can build those up. So again, what does all this mean? And my main point here is that it means that colony growth is the most effective tactic for defending your territory. So feed your people and get them going. So the increase in clans equals an increase in potential defensive posts, and which also equals an increase in combat mass. So it's best to put your efforts into growing your colonies, getting more colonists so that you can have more defense posts and boost up that combat mass. So feed them, get them going, get them growing, get your terraformers to trade for some, do whatever, take them to those planets where there's good temperatures, and so they can grow and then spread out from there, and whatever you need to do to get those clans, those planets growing. That is your best way of defending your territory. And just last, some tips. That there's a lot of things about planetary defenses that I could get into here, but I'm trying to keep it short because you're probably already bored. So some quick tips. If you have money, boost your beam tech, because that directly increases the defensive beams. That's a direct effect on how you defend. 27 defense posts on your homeworld is a formidable anti-headshot defense. It doesn't completely stop it, and you often need another ship to help defend your homeworld, but it's not super expensive to boost up to 27, so that's a good, nice, sweet spot for you there. Fighters can only fight 19 at a time, so that's something to consider. Newly built EE bases contain 5 free fighters, so when you build a base, it gives shields to the planet. It has 0 beams, it has 0 fighters, and it has 5 bays. But with the EE, there's an automatic 5 free fighters, so that actually becomes it can be a good defense at short notice to pop up an EE base like that. Small fighter squadron stinks. If you have just a few, they're not going to fight very well. But if you have larger squadrons, they have a greater chance of firing and hitting their targets. So there's a strong defense. They're actually one of the better defenses, better fighting defenses to choose, but they are costly. But if you're going to buy any, make sure you can put a big chunk of them in, like 20 or 30 or more fighters. Starbase fighters will die first, shielding your ground fighters. So you get fighters from your defense posts, but the ones that you build in your starbase will die first. And this is good because when you lose a planet fighter, you lose a defense post. And that is a bigger loss than just losing a fighter in space, because the defense post also drops everything else in your defenses and you have to put them back up again. At least that's my take on it. But the boost this next one, boost your defense post before you boost your base defenses. So if you have this star base, it's better for you to boost up to build more defense posts, because your defenses, it'll boost your beam weapons, your type of beams, the amount of bays and fighters you have faster than if you boost up your base defenses. And the base defenses cost a lot of uranium, so sometimes it's best to boost that last. So in order, you want to boost your defense posts, then your fighters, and then you boost your base defenses. And this one I've already said, to get over 100 DPs, you need more than 2 large Thieves freighter loads of clans. All right, so that is Tailspin's take on planetary defenses. Thank you for watching and enjoy the con.
Thank you, Tailspin, for that presentation on planetary defenses. I hope everybody learned something that they didn't know before. It gave you a different perspective on that. If you're curious about a lineup, I have it right here that way. Hey, there it is. Okay, and next we're going to have a panel discussion on league game formats. We have a whole bunch of prolific league players involved in that conversation. Moeper, Der Blond Hans, Emperor Stimpy, Sidev, and Quinnick. So we're going to go to that. You can find this lineup on PlanetsCon.live. You can see that's the updated version of it. So without further conversation or discussion, here goes the League Planet discussion.
So, welcome everyone to this year's PlanetsCon discussion on the league. Yes, we've got some players that are in pretty successful teams. Most of them played the league last year as well, and there must be some reason why they kept going, right? So let me introduce you Der Blonde Hans from the team Shadowhawks or Schattenfalken, Emperor Stimpy from City Alpha 2, Psydev from Team Risk, Pure Blood Prince unfortunately couldn't make it, so the second team, Happy Blasters, is not with us now, but maybe in the chat. And then last but not least, we have Quinnick from the Imperial Shuttle and myself, Moeper, from the international team. So guys, my first question will be, what made you play the league for the second season? Most of you, I think any of you played it the second season. Quinnick, what was your motivation?
Well, I just enjoyed playing with the team. I mean, we have our own team server where we can do all the discussions, and then for each game we create a subfolder. It's a bit like Discord, but using a different platform. But there's a good exchange, and it's like a little comradeship there that really help each other out in a way. And obviously I got quite a few high profile team members in the team, but I think that Commander Koski started that team, and I think originally he just liked the league idea anyway, but also wanted to create a little group from people that were at the Finland con. So that is just wanted to get that kind of group of people together, and then that was when you could create groups and league groups before the league was even announced. So that's when I joined, and we just started chatting in there really. So that was the first motivation. And then I like the idea. It just adds to the gaining points, I would say. I mean, you kind of not just playing for yourself, you're playing a bit for the team. It adds a bit of pressure, but it also adds a different dynamic to the game a bit.
Okay, thank you. Hans, what about you?
First of all, thank you for mentioning us as a successful team. We have placed 11th for the second time in a row. But for us, yes, it is a success because we have not expected this. So this was one of the positive parts. And it's similar to Kinnick because it's the community thing I like most, and which is the opinion of most of my team members also. So what I was looking for was, first, I was looking for a better community in a smaller group that act like a team, and that's working pretty fine. I entered it just testing it, the league, in the first season, and it was great because I really learned a lot in those games, a lot more than in any classic games or standard games. So that is one of the most important things for me to keep it going also in the next season.
All right, thank you very much. Stimpy, you're next. I'm not quite sure if you're busy at the moment.
No, I'm right here. Hi, everyone.
Okay, because there was background noise, but I think it came from somebody else then. All right. So
Yeah.
what kept you going through the second season?
Well, in general, I am very privileged to be part of SETI Alpha 2. It's an amazing team. I was very honored to be invited into it. It's a team that was started, of course, by Joshua. So very prestigious, and I don't even know how I made it. At some point, they sent him a message and asked to be a member, and he just kind of said, "Yeah, okay, sure," even though I don't have much of a record. But so for me, it was. I feel honored to be part of the team, and anything that I can do to contribute to its success is important to me. I enjoy it, so it was a privilege to have a chance to contribute to their second season.
All right, thank you. Sidef, what about you?
Well, to be honest, I mean, I was invited by Sparker, who's a pretty good player, onto Team Risk. But really, one of my big motivations was just having an opportunity to play in the championship game. I didn't think that was very likely because of the way I normally play. I usually like blitz games and campaign melee games, but those don't usually result in a very high rank for your race. So I didn't think I would ever actually play in a championship game if I just did it in the old system. So having that opportunity was really great for me, and I did end up playing in a championship game, which was quite an experience that I'm glad to have had. But like playing with a team, there's a lot of mentorship that goes on, and I think everyone benefits from that. And one of the reasons I play Planets instead of other games is actually because I really like the community and the social aspects. I used to play other games. I used to play a game called OpenRA, but I found that the community was just a bit lacking, and I lost interest in the game because of that. So I think that League really adds a lot to Planets' existing strengths, namely that it's a pretty tight community where a lot of people know each other, and that's a big reason why I keep coming back.
All right, thank you. You've just mentioned two things I would like to talk about now. The first thing is also what Hans mentioned is that they've just made it onto the 11th rank position, which is just right to qualify for the Emperor game or the championship game. So in my opinion, there are two layers to the league. The first one is the team ranking. Yes, you just check out how good your team will be this season, and you try to compete with the other teams and try to outrank them. And the second one is there will be a championship game going on. So Psydev, you've just told this as one of your main motivations to play the league. What about you, Quinnick? Was it ever like important to you to be part of the championship game, or for your team? Was it important?
No, that was never my motivation. I kind of looked at the championship games in the past always in horror. I play games to relax. I mean, if I want pressure, I just go to work. So to me, a champion, that's when the fun stops. I used to play World of Warcraft and played in a raiding clan, and the preparation for those raids and getting your character with the right equipment and then turning up on time and trying those end game bosses over and over again for 5-6 hours, it just stops being fun at that point. And that so the championship wasn't my motivation. I mean, I'm glad that we're making it, and I'm happy to bring the team to go the championship game, but I wouldn't necessarily want to play the championship game. So.
Okay, thank you very much, Hans. What about you? Was your team glad to make it into, well, there are 2 championships games, but into the first one? And what about the championship game that has just finished? How was your team performing, and did you enjoy it as a team, or was it just a one-man show then?
Oh, 2 questions. Let me answer it one by one. So first of all, we were pretty much surprised when we managed to get to the 11th place in the first season, because it was the very last Blitz game, the very last game at all, that decided whether we are on place 11 or 12, and we managed to get on position 11. Then we had a long discussion who will start joining the championship game, and it was a mix of Daria, Nikelti, and Erkru. And I think they managed it pretty well. So first of all, they managed it all 3 together. Later on, it was a lot of time and real life issues. So Nikelti was finishing the game. And we have been pretty much surprised how well it worked. So it was the first game like this for each of us. But yeah, it was possible. It was not that hard as we expected. Although, of course, we have not been winning the game, but it was a lot of fun.
So you could, of course, a silly question, but you could recommend it to anybody, I think. Just a small thing in between, because Quinnick and you both, you talked about that, oh, you expected it to be like horror. But in fact, I mean, there had been a lot of discussion, mostly negatively, I think, on things like top advance and advanced fight or fail, so that the games will finish in December, so that we have only 1 year max. And of course, it makes the league possible, and those Emperor games or championship games every year. And now people, or a small group of people, in my opinion, can finally afford playing it at full attention, you know, without having to spend 4 or 5 years on it. But let's have Stimpy's opinion on the championship game.
Thank you. I haven't had the privilege to play in any championship games, but I am an ardent observer of them, and I got to see Zacha and our team supporting Zacha going through this game. I thought it was a very collaborative experience on our end. Zacha selected Back in Future as his first officer, and Tailspin as his diplomat. I had a supporting role a little bit as well. And the 4 of us probably wrote, 2,000 pages of text to one another through the season on what is it called? Discord. And there was a very lively collaboration from early on between Zacha and Morgans from team. From the international team, and they were close allies. They also exchanged a lot of messages. I think the game was generally, you know, Zacha can speak about it more, but it seems to have been enjoyable, even though he played the Borg for the first time, which I think is quite astounding that you would win under those circumstances. But he's a very hard worker. We're very proud of him. I think the biggest challenge with it is that the championship game does not count as a game for the following season. And in the case of Zacha, he did not get a chance to play any other regular games in the 2022 season because he was so focused on the championship game, which arguably he should be. Any member, any participant in the championship game, that should be their focus. And I hope we find a way to have that game somehow count or contribute towards the following season, so that no player is being asked to play two very challenging, very demanding games at the same time on a tight timeline, potentially with accelerating fight or fail, escalating for the month of November every year. So that would be very hard to do. So I hope we find a way to make that better.
Yeah,
but I would say that having
yeah,
I think the one challenge with the championship game in general is that in order for a team to have a real chance to make it into the championship round and to be one of the top 11, it can only be one of maybe about 20 teams on the site, because it pretty much really should be a team of 11 players. It would be very difficult to get, let's say, a team of 5 players into the championship game. Everyone would have to play extraordinary and win 5 consecutive games. So, there's over 100 teams on the site. And unfortunately, a lot of players that are not in the top 15 or 20 teams are very rare. It would be very unlikely for them to make it into the championship game. And when you're one of those top 20 teams, if you look at the roster of a team like the international team, it's full of people who could qualify to be in a championship game. These are, rear admirals and vice admirals and, former, Happy Blasters has like 4 former emperors. So once you're on one of those teams, the competition within the team to be the representative must be really hard for some teams.
No, actually we got one candidate for next year's match and we're not even sure if we can convince him to really join it. So I don't think this is the main problem for the teams in the league, but I'd like to quickly talk about what you've just said with getting a team with high profile players together. We started from 0. We last season. Now everyone besides 2 or 3 players, including me, are rear admirals. But we started the season and we had to wait 3 months, 2.5 months, to get the first player into rear admiral rank to join the very high league game. So at least concerning ranking, we were complete underdogs. We just managed to play the short formats well because we had some dogfighters in there who enjoyed it. So I think, or I would like to convince people to really, start from the scratch and watch out for people who are active in the community and not in a team already. Most of the time, they haven't played any league games, so you have to talk to them and try to convince them to do a test dogfight or blitz game or whatever, and try to convince them of the positive aspects of the league, and they then hopefully join. But even we have, we got a former emperor, yes, but the only reason really he joined was that he thought there is management in this team. So he doesn't have to do much work for it because he was tired from his Emperor game, championship game, and he didn't really want to put so much time into Planets anymore. So he was glad that we got the infrastructure. And we are not high skilled players that much, but we are coordinated. So like I tried to show it in the last video last year in the presentation. Get yourself together and find some structure and then talk to each other. And I think it was also you, Stimpy, who wrote in the feed that it seems like the teams that communicate most are the ones that are successful. So it's not really about your gaming skills, and you can still, like with tools like Discord and stuff, you can still make your strategies and tactics better. It especially maybe start with the short games. It especially works with the blitz games because you don't have so much stuff to think about, and then you can just chat about and see how it goes.
Well,
Yes.
I think the short games is actually what I really like about the league. Blitzes were like a fun thing for 2 or 3 people that liked it, and you set up a blitz and done a blitz, but that wasn't a feature on Planets.nu. But the league games really made blitz a feature now, and I always enjoyed. I think I've done when I first done it, I've done a few with Mega, like 20 games one after the other, where I always got beaten up, but that really taught me a lot. And then the dogfight started, which was really good fun, the Tailspin has done. But and the league really gave those 2 games a platform. There was no platform for that before. So I really think that's the greatest achievement of the leagues for me.
Yeah, I'd like to second that comment. I love short format. I love blitz. I really like the direction that the site is going in these areas. The creation of special rules for short format, I think, is great. Giving people options to have, you can play dogfight, you can play blitz, or there's even this new format, 2 versus 2 blitz, which I was just so happy to see. I've been asking for this feature for so long, and to finally see it realized, that really made me happy. And new features like that and going in creative directions for the site is what keeps me coming back for more planets every year. I'd also just like to echo what Moeper said. It's really true that you don't need to be great to be competitive in League. You just need to be motivated. And the other thing is you do need a team that's full. I think if you really want to get a lot of points, you're going to want to try to make sure you have 11 players. Having a team with 6 players is probably not going to make the top 11, but if it's actually not that hard to get into the top 11 if you work hard at it. And if you have some weaker players, that's okay. You can join team games with them. You can help each other out. There's lots of ways to compensate for those weaknesses. I'd say like the top 5 or 6 teams, they will dominate the championship game because they can get high ranks. So if you have first race pick for the championship game, you've got a huge advantage. I would say the first 3 or 4 race picks for that game, yeah, okay, you do need to have a really skilled team to get up there and get the best race pick for that championship game. But just getting in the top 11, that's very doable. And I think if you have the determination, anyone can do it pretty much.
Yeah, in a way, the teams work a bit like an MVM on steroids. I mean, you really can get people that, whether you know how a race is played or not, if you have a functional team that has some kind of Discord or Slack or whatever server, and you can really coach a little bit in the background, and you have a responsive team to answer questions very quickly. I mean, we had a few people that had never really played Blitz, and 1 or 2 Blitz games, and they won half of their Blitz games. That's good enough.
Yeah, and I'm on Team Risk, and we have definitely a variety of skill levels. Sparker, I would say he's an excellent player, maybe our best. But we also have some newer players that have only been playing for maybe a year or 2. But we still managed to make 3rd place. So that's pretty good, even with a distribution of skills. So you shouldn't think that you need to stack the whole team with rear admirals to be competitive.
Yeah, thank you. I would like just to reply to this point, and then because we are out of time, basically have an open mic round at the end, and then I'm afraid that's it for today. So even if you don't get under the first 11 because you were only 5 active players, there's still the Grand Marshal game. So I think the devs really thought about it, keeping people motivated even though they're not top notch in the season. And this one, of course, won't be as tight as the championship game. So you still have lots of chance to improve by just doing this. And I also think they balanced the skill levels in between the teams quite well, because it doesn't work with 11 high skilled members. You don't have 11 high skilled games to choose from. You got the very high skill, you got the high skill, and then you got the standard. I mean, you got 2 high skill, and then it's standard or melee. There are usually just 2 melees going on. You can get a lot of points from this, but the team games also are just 13 points for a win. So really, don't be afraid of joining the league because it's so high skilled or whatever. It's not actually. You pick your game. You can even play beginner games. It's still worth some points. So
you almost have to have a beginner in there, because I mean, if you only have high ranking players, you can't even join a beginner game anymore.
Yeah,
and then
yeah.
you lose the opportunity to play some of the games.
Yeah.
The beginner games just don't count enough points. I think they could improve some of the points distribution to make it a bit more useful for some players. And as was said earlier, the championship game doesn't count as a game. Is really, we discussed that on our Slack server internally in the team, and we were actually expecting that the championship game would count as a standard, high standard, whatever, on the side, so that you don't have to have that double commitment from that player, or they would need to have another extra team member be able to join.
I mean, Stimpy also mentioned this, but there was this counterpoint of saying that the high ranked teams are good positioned anyway, so the lower teams can get a chance to, because they're just playing 10 games out of 11, they get a chance to get hold of them. And I mean, if you scroll down the list of the ranking this year, I think maybe the first 5 teams got more or less fully active players, and then it pretty much drops. Some players just playing one short format, some players not even playing the long format. So with a handful of players who play all the 5 games and who do pretty okay, you can get up the ranking and maybe enjoy the pressure of the championship game. All right, so something any one of you would like to add?
I'd like to make a comment about playing in 2 games. I definitely found it kind of stressful after a while to play in 2 competitive games. I'm the kind of person who doesn't like to play a lot of Planets games. I play usually 2 at a time. Both of mine were league games, and I just got tired of that. I wanted to have one that was competitive, one that was fun. I'd really appreciate it if in the future whoever's in the championship game shouldn't have the option or the requirement to play in another competitive game at the same time. However it's implemented, I don't like having to make 2 competitive games at the same time.
I mean, it doesn't even have to count as full points. It could just be a few points, so that at least you don't feel like you're not contributing to your team anymore while you're doing it. Could be some token representation or whatever. It also, I think, what I like is that they introduced a lot of flexibility, that someone else can play some games. The thing is, some people don't like the short format games, but it really shows that if you want to be on the top, you have to do pretty much all the short format games. And I think a bit more freedom of distribution, how teams would like to play their games, could also help to make that. Maybe you only count a few active games, or count them half if someone plays with the help of another player. I don't know, but there's certainly loads of different possibilities of making it more accessible. But I think what would probably be quite good is to see if there can be some activity that would help people merge teams together or do something else, so that a lot of the teams that have not a full contingent of player helps them get to a better member count. Because as soon as you have 6-7 players and up, it certainly helps. I mean, you immediately jump the rank, even if they just do 2-3 dogfights or whatever.
I'll add 2 quick notes. Number one of the popular formats for League long format games are melee games. And what's kind of unique there is a team can put any number of its players into a single melee. But just a tip to anyone out there that's considering doing it, if you do the statistical analysis on putting multiple players into a League melee, both of the seasons I played in melee game last year, SETI Alpha 2 put 3 people into a single melee game, which we won with taking first, second, and third place in that game. But we walked away with fewer points than this year when I won a League melee game that I played on my own, to Moeper's great chagrin, forgive me. You know, it does not make any sense to put more than 2 players into it. There were some teams that put as many as 4 players into a League melee, and that's not going to serve you well. Even if you win, it won't be as good of a prize. That's one. And then the second thing is, I think, Moeper, something you said earlier really caught my attention, that a former emperor, which is Hiko, joined your team because he felt that it was well managed. And it got me thinking that if you are someone that wants to have an active League team, you're the captain of a team, you've maybe created it, maybe you've got a friend or 2 in there, and you're trying to wonder how to get up in the rankings, consider that maybe there are senior veterans out there that would be looking for a team if it was well managed. And if you are able to create the communications infrastructure and make it appear like your team is a well-managed team, you may be able to get senior veterans, including former emperors, to join you to be able to do League play, but without the burden of having to manage a team. And that could be a good pathway for a junior team to climb up and make it into one of the 2 championship games. Thanks.
I have one thing to add. As I assess myself as the player with the least experience in this round, I would like to explicitly invite all players that have not yet tested the League, because it's not that hard as it might look like. I think I started as a commander rank in the first game, and I joined a high a standard game, and my first impression was, ooh, people like Tom Graves and Gnerf and things like that, and whoa, what will it be? And finally, it was fun to play it, and I managed to place second, so it's possible. Give it a try. If it doesn't work, you can drop out of the team at the end of the season, but it's worth trying.
Yeah, I mean, that also points me to one other thing that I like about the League games, is that you have far less droppers in general in the League games. At least all the League games I've played, there was no problem with droppers. So at least you get a proper game, which is definitely an advantage. And yeah, I've ended up in a few games where I had a few. I was just a lieutenant commander or whatever, and had a load of former admirals or a couple of former emperors and a few admirals in the game. They still cook with water. I mean, they can't manipulate the game to their advantage. It just does what it does. So at least if you have a fair grasp of economy and a bit of strategy, you can still hold your own. And as long as you don't give up, you certainly, I mean, I've learned the most when I was on the receiving end of something. So it's yeah, just jump in. I really don't think it's something to be afraid of. I think some people might also not like the fact that a lot of those league standard games give you a random race, and they might only be comfortable with 1 or 2 races. But the base for most races is the same. There's a few specialities, but it can be fun.
And the other players, I mean, the other players also have a random race. So if you got this veteran who's specialized in 3 races, oops, Evil Empire, never played that one. Maybe I actually got a chance. This was one thing which motivated me to join the league, because I wasn't experienced in any race. And I thought, okay, well, that's like, how do you say? It's we are on the same level now, because this person basically have to learn from nothing, but the race, yeah, is new to him. I got a list of more positive aspects, like what you've just mentioned. There are almost no droppers or resigners. If there are resigners, usually the team replaces them, which is also good for individuals. If you don't have much time, League is a good opportunity for you, because you've got an end date. You can join the game in March. It starts, you have only like, 8 months. If you don't have time at the beginning of the game, you can ask a team member to be the chief diplomat. You get this role assigned. He or she can write messages and organize the diplomacy for you. You do your turn. You can give full access to somebody else also outside the league. So he or she can play a few turns for you if you're on holidays or whatever. So, yeah, I could go on. Maybe I type something into the chat then when we are live. Thank you very much, everyone, for your attention. Thank you very much to the participants, of course. It was nice meeting you more or less in person, and enjoy the con. Bye-bye.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Thanks.
Welcome back, Planeteers. Great conversation on League. I know over here in the control room, me and Gideon were talking about the ideas of League and what that might involve. But now it's the time that we've all been waiting for, or all been dreading. The pain, the misery, the joy, the pleasure of the Horwasps. The next hour will be dedicated to the Horwasps. First, we'll see a presentation from Commander Koshi about how to fight the Horwasp the Commander Koshi way. So more from one of my favorite Finns. And then we will have a live panel discussion with several Horwasp, we'll call them experts, yeah. Several Horwasp experts. And so start thinking about your questions, because we're going to want those in the chat. And that'll come up in about 14 minutes. So without any more delay, let us get to Commander Koshi's Fighting the Horwasps the Commander Koshi way.
Greetings, Echo Cluster. It's Commander Koski again. And it's con time! Woo! it's that time of the year. Oh, do I love getting together with the other commanders, and I do love you guys. And that means that from time to time I'd like to slap your face for various reasons. And one of those reasons is why I'm doing this show right now, about how to fight the Horwasps. And the reason is that many people just behave irrationally with the Horwasps. I mean, we have experienced commanders in games, and somehow these players with multiple turns under their belt, when they meet Horwasps, they panic, they lose all their senses, and they just don't know what to do. So I have written a Planets magazine article just to help a little bit to take away this panic. And it's a quite long article, you can read it from there, but in short, it's my guide about how to fight the Horwasps, and it can be tumbled down into these 5 points. It's first, you need to go to the Horwasps, you have to find where the Horwasp is and try to locate the planets near them, what's on those planets, and take away the minerals and fuel and maybe set the natives to civil war and try to impoverish the planets next to the Horwasps. And then you want to restrict the Horwasps so long that you are able to build your own economy powerful enough. So if in the beginning you are neighboring Horwasps, you have to scout those planets, impoverish them, and bring one capital ship at least there that can stomp the first Horwasp warships, that it's stronger than the Horwasp warships. And this way you can restrict the Horwasps to their starting position, and then you can build up your economy, and after you have reached the ship limit and you have proper economy, you can start to attack the Horwasps. You can maneuver, you can move warp 9 when the Horwasp can move only warp 7, and Horwasp needs lots of fuel for that. So every race is more mobile than Horwasps. You can try to outmaneuver the Horwasps and try to fight the Horwasps to fight or fail. So in that way, this is the way I would fight the Horwasps and how I've managed, I've developed this, and I think that this is the best strategy how to take them down, and it's good enough strategy for me. So I'd like to hear other approaches as well. But the biggest blunders other players do when they're fighting against the Horwasps, first thing is that they don't go near the bugs. They don't even want to think about the bugs. And this is bad because they are allowing the Horwasps to grow and develop and create military and bring their ships and ports next to your home area. So you need to go to the skin of the gnats. Second, the Horwasp ships are very powerful. The jackers, broods and soldiers, they are very powerful ships, but they lose to most capital ships very clearly. But in order to know what's the proper outcome, you should definitely use those simulators, because many players just try to attack a fully stacked brood, for example, that has full clans. It's got quite a lot of mass, it's got 6 heavy phaser beams, it's got torpedo tubes with Mark 8 torpedoes, it has got 70 fighters, and they try to kill that thing with a medium carrier or something like that. And it's just silly. You don't do that. So you need to try to use a simulator for those ships if you don't know how they behave in the fight. Then the third thing is that you leave presents for the Horwasps. There are planets next to the Horwasp area with a lot of minerals and natives and fuel, and they can immediately start to build new warships or sending bots out of those planets. This is leaving presents to the Horwasp. So you must learn to try to evacuate all those planets and impoverish the ones you are not planning to use but could be used by the Horwasps. Then when you attack the Horwasps, you should bring a starbase with you. So you should have a starbase where you can fix your ships that have taken damage from protofields. You can build more torpedoes and fighters in order to those constant stingers that are coming. So you need a supply depot there. But sometimes, very often, many people, when they attack the Horwasps, they immediately set up the starbase, and that's very bad, because if the Horwasps are close, they have multiple ways of destroying that starbase. They can direct swarm a planet with a hive, ground assaulting a planet with 2.4 million clans over 100 light years. So you need to have secured the star cluster first, so you can see, so they can't do that direct swarm, and they can't shoot a warp 9 accelerated rock to that starbase that also kills it immediately. So you have to secure a cluster before you put the starbase there. And then you need a picket line, and you need to scout, so you can't be surprised with these rocks and stingers that are shot against you. That you must, the Horwasp must use send them from a planet, and you can use an accelerator to change the flight path, but that's it. You have to scout where those can come and if they are coming to you. And now, before ship limit, the Horwasps have these warships. They have the jackers, brutes and soldiers, and they are ships and they are restricted by the ship limit. So the Horwasp wants to build also as many warships before the ship limit as possible. So in order to do that, the Horwasp can't use that many pods in his fights. And the warships are also most scariest in the very beginning of the game, because when the Horwasp loads them with clans, they immediately have heavy phasers and Mark 8 torpedoes and everything. So that's very scary in the very first turns of the game, but after ship limit it's not as scary anymore, because most capital ships can swat those warships like flies. They are very strong medium warships, one could say. And after the ship limit, the Horwasp can try to steal all the ship slots and lose as little warships as possible, and use multiple stingers, rocks and hives, because they don't gift priority points to the enemy, and they can build them anytime. So in all cases, the Horwasps are very strong if they get to planet clusters where the planets are close to each other. Basically, it's always a big operation to cross a void of a gap in map that's over 100 light years. And because they can only move warp 7, warp 6 without overdriving their engines, they need massive amounts of fuel, and they can't do these things that happen in one turn immediately over longer distances. For example, Horwasps can swarm in one turn, send these clans in the 100 light year radius. They can in one turn lay a protofield to the planets from where they are launched from, but if they want to send them further away, they need to send them as pods flying there. So the reaction time grows when the distance grows. And fuel is the key. Full Stinger doesn't use that much fuel, but already a full brood is like you would be fighting with large deep space freighters. You need lots of fuel for that. So you need to, and usually the Horwasp needs stacks of ships. So you can think that if you have 3 broods, for example, which is quite powerful, but when each of them needs 74 kilotons of fuel, it's very quickly rises to very high amounts. And the hives, the star bases, you need a couple to destroy a Virgo, but in order to move them, for example, full hive Warp 7, it's 1446 kilotons of fuel. So the Horwasp needs a lot of fuel. So where do they get fuel? They can dig it from planets, but in order to dig efficiently, they need millions of clans. So it's basically that it needs to be a native planet. And they can also, it's usually more quicker way to liquidate their own clans. They can liquidate 10% of clans, and that's a quick way of making fuel, but they need a lot of clans for that, which means that they need a lot of natives for that. So it's the native planet. If you locate them, you know that the good native planets are the fuel sources. They can also bring with ships. Soldier has got 650 kiloton fuel tank, but especially if they are loaded, there's some loss of fuel. And after you've done the SIR, you've restricted. This is something that should be emphasized, stressed, that in the aim of the end game, the most terrible thing the Horwasps have in the end game are the hives. They can build as many hives as they have planets, and the hives are very powerful supercarriers with a lot of fighters and stingers, fighters and torpedoes. But they can only build as many of those as they have planets. So in order to kill the Horwasps, you need to locate the hives, count the hives, take out the planets without the hives, and after there are plenty more of hives than planets, you can try to kill the easiest hives. Like I mentioned, it takes a couple of hives to kill a Virgo, so if there's a 1 hive somewhere, you can take a capital ship and squash it quite safely. And the aim should be to try to get the Horwasps to fight or fail without fighting those hives so much. But of course this can be very difficult, especially if there is an experienced commander there facing you. But this is the way I think it should be done.
All right. Thank you, Commander Koshi. He's right there below me. He's been one of my key contributors to this game. I mean, to this con. So thank you very much. You get MVP this year. But I've had a lot of great contributors. So we're now in the midst of talking about Horwasp. I've got a great panel here. I'm going to let them go around counterclockwise and introduce themselves and talk about what they have to say about the Horwasps is worth listening to. Vindicator.
Hi, so yeah, Vindicator. I've basically been on Planets.nu probably about since the beginning of the Horwasp started. So basically, I'm going to be blatantly honest about why I started with Horwasps. New race, ideal opportunity to get to the top of the leaderboard. So I'm 5th at the moment, and basically I basically exclusively play Horwasps. I don't play any other race apart from just to try a few bits and pieces out. So a lot of experience of games. About I can't remember how many turns I've done, but it's loads.
JonnyDoh.
I'm JonnyDoh. I came to the Horwasps a little late. My ranking is about in the 30s. Reason why you should be listening to me is I'm not only an advocate for Horwasps, but in a game I try to spread as much knowledge as I can about how to play them and what their abilities are, so that you're not fighting them blind. I believe in a fair fight. So yeah, any questions you want to ask me, I usually give them in the game, unless they're direct my strategy, then I kind of keep some cards hidden. But yeah.
Commander Koshi.
Okay, hi, I'm Mother Koski, and my approach to whole planets is the kind of mercenary style that I want to play every race, and I want to learn how to play every race. And against them and with them, I want to know the strategies and so forth. So I started to play Horwasps quite late, and I have to say that I think I played a lot more turns in these not public games, in sandboxes and everything like that, than in public games, because it's really a different race, and I really have to recommend, if you want to try them out, you go to the old site and you try those player created levels or something like that, and take the Echo Cluster Veterans sandbox levels, and there's the Horwasps, and so you can use that to learn the mechanics first pretty well. But that's my approach. I want to figure out and learn great strategies against and as Horwasps.
Thank you. All right, let's talk about probably the biggest thing about the Wasps. Are they overpowered? Are they overpowered throughout the whole length of the game? This is the thing that people talk about, yell about, cry about, have strong opinions one way or another about. And you probably find different opinions from those who have tried them and those who have faced them, and probably a handful of those who've never played in a game with them. So let's talk about each of your different thoughts on the power of the Horwasp, and the limitations of their diplomatic situation and the way that they interact with others. Vindicator, why don't you start us off?
Yeah, so I think in the early game, particularly if you're in a game where it's a low difficulty game, the Wasp can appear to be quite overpowered. You can expand very quickly. As soon as you've got lots of planets, you can kind of, that expansion can be exponential. Add that to some droppers and space for you to kind of move into. Yeah, it can seem that they're quite overpowered, and stingers in particular can be quite powerful. But as the game progresses, as you're in games with higher, more skilled opponents, and particularly if those people all come together to kind of fight against you, it does become very, very difficult. It's a bit of a logistical nightmare being a Wasp. Turns take time. Everybody's against you, and your minerals are running out. You've got no way of gaining them back. So it can, in those sorts of games, as you get to late game, turn into a very, very slow, painful death.
Yeah, I'm in the middle of one of those slow, painful deaths, because I'd say that they are not overpowered in a senior officer campaign game. That's the best environment, I think, for the Horwasps. In a super melee game, they are pretty overpowered if there are a lot of droppers with developed planets. So the Horwasps get immediately a lot of good native planets with a lot of resources there, and they can just spread everywhere. But if you start a new game, a campaign game, and there are a lot of senior players who don't drop instantly when they meet you, but put up a fight, then it's a whole different scenario. And I have actually the film I just made. I had first 30-minute version of it where I showed these two games I'm playing at the moment, the Horwasp games. And they are totally different story, both. The Vulcan sector is a game where I have high-level opponents who are killing me because they knew how to fight against Horwasps. Maybe they did it intuitively, or maybe they knew what they were doing, but they are doing it well and I'm dying, and it's very slow and painful. But in the other game, my neighbors are not cooperating. Another player just stopped playing and was basically a dropper. He hung around until he died, but didn't do anything during his turns. And in that scenario, I'm becoming quite quickly too powerful. It's not even turn 40, I think, and I have over 100 planets and 100 warships and everything like that. So it's pretty difficult for the other players there. But the Horwasps are overpowerful if there are droppers to exploit. But on the other hand, if you are playing as a lizard and your other neighbor drops and you can instantly take over and your other player doesn't know how to fight against you and you take over that also, that's also a pretty strong position.
Yeah.
JonnyDoh, what do you think?
I would say Horwasps are definitely overpowered in the beginning of the game when they don't have to worry about minerals. They can build ships as long as their resources hold out, and there is no cooperation among the other players. As the game progresses, as the other players have mentioned, when the resources start running low, ship limit hits, and players have joined together and they have the diplomacy going to work together, they're coordinating their actions against you, then yes, it becomes the power levels just drop immensely. It's kind of a interesting dichotomy of power when you look at the game, the overall game that way, or the Horwasps that way.
I think mentioning the ship limit, Johnny, is very important, because if Wasp build lots of ships early on, they're not able to build things to kind of expand with. But once the ship limit is hit, we don't have the same number of points that we can then use to build ships. We're kind of almost reliant on those moments when everybody, you get someone get killed and all their ships get wiped out, and then we get to build them. But until that point, other players can start to build those really big ships, and we're stuck with the same fleet. So once that ship limit is reached, it becomes even harder, I always think.
So let's take this conversation in the different phases of the game for the Wasps. Let's talk about in the beginning. What do you guys do in the first 10 turns with your homeworld? And that was a question that came to us from Vest.
So for me, it's not unlike, I think, other races play. I'm looking to expand. I'm looking to find out who is around me. And one of the advantages of a Wasp, of course, is we have that kind of high level scanning ability, which allows us to kind of see those things. So I'm looking who is out there, who do I need to worry about, particularly privateers. Want to know where they are. I want them on my side, or I want them gone pretty quick. And then what I'm trying to do is, as well as expand, I'm trying to get seeds on as many planets as possible as fast as I can. So as turns go on, you're converting native population into your population. And even if that means flinging a very small nest a long distance, warp 9 kind of over accelerated to get that seed in there, that's kind of what I do. And then what I'm looking to try and do is create a kind of an area around me where I've got some key production planets where I can get that fuel, where I can get resources collected together safely before I then move on to the next phase.
Yeah, for me, it's same thing. Mostly expansion. I maximize population, harvesting, and send out lots of nests. if I have a debris field near me, I will send a farm actually to one of the asteroids and follow it with a nest right afterwards. Because debris fields are the best way to get resources later in the game, and you really want to invest in that. But maximizing population on your homeworld starts with the most concentrations of minerals than any other planet you're going to come across. And your mining rate depends on your total population. So having a higher population means getting more minerals out. So that's kind of what I tend to do.
Yeah, well, I also do something that I do with most races, is that I build a powerful warship and send it to the nearest enemy as first. Brood first turn, and you stack it full of clans and you send it against nearest enemy. And also, Brood is also a good thing because there are some natives on the way. You can drop those 900 clans there, scout another planet from next door, come back and pick up those clans and continue towards the enemy. I also sent, during those first turns, I usually always in my games I use the hive trick, because we've discussed this before, but I personally find it more useful to sacrifice the home world in order to fast colonize the 5 to 6 nearby planets with the hive swarm. You can do that by moving that very often that hive something like 10 light years away from your planet, so you can reach 100 light years radius, quite far away planets, and you can instantly swarm there hundreds of thousands of clans, and you can get really fast expansion from the core. And usually in my games, what the homeworld becomes, it becomes a place that digs up pretty potently molybdenum from the beginning and sends that to a nearby planet that actually does the shipbuilding. And that's what I've been doing in my games. And it's been really great because in my games, even with those senior officers, I have something like 100 warships by the ship limit. And that means that when the ship limit hits, the other players have got only 400 ships or something like that. And it's pretty good position for the Horwasp to be. But even, well, then we go to the medium phase.
No. We're focused only on the beginning right now.
Yeah,
so I'm going to jump in there. I'm going to jump in there. And so, for the purpose of this conversation about the beginning phase, we are talking up until the ship limit. So, forgive my ignorance because I haven't done this in a while, and I don't remember if I played them before the second updates or not. But the wasps start with a hive, correct?
Nope, not anymore.
No, not anymore. Okay. Not anymore.
No.
Do you build a hive before the ship limit?
Rarely.
I don't. Only if I'm absolutely desperate for some defense. I tend to do it afterwards because they don't count to the ship limit. I'd much rather have a brood or a brood or a jack-o'-lantern around.
Yeah. Well, of course, I often sacrifice the homeworld with the hive, but after that, I also don't build many hives before the ship limit until I have to put those strategically to defend some very important place if it's a key hub planet, or I managed to be lucky and create one next to us enemy starbase and use that to swarm that starbase. That's actually what I was able to do in this easier Horwasp game I'm doing right now.
So, in the beginning
try that.
phase, well, actually, just so we can give clarity to our viewers, which hull types count towards the ship limit for the Horwasp?
Brood, jackers, and soldiers.
Okay. So
Those are the warships.
Yep.
Yep.
So we're in the beginning phase. You find yourself as a non-Horwasp player right next to a wasp. What do you do?
I always try to do a peace treaty right off the bat. I will go like, I will sacrifice anything to make sure he doesn't attack me. I will try to suggest ways that I can help them. I will say, like, any planets in my territory that are amorphous, I will just give them to you, because I don't want to fight you. And, you know, we're probably stronger if we both expand our economies. Usually doesn't work, but I will always try to do that. Failing that, I will build small ships that I know are good for spotting, or at least dual use ships that they're good for that. Fuel carriers with warp 9 engines are great because they can travel at warp 9 with zero cargo on board, and they can just basically scout out. They can expand your site, and they can do sensor sweep, and they can spot pods coming in. The smaller the Crystalline have them, and the Empire have them. The ships that
the gunboats.
The gunboats, right?
Those are great against wasps.
Yeah, those are great. They're great as spotters, and they're also great taking out planets that have been taken by pods, by stingers. After the stinger hits, attack it with one of those, and you can usually take it back like easy. And then beyond that, building battleships to expand into their territory. So
Koshi?
That's what I do.
Well, in a Horwasp game, I would be very active with diplomacy first, trying to figure out where every player is, and especially by that way trying to find out if the Horwasps are my neighbor, right next to their neighbor or not. That's very important. You can do that. You can begin to do that even before the game starts. If you are really want to do that fast. But then also you should be able to know where the Horwasp is and go to the skin of the Horwasp with something small. With every race, even with the Horwasp, before the ship limit, it's about building economy and building those good ships to the ship limit. So what you need to do is to restrict the Horwasp without destroying your whole economy by using everything to that. So, for example, I would build some very the kind of ships, for example, for the Rebel Deep Space Scout is an excellent ship to go to scout the border area next to the Horwasp to beam up fuel and pick up some minerals, because it's got excellent fuel tank and some cargo space. And what you need to do to restrict the Horwasp is to pick up the fuel from the planets next to the Horwasp and all mineral of one type at least, so they can't build everything there. And then you need one capital ship there with good armament, torpedoes and fighters able to stump the ships coming there. And with those, in most cases, you are able to restrict the Horwasp from reaching your area, so you can try to build your economy.
Vindicator.
So
well, hold on. I want to put a little spin on yours before you go. So you said you exclusively play the Horwasp. So my question to you is, what strategy was most effectively, and I know you probably don't want to answer this, but what strategy was most effectively used against you by an immediate neighbor?
It did actually involve the Horwasps. Actually, it was a privateer player using their gravitonic ships basically to team up with a wasp who towed broods into my territory at warp 9 through all my protofields and left me with no defense because I didn't have enough ships in the right place, and they literally used broods against me. So the privateer teamed up with the wasp.
So it was a wasp on wasp with a privateer advantage?
Yeah. That was that. It was actually I think it was Emork that did that to me. So basically, he must have made friends very, very early with a privateer and just used them to take me out very fast. Nothing I could do.
What about a game where there's only one wasp?
That wasp is not me.
No, you're the wasp.
Yeah, I'm the wasp. Yeah.
Because that's what you told me. You told me you play exclusively the wasp. So
I do play. Sorry.
I'm not asking what you do if you're neighbor the wasp. I'm asking
what have your
neighbors done to you that most stymied your progress.
Go ahead. So one of the worst games I had with that was lizard and Borg combo. Basically, if you imagine those two races, they can create very, very big planets, i.e. the Borg. Lizards, they've got that 20 ground attack, so I cannot use the kind of more techniques where I fling large nests to kind of do my own ground assault. And also they've got the big ships that just can simply occupy planets. So even if I deliver, kind of like nests in there to try and knock the numbers down, they could just sit there. I cannot take those planets. I have to bring my fleet into the party. And to be honest, a set of Wasp, Brood, and Jackers is not really going to compete with a bunch of biocides. So that kind of combo is probably one of the worst that I fear in terms of keeping me penned in, if you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Is there anything else you guys want to talk about in the beginning phase relevant to the wasps?
I will often build an accelerator very early on, just for fuel production, and also overall sending nests and farms and other pods out. An accelerator saves so much fuel in the long run of a game that I will build one earlier, long before I build a hive.
I second that, Johnny. I also stack all my ships that aren't doing anything there as well, because that's 25 free fuel per ship, and that you'll need later, particularly if you want to get to flinging some big rocks about.
Yep.
Okay, so let's move in to the medium phase of the game. All right, ship limit just hit. In some games, in certain styles of players, that's when you start to see the real action start to happen. People feel like they've got the fleet they're ready and start to move in. What is your approach to that part of the game? What do you change up from what you were doing in the early game? What's your next move? Koshi.
Well, then you start to spew out hives. I think everybody does that. Of course, you still have to have some planets building ships, because every now and then it goes below 500 or something like that, or if something like that happens, but hives.
Vindicator.
Yeah, I second that one. I'm starting to build hives, particularly in locations where I'm going to want some defense. Locations where I think those hives are going to start to have influence on my neighbors. But I'm also at that moment starting to identify who are those players that are ripe for being taken out by FOF. So who can I start to chip away their clan counts and their planet counts? Basically looking for, starting to knock players out from just literally just swamping them with nests effectively.
Johnny?
Yeah, I echo that too. By the end of the first phase, you should have kind of expanded your territory to its limits, and then you want to establish the hives to create that great wall or the border that makes it harder for the barbarians to invade your home. sorry, Chinese analogy. I always do that with all my games. So yeah, you build a great wall, and then also coordinating stingers. How I can coordinate stingers through accelerators so that they start arriving at the same time, and so I can start taking out players that are close to FOF too. And in another way, I'll also like really start focusing on economy, which is kind of weird to say. Like all the planets that are too high temperature or too low temperature, I'll start like really concentrating on trying to get them habitable, because I want to strengthen them and load them with more clans so that they're less vulnerable to like attack or invasion. So sustainability, I guess.
So we know the Wasps have a unique approach to diplomacy. Mid-game, how is diplomacy a factor in what you're doing, both in you wielding it to reach your own ends and how it's used against you? And I think early on it was very, very much the theme that you must unify as a cluster to remove the plague of the wasps. And if you didn't, they would pick you apart. And that was probably a lot of inexperience with knowing how to defeat the wasp and how to deal with them in different phases. But I think that's definitely stuck in the psyche of a lot of people. Is like, oh crap, there's wasps we have to team up with and kill them before we can get on to regular business. So how is diplomacy in the mid-game phase a factor in how you play the wasps?
It's interesting. For me, diplomacy, I try to instill in the mind of anyone who's working with me that I am an asset to them for the entire game, for the rest of the game. So I will continue, I will be providing ship locations for them. I will be trying to send them natives. I will be sending them supplies. I'll be doing anything in my power to put working against me with other players out of their minds. So that's how I use diplomacy. I will say, I will try to make myself as much of an asset that they want to keep around rather than try to go against me. That's the way I work.
I gotta second that one, because in some of the games I've played where it's been a big gang up on me, it's like, well, what are you going to do afterwards? When I'm gone, what are you going to do afterwards? Because you've just blown away 50 to 100 turns of a game, because I'm going to make it a long time, I can tell you, before you get rid of me. What are you going to do then? Because all the players then that are on the bottom end of the leaderboard, you're going to go next. Why not work with me earlier? You might actually be part of a team that's going to win later on, because all the people fighting me, they're just going to possibly draw themselves into a stalemate.
Yeah, definitely. I really think Vindicator has the point here, because what you see in games that, especially those players who are on the other side of the map of the Horwasps, who are joining this whole huge coalition of the whole game, teaming against the Horwasp, and especially if they are some race like fascists, and they are throwing away their ability to exploit the early part of the game by attacking their neighbors. And that's in order to just join this coalition to kill the Horwasps. They are ruining their whole game for nothing. I think that it's extremely powerful strategy against the Horwasps to tag team with other players, but I would argue that actually any two races can provide big enough team to considerably make it uneven for the Horwasps, because every race has got something against the Horwasps they can use, and just combine two of those and you get some killer combinations. So far the most deadly against me has been this lizard colonies combination. It's just crazy. If you have a Virgo, it kills so many ships. If it's T-Rex before Virgo, they together kill a huge amount of warships. You can't use any protofields because the fighter sweep them all away, and the class cloakers can just move freely through your planets and tow away warships. So it's very difficult to fight against just these two races if they work together. But like mentioned, privateers, tag teaming with pretty much anybody, and all these other races, you don't need a huge all players from the whole sector against the Horwasp in order to destroy them. And even if you do have, it can be very slow. So
in the mid game, is it possible to 1v1 the Horwasp and come out on top?
With certain races, maybe. I think, like, fascists are my number one enemy. With especially if they're campaign fascists, with the shield generator, they have cheap glory device ships. They have planet immunity and they can pillage. I mean, that's I hate fighting against the fascists, or I hate it when they get into my territory. Like, I want to get to them before they get to me. I think they have the best chances against me.
Vindicator?
No, I think if they strike hard in the right places fast enough, then yes. Otherwise, it will approach a little bit of a stalemate in the mid game, would be my view. It depends on the skill level of the players, of course. I would like to think I could hold someone off for quite a while. Like I say, unless they get into some critical areas, and in that case, I think I would lose at that point.
And for the Wasp, what's a critical area?
Critical area will be a kind of a key planet that's holding a fuel, holding kind of key natives. That essentially, because you often pull your resources together a little bit to try and help protect them. You can't cover everywhere. You need that mass of natives and fuel to be able to kind of use your key weapons. So go in and get those, and go in and get those planets that are the big ones with the big number of natives. Then you will come out well the other side, because we won't be able to do much then. Can't do much with a bare rock.
Exactly, and it was interesting question. Can you get on top of the Horwasps? And I said, yes, definitely. You can get the upper hand. You can restrict the Horwasps in the situation where they can't advance and they can't do pretty much anything, and you can slowly start to get the upper hand and kill them later with most races. But of course, some races are a little bit like Evil Empire against privateers or something like that. If you have a crystalline starting right next to Horwasps, they have very hard time fighting against them, for example. So for some races it's pretty impossible, but so it's with the other races too. So for example, this Evil Empire example.
So let's move towards the end of the game. All right. You have, as the Wasp, consumed almost every possible non-renewable resource in where you came from, and it is my perception that the Wasp must grow to survive. How do you make it? Assume there's a lot of variables, obviously, in the game of how many opponents you have left, how much space you have. But let's assume that you've got to the end game and you have maybe a coalition of seemingly equal power, or it's not a big mismatch. How do the Wasps win when the majority of their territory is consumed unrenewable resources, and now you're up against someone who has a similar weight class as you? Is it possible?
Starts to get tough. I mean, what I do in that situation, I have had many games where I've got into that situation. I kind of describe it as the long, slow death. But your only real option at that point is to kind of pick on somewhere where you believe the others are weak, where you think there are resources, get in there. You often can't hold that area, but so what you do is you get in and fling the resources away back more to the areas where you can then kind of hoard them again to kind of make use of any points, any priority points you get, or any other people that go out FOF to kind of build ships to keep that growth. But it's literally in out is kind of what I do. In out, get the resources, fling them away, get them back into your territory.
Good old fashioned raiding party.
Yeah, effectively,
Yes.
yeah.
Echoing that, end game and long slow death. That's when I would start resorting to the devious tactics thing. So I will spend resources to put an accelerator like maybe outside the galaxy where they don't expect it to be, and I'll start invading with massive nests like from a different direction from where they were normally coming from, to get to those planets in the rear where they don't have their ships, and then and steal resources, fling them back home. Of course, that takes a lot of time. So that kind of planning takes place in the medium phase of the game as well. So it's sort of interesting when to balance that.
Yeah, and I think that a lot of I think that playing Horwasps teaches a lot of the game, and playing against Horwasps, they are excellent sparring partners to develop your planet skills. But one thing is this whole strategic positioning, the whole thing, how you start the game and look at the star map. Especially with the Horwasps, you have to find a kind of a route to get to those 200 planets. And you must have this kind of a star clusters with close distances and this highway of these star clusters to those 200 planets. And it's about positioning yourself so when you are in the end game, you should be on that way there. But also, one thing that's a holy grail for the Horwasps is the debris disk. If they get hold of debris disks, they get not only awfully lot of minerals, but there's a crazy thing I've noticed that happens when you dig all the minerals out from the debris disk planetoid, is that when you have 100 of these burrows there, you actually start to get something like 50 kilotons of each mineral every turn, still, even though the planetoid is empty. And I'm not sure why it behaves like that, but it does. So it's like this everlasting line of blood when you have 7 of those giving those minerals, even though they shouldn't.
How do you beat the Horwasp in the end game? Assume a well-established, but obviously, like I indicated, your core space is depleted of the non-renewable resources. What's the tactic that you take to try to come out on top against the Horwasp? Let's go in reverse, Koshi.
Well, you have to restrict them with the voids. And the map, the hardest thing for Horwasps is to cross large gaps on the map. So those are your friends, those are the strategic places. Then you want to get to the clusters, but you have to be able to scout the planets, find the hives, and take out the planets that don't have hives. And you fight or fail the Horwasps. And you try to get the planet count smaller than the amount of hives, so they can build new hives where you are actually attacking. So if they have a large stack of hives somewhere, they have to destroy those hives if they want to transfer them to another place.
Johnny?
Basically what Koshi said, scouting, like hitting where there aren't any hives, and perhaps a big one is collaboration. like he was like Koski was saying earlier, any two combinations of other races has a definite edge over the Horwasps. So it's really key to finding what those abilities are among the surviving players and applying them, and getting to the soft underbelly of the Horwasp. Like I said earlier, playing as a Horwasp, I'm going to be building a great wall of hives around my territory, but that leaves all the juicy planets in the middle, and those are going to be undefended. If you can get to those, you got to remember my ships are only traveling at warp 7. If you can outmaneuver me, scout out where those things are, you just wipe me out that way.
That's why Johnny, you leave surprises in the rear.
Yes, I do.
That's what she said.
Always good to have a mobile reserve. I'm not sure if I really want to answer this question. But anyway, but no, it's kind of a bit like what the others have said, but kind of closing in there like a net, basically. So you have to accept it's going to take a bit of time. You have to accept you need to scout, and you have to kind of advance in and take out the planets that you are going to be able to take out. So anything that's got defense, a hive, things like that, it's going to be tough. It's going to be a big planet as well, normally, if it's got a hive sat over it, because it requires that to build it, and if the player is going to move it. But if you kind of close in like that, taking out those peripheral planets, ensuring you've got something meaty sat on the planets behind as you advance, so that farms, so stingers, nests can't then take them out and get them back. Basically, you'll gradually kind of constrict in, but it will take some time.
So I'll share my personal experience as fighting the Horwasp, and it's one of my favorite games, so I go to it a lot. In fact, in last year's Birdman discussion panel, I brought them up. But I was fighting against Snork. I had a whole bunch of luck in my starting situation, my success on my side of the map, and the Wasps were on the other side. And I'd gotten my hands on meteors and fire clouds, and I was able to go outside the ring of space and attack the Wasp in their starting sector where there was nothing there, basically. And we had 3 different insertion points, and I'm pretty sure that's probably what did him in addition to, and we haven't talked about it much, you've alluded to it a little bit, but in addition to a combination of picket ships and a lot of resources on defense, because the thing that was a priority for me was never to give a beachhead in my space. They had to do the long travel to get to me, and I think that's important. Is a lot of times people say the best defense is a good offense, and I think against the Wasp that is a good way to die. Because the best defense is a good defense and a good offense, which makes it, doubly challenging. So I want to kind of leave out of these different phases. I'm going to ask one more question or one area of questions, and then we have quite a few questions coming from the chat and some others that were submitted early. So they don't all necessarily fall within these phases things. So I want to get to them because there's quite a few. But let's talk about both playing the Wasp and playing against the Wasp. The amount of management that goes into playing or playing against this race. It's one, in my opinion, one of the more intense races to play against. And from my limited solo playing against them, it takes a lot of time to play them. Why don't you guys talk about that, how much you think that factors into you playing them and people's ability to play against them. And that almost immediately segues into the whole thing about people not wanting to play them. I had a great game with them that I talked about, but that was the last time I played with them because that game was tedious. The amount of work it takes to beat a Wasp, a good Wasp, is intense. So let's talk a little bit about the impact on time of having the Wasp in the game, either playing as them or playing against them.
Yes, who's going to begin? Okay, I can begin. Okay, playing as the Wasps, it's what really surprised me was that you also have to manage those planets every turn. So it's not only the warships, but I use more times with the planets every turn. If I play another race, I just double tick most of my planets and I use automatic taxations and I don't think about them anymore. So there's a lot of more things to move as the Horwasps. And against the Horwasp, in that previous panel discussion, Kinnick mentioned that he's a casual player and he loves to play a casual game. But that's the point that when I mentioned that these are excellent sparring partners for high DM games, that you have to do a lot. You have to notice a lot and pay attention to a lot of things. You have to have those picket lines of ships scouting the Horwasps. You have to have a lot of plans everywhere, and so you have to plan your offense and build up defenses and have a constant line of armament like torpedoes and fighters for your big battleships. So it requires a lot of work to fight against Horwasp. That's true. So I think that it's quite valid critique that they are not for the casual player in that sense, that you have to pay a lot of attention and do a lot of work every turn if you play with them or against them. That's true.
You have to be very careful how many games you play as a Wasp, because I found myself in situations where I've kind of started a game and thought, well, this game might get somewhere. I might get knocked out early because everyone gangs up on me. And then you find you've actually got 3 games all going at once. And that is a nightmare. And actually, it can be an advantage to the other players because you end up having to skip things in your turn, do it quickly. And the other thing, the main point I just wanted to say on the kind of management is every planet is a ship, effectively, as a Wasp. And not only do you have your ships, every planet is a ship. That not only are you managing the kind of balances of kind of how the colonists are working, but you're thinking about where am I flinging a rock to kind of make up some resources on a planet? Where am I firing a nest or a stinger out to try and coordinate a bunch of these pods arriving at key points at once to swamp the opponent? It basically, it takes a lot. It does take a lot.
Definitely agree with that. Like, I spent a lot more time as a Horwasp than any other race playing them in any game. Like coordinating, as Vindicator said, coordinating nests and pods and stingers to arrive at the same moment. Like, I spent hours just coordinating like 8 planets so that like I will color code them. I will put a note on them and say, okay, well, this one will launch this turn, and then in 2 turns, like these planets will launch, and then in 3 turns, this planet will launch, and it's just like this crazy like planning and note taking on the planets map that you don't do with any other race, and playing against them too. It does take a lot more time because you have to decide, well, if I set my picket ships here, are they going to detect incoming pods? Where do I know the wasps are coming from? Is this flank safe? Is this flank not safe? You have to spend a lot more time, as Koshi said, figuring out your logistical support. So, like my freighters that are coming in, are they coming in with clans and supplies to build up defense posts so that they can defend against the random mod stinger that comes in, or a nest that tries to invade? Do I even want to send a freighter in there because is there a risk of a stinger meeting it there at the same turn it arrives? So there is a much larger time commitment when fighting against them and fighting as them. But it's all in good fun in my opinion. That's why I like all those aspects. But yeah, it is a large time sink.
Okay. let's go to questions from our other Planeteers, and I'd like to try to make this rapid fire. So let's try to be as concise as possible. These panels are always very engaging, and I always underestimate the amount of time they need. Even having a smaller panel this time, there's so many questions here. So I'm going to go through them pretty quickly, looking for short answers. Koshi, looking at you. And here we go. All right. So Vest actually submitted a lot of questions in advance. We've already talked about one of them, but another two of them have to do with natives. Do you move amorphous, gypsoidals, or reptilians to planets without natives?
Yes.
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 Always.
Yeah.
What do you do with solenoids? Siliconoids? Do you just mine the planet, or do you kill them?
I actually, if there are a lot of minerals, I do mine them, but usually I kill them later on when I'm developing the planets like JonnyDoh mentioned he does in the middle phase of the game.
Kill them if I've got a big planet next door in which I can send the natives there and it's not doing anything else. But only if there's minerals there.
Same.
All right, this one maybe requires a slightly longer response. But how do you attack with hives? Is it even possible?
They took away the best way of attacking with a hive, which was get friendly with your local Borg fire clouds. There's several games where I managed to send quite a large number behind the lines and swarm them all. That was hilarious. But they took that one away. Carefully, take a lot of fuel. So you kind of have to advance them, and you're looking to kind of cause unhappiness. And then you can get to a point and swarm, but you need to know that swarm is going to take planets out, or enough that you can then fling a rock to cause more damage. The other way, and I've only done it once, is a very powerful iron storm that can drag it. And I've had hives dragged in iron storms, and that's been very useful, should we say, but not for a long time.
Yeah, I've only been fortunate with the iron storms once, and it dragged one hive like I think 100 light years away, and it flung another hive like right into a radiation halo, and it destroyed it instantly. So it's a mixed bag. Yeah, I don't attack so much with hives. I really should. This is why I'm a mediocre player. But perhaps Koshi has a better answer.
Well, I think that you take an empty hive, you take it as close to the front as possible, and then you fill it with plants there. Then you most likely try to swarm a starbase from 100 light years. But I also, in my Vulcan sector game, before I started to dying, I understood something. You can start to attack with multiple hives and moving them, but it means that you have something like 50 planets that are giving fuel to them, because they need 1,400 kilotons of fuel to move Warp 7 one turn, 49 light years. You mean something like 5, and you need multiple hives to kill one Virgo, for example. So you need something like 5,000 kilotons of fuel every turn, so you can move those 3 hives 49 light year Warp 7 turn.
Yeah,
it's an extreme push logistically, but you can do that. And if you can understand why I said that you need those very short distances between planets.
Yeah, they're strictly short range. You only attack within a cluster with them. Like, yeah.
All right, this question has popped up a couple different iterations from different players. Vest, Emperor Stimpy, and I don't know, maybe there's some in the chat too. I'm getting to those as we go. But what race? Let's see. How do you ask this? Yeah, which race is your best friend?
Best friend and worst enemy, privateer.
Really? Okay. Johnny?
Yeah, it's a combination of best friend and worst enemy is privateer or colonials. Colonials, like if you can avoid them sweeping away your proto fields, you don't have to worry so much about privateers, because then if they try to rob within your proto fields, they get destroyed instantly. If they're your enemy, they sweep away your proto fields, and then you're left with no defense, and that's a problem. So I veer more toward colonials as my worst enemy, or best friend worst enemy.
I'd say that one unholy alliance, which is nice, of course, is the Morg still, because everybody hates Horwasp, everybody hates Morg as well. So if nobody wants to do it, then if the Borg can get a probe to a Horwasp area and get some siliconoid planets to assimilate and get some fire clouds running channels, they can steal a channel to warships there. So they can provide protection against cloakers and everything with proto fields. Borg is still pretty valid.
So that question is then flipped on the other side, is who's your worst enemy? And also, what combinations of races is the worst for the worst enemy to go up against as a Horwasp?
Worst enemy is fascists. For the aforementioned glory device ships, they have a ground attack defense ratio, planet immunity, pillaging. They are my number one worst enemy. Combination would be colonials and probably colonials and privateers. Fascists are good, solo against Horwasp. Privateers and colonials together are a nightmare to deal with as a Horwasp.
Koski?
I'd agree with JonnyDoh. That's pretty solid. True, fascists alone, and colonials pretty much with anybody with cloaking races, because the whole thing is that it's the easiest coordination is with the colonials against the Horwasp, because all they need to do is have those Virgos or Geminis or anything that fighter sweeps those proto fields away. And then the cloakers have got free playground.
Yeah.
I don't need to add anything else other than to say kind of the Borg can be a bit nasty purely because they take away a wasp's lifeblood, natives. But otherwise, if I'm going ship to ship, fascists I don't like, and then the privateer COM combo is not nice.
There's the secret that they can also always, every race can incite civil war to natives. That's something very nasty my opponents did in Vulcan sector. They just jump some evil empire, dark senses where the Horwasp is, and jumps to the natives before the Horwasp gets there and incites civil war. That's annoying.
Drive Fast asks, and I'm going to modify his question a little bit, but for 2022, should serious players continue to avoid WASP games, or do the WASP need a rebalancing in order for that perceived trend to change?
No, basically my answer. Go join a 12 race game where you've got the Wasp on their own, and it's literally 12 races versus each other, and just play the game normally. Forget there's a 12th race, forget their Wasps, just play them situationally as you would any other game, and you'll have a blast.
I agree full-heartedly. That's an excellent answer. And what I would say also is that playing against the Horwasps, they are excellent sparring partners because they train you your economy from the beginning, and you have to pay closer attention to logistics on every level and how to build up your empire. And there's the paradox that you learn how to fight against the Horwasp better if you try them out yourself. Yeah.
Johnny?
I agree with the other two. Yeah, I don't think they need a rebalancing. Maybe on small counts, but that's my personal opinion. But yeah, playing against a Horwasp, it really tightens up your logistic and economic sense. It's like you don't want to leave minerals lying on a planet. You don't want to leave stuff for your enemy to take, and the Horwasps are really good at it. So yeah, I'd say play against them. They tighten up your game.
They tighten up your game. They do, actually.
Yeah.
There's nothing like going up against. So, like I said, I'll share my experience from that one game, and I had a lot of fun. It was very challenging. I used my brain a lot, which is one of the reasons I play this game. It's not a dumb game. It requires you to think. It requires you to problem solve, and the wasps are very good at causing problems. So if you, my advice is, if you do join a game like that, just like be prepared for that. If you're a person who likes to have a heavy load of games, you might want to avoid games with wasp in it. If you keep focused on just a handful of games, then you might come out better. All right, we're gonna go to the questions from the chat now, and there are a few. So again, we'll try to keep this as fast as we can. SciDev asks, what kind of balance could be used to balance the wasps so they're not OP in the early game, maybe stronger in the end game? And do you think that statement is true, or needs to be that needs to be the course of action?
My view on balancing him would be to sort of take the Warhammer 40k orc approach to Horwasps, in that their tech level is limited by their planet count. So the more planets they have, the more powerful their ships are. Rather than right at the beginning, you build a stinger off your homeworld and it's immediately tech 8. That's the single most powerful thing about them. All their ships are tech 10, like right off the bat, if they load them with enough clans. Take away that ability, that balances it out a lot, so that it's focused more on the more they expand, the more powerful they are, and the smaller territory they have, the less powerful they are. I think that makes a lot of sense, and it kind of goes with, like, okay, if you let them expand too far into too many planets, then they're going to be too hard to beat. It goes with the whole cosmic plague thing. Giving them more power in the end would be to allow their ships to actually travel at warp 9. It'd be harder to outflank them. It would give them more mobility. That's the thing that they really lack. They lack a lot of mobility with their normal warships and hives.
I would just like in the end game the ability to generate some minerals, fuel, and be able to carry that fuel around. And I think that would help in the end game. Early game, I know there's been many discussions about reducing the power of stingers and things like that. Maybe that will help. But I think to be honest, I think it's okay in the early game. We lose out more in the end, I think.
Yeah, I'd say that I'd make this plot development that the 11 races have managed to develop the technology of their scanners in a way that they can see stingers in similar way as warships, and this would reduce the danger of stingers without really messing them up, because you could see them coming. Because now the problem is that, especially in the beginning phase of the game, you can send 10 stingers to the enemy planets and they can't have that picket line of ships there.
Oh, something to add. I would say I wouldn't necessarily make changes to the Horwasp. I would make changes to other races in order to balance out the Horwasp abilities. Like for crystals, I would say like maybe their web mines can detect pods that enter their fields. Rebels, their rebel ground assault, I would say have them affect the population rather than mines and factories, because that's how Horwasp mine and produce resources. At the moment, those specials of those races don't do anything for those races, really. Well, the web mines can still impede ships, Horwasp ships, but only if they kind of catch them by surprise before they're swept. But that's my opinion.
Okay, Corsair, fellow Planets 209er, asks, how soon should early wasps start sending out 1 kiloton dunghills to use as probes?
You can send out 0 kiloton dunghills as probes, as I learned from Vindicator. But I usually do it with, as I expand, when I hit a planet that has like plenty of fuel, but not enough resources to send back home or send another nest onward, I will send a dunghill out from that planet to scout. But like, so that's like early, like first 10 turns. That's usually what happens with a few of those planets.
I'm normally I'm normally scouting a lot later with kind of dunghills. So I will, if a planet's not doing anything, I will often send something on a very, very long journey to kind of get something moving later on, so I can see something later, basically. And the other thing you can do with dunghills is it's an emergency fuel dump. So if you're about to lose a planet stacked with fuel, 1,000 kiloton dunghill thrown off somewhere else gets shot your fuel very fast if you're going to lose the planet.
Plus, it gets rid of all the supplies on planet. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's true. But this is usually not the issue of thought, actually, because like JonnyDoh mentioned, for me it happens every now and then that there's just a planet that I can't do anything other smart thing. So I just send a probe somewhere.
Sidev asks, how useful are rocks to destroy enemy planets, and what part of the game do you use them in? Beginning, mid, or end?
I mean, I used to use them a lot earlier than I do now, but now it does tend to be the end. It's if you're about to fling 1,000 kiloton accelerated planet killer, you have to be pretty certain it's going to reach target. Otherwise, it's a load of fuel and a load of resources just given away. So, end when I know where everything is and I can thread it through and kill that planet.
Agree? Disagree?
True, and also I agree. And also, second thing is that I noticed that it's an offensive maneuver, so you really need to have that fleet following or coming with it, so you can use that 1,000 kiloton to continue your attack and not just donating 1,000 kilotons of minerals to your enemy.
Yeah. So to expand on my answer, it's usually the end that I'll do a planet killer rock, because you don't want to waste those resources that can be better spent on a hive or a ship or an accelerator. The caveat is if you've captured a lone planet on the edge of an enemy territory and it's loaded with minerals and fuel, but you don't, there's like a lot of ships in between acting as a screen that can intercept the minerals, I'll fling it onward toward an enemy planet to try to kill it. Just because I have no way to get it home. I can't use it because I don't have enough population on that planet. So yeah, I'll send it then. So it could be mid game or it could be early game, but that's a very rare caveat depending on the circumstances.
Yeah. but it's fun. You attack an enemy cluster. You attack the enemy cluster, and then one of your ships dies, and it like swarms around, and it actually manages to kill one unprotected planet. And on that one unprotected planet, there are a lot of minerals, perhaps not 1,000, but a lot of minerals. And then you have that 30 clans there. So you can immediately throw that rock, warp 9, to a nearby starbase. And you don't even need that accelerator to cause damage.
Yeah.
All right, so Tailspin asks, are bugs afraid of birds, fascists, or evil empire? And we've already heard a little bit about fascists, but what about the birds or the evil empire?
Well, the birds are not that nasty, but if they are allied with somebody, they can do the cloak and intercept mission, which is nasty, if they just pull your ships somewhere. But Evil Empire is surprisingly good against Horwasps. They have everything they have, all their abilities are extremely good. Even the fighter transfer, for example, the 3 fighters and fighter transfer. A Gobi, one single Gobi nearby Horwasp territory can move around and squash all Horwasp planets and ships over there and get constant resupply all the time. They can dark sense and feel around where they are. But I'd say a lone fascist is more dreadful.
I don't fear the birds on their own. I do fear them when they're being used in conjunction with somebody else, particularly get in amongst you and then drag some of your ships off to pick them off one by one. I do fear Evil Empire in the late game, particularly one that sat there with a large number of priority points I know are going to get turned into Gorbis. And once they start arriving, they will chew through my ships very quick.
Yeah. Birds are situational. If they have a lot of dark wings in your territory, that's something to be feared. As Tom Graves proved to me in one game, like a lot of dark wings, like coming in my territory, not enough for me to intercept or do much to defend against, or are kind of a pain in the ass to deal with. Gorbies, Evil Empire is especially fearsome if they have the Planet Killer beam. Because if they kill one of your planets and you have a bunch of pods heading toward that planet, all of those pods get disrupted because they'll continue heading toward the destination, and then they'll hit the destination, and then they'll start drifting off course with, you'll have loads of minerals just floating in space, just drifting to the nearest planet, taking turns to get there. And also all the planets surrounding that planet that got destroyed, they're thrown off like 1 or 2 light years too. So all the pods hitting, going to those planets are thrown off too. And it's a pain in the ass to your economy. Yes. But yeah.
A logistical nightmare.
Yes. Gotta have soldiers to tow them back, but that's rare.
I've been thinking about this. If you have a stack of hives, something like 20 hives on a planet, and then somebody comes there and blows that away to smithereens the whole planet with the Gorbit, that could be awesome to see.
That's got to be a tear-inducing moment. Something's getting broke in close proximity to you.
I hear the tiniest violins playing for us.
Yes, right. SideDev asks, how important are burrows to your strategy?
Not
I've
so
actually started to. I quite early on I put a small percentage to planets to burrow, and quite soon they reach 100%. They dig faster minerals, and also later on when you have those great Eden planets with a lot of natives and clans, if they also have stronger burrows, I'm not sure if they how they give the combat bonus, but I hope they do. But it's more of that mining bonus thing, especially in the planetoids.
Yeah. It depends on me. Like I haven't played the Horwasp in like half a year, so I kind of forgotten all my knowledge on defense on bros. Beginning game, I hardly do any burrows unless the temperature is really high or really low. Extreme planets, then I'll build burrows so that I can fit more population on there. They can survive a little longer. Same with planetoids in debris disks. If a world is on a disputed territory edge, I will build burrows because that I think that determines. No, I forget. Actually, no, that's larvae. Never mind. This is why yeah.
I to be fair, it's an error I underuse. I think. I mean, they do give a mining bonus, but I probably don't build it fast enough in some planets because I'm building other stuff. But as the resources start to kind of go away, and as I've terraformed, as I've kind of got the population up, then yes, I do start building burrows, because then those last minerals that are a low mining percentage can be got out fast. The other thing that they do is I will use them quite heavily on borders. I will use them on planets I think I am going to lose. So as part of the strategy for stripping away, it's like trash the natives, fling all the resources away, get the burrows up to maximum.
Excellent. All right, last question from the chat. Moeper asks, what improvements on the race, or rather their GUI, would you guys like to see?
I would like something that can carry a bit more fuel. I think soldiers are your typical fuel carrier, like the utility ship, the thing that kind of tows stuff about, the thing that moves forward. I feel I'd like something with a bigger fuel carrier, because otherwise that will help use the hives a lot better. So that's the thing I would like. Could be a campaign advantage even.
I think. Well, you said graphic user interface improvements. Koski pointed this out to me in the PlanetsCon chat or Discord server, that the mining rates don't appear in the newer GUI. So I think that would be a huge improvement. One of the improvements that I would like to see on the GUI is if I send a pod out, I would want to see the dots to show where its location is. So that way I can see, like, right before a pod hits the destination planet, I can see whether or not it'll be detected or not. If a ship is on the planet, like if I send a pod at warp 30, a warp 6 to a planet, I don't want it to be like 25 or less light years away from the planet before it hits. Otherwise, it usually gets detected. So that's a GUI improvement that I would love to see.
That's true. That's because that's really annoying when you have to take the measurement tool and really try to measure before you launch a pod or something like that, and it takes time and it makes the making turns more cumbersome. That's one thing definitely that needs to be done. It's also a nice thing to know that I'm playing the Horwasps. I don't use any add-ons, but here I also don't use the information about how much minerals I'm getting. So I'm really hardcore player. Hardcore player. But it's true. But I'd like to see in the game, I think that the stingers, the enemies should be somehow able to see the stingers better, because right now they can be deflected if you have something big enough to kill them, but you have to see them fast enough. And I think it's a bit too much to ask to have such a huge picket line there. Or maybe not.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I think we've come to the end of our questions. Why don't you guys just take, 30 seconds and make a closing thoughts on the WASP, whatever you want to leave our fellow Planeteers with to think about, promote, instill fear, whatever it is you want to do with your 30 seconds. Koski.
I'd like to say that if you try out the WASPs, you'll remember stuff about planets you thought you forgot. Because there's a lot of little details you have to pay attention to. Planetary defense is bringing those clans there to the planets and everything. They improve your planets. Try them.
Johnny.
I would say if you fear the Horwasp, try playing a fascist against them. If you played a fascist in a Horwasp game, don't give up. You have a lot of tools in your toolbox to fight them off. I've been in so many games where the fascist player just gave up after encountering me. I'm like, why are you giving up? You have so much to use against me. Really, they do improve your game. You have to use your mind a lot and just give them a chance playing as them and against them. They're fun. So,
I think my thing I would say is don't join the game, see there's a WASP there, and basically think you've lost already, because that's not the case. There's always opportunities in any game. Go and befriend your local WASP. You never know. They may well be listening. They're not necessarily going to destroy you. And you may actually have a very, very different type of game than you've had before in Planet. So give it a go.
All right. Thank you, gentlemen. I appreciate your time. We're going to take a quick break, and then we're going to watch a presentation from SciDev on calculating military score. Thank you, guys.
Excellent. Thanks.
Thank you, Rob.
Cheers.
Hey everybody, this is SciDev. I am hoping that you're having a good PlanetsCon, and I'm going to talk about military score. So, the military score is part of the scoreboard. The scoreboard is something I hope you check regularly. The military score is pretty useful, but so is the scoreboard in general. You can glean a lot of information from there, starting with the basics: how many planets the opponent has explored, how many starbases they built, and how many ships they've been building this turn. You can figure a lot just by looking at this kind of thing. And if you look at their military score, you can know, are they building big ships? Are they building lots of fighters, for example? If you look at their planets and how they change, or how their starbase numbers change, and how another player's changes, you can determine that they've just swapped starbases with another player, or maybe they've swapped ships with another player. If you're really careful, especially in a blitz game, you can figure out what direction their ships are moving just by how many planets they've colonized in how many turns. So military score is basically something that lets you estimate what your opponent has built. But if you're really clever about it, sometimes you can figure out exactly what your opponent has built, which can be pretty useful. I would recommend that you check the scoreboard every turn. And if you play Blitz, this is especially important, and you should really be looking at the military score pretty carefully so that you have some idea of what the opponent has built and also what they're doing with it. You know, are they putting lots of ammo on their ships? This is all information that you can glean if you look carefully. Okay, so how does military score work? Military score works by looking at the cost of whatever has been built. So that includes warships, although importantly not freighters. So it has to have a weapon, either a beam, a torpedo, or a launch bay. Warships include every component on them, so their engines, their beams, and their torpedoes. It also includes fighters that you have on ships. Those will contribute towards the military score. Any torpedoes that you have on your ships will contribute to military score. And minefields that you've laid will also increase military score. Other things that have military score include your static defenses, so planetary defense posts, starbase defense, and fighters that you're storing on starbase, albeit only at 1/2 the normal value. What are some things that don't count towards military score? A significant one is starbase. Starbases, even though they do have a mineral cost and a mega credit cost, they don't give you anything. What also doesn't give you anything are torpedoes that you store on the starbase, even though they do count when they're on a ship. Factories and mines that you built and starbase tech upgrades that you've spent contribute nothing to military score. All right, let's give an example of calculating military score in practice. The military score, for example, of a fighter is its mega credit cost plus its total mineral cost times 5. So if we add 100 plus the 5 minerals that it costs times 5, you'll get 100 plus 25, which is 125. So that's the military score of a single fighter. So we can use this information. If we know that a fighter is exactly 125 military score, and we see that the opponent's military score goes up by 125 in a turn, then we can figure out that the opponent probably built one fighter that turn. So here's a real-world example of calculating a ship's military score. We start with the hull, which has its own value based on its cost, both mega credits and minerals. And then every weapon system that we add will have its own cost. Again, will have its own military score based on cost. Same applies for launchers and the engines. So in this case, I've written down the military score value of each of these components. And if you add them all up, you get a total of 3,315 points. Now, the reason I chose this build is because I actually saw it in a real-world game quite recently. So if we look at a scoreboard here, we see that the Fed player has built a ship. We see that their military score went up by 3,315 points in one turn, which, as you recall, is the same value of this build here. So basically, I deduced that he probably built a Missouri with Warp 5 engines, plasma bolts, and Mark IV torpedo launchers. So next I'm going to show you in a game, how can you do a reverse lookup? So knowing the military score, try to figure out what the opponent may have built. Okay, so now I'm going to show you how in practice you can use the military score on the scoreboard to figure out what your opponent has built. I'm going to show you 3 different methods of doing this. The first 2 using my spreadsheets that I've made, and the last one using a Python script that I created. So here on turn 4, we're going to look at the Fed player, and we see that the Fed has built a warship and not a freighter, and their military score is 3315, or rather their military score increased by 3315 this turn, and that's their total there, over 5,000. So here's my military score calculator, and so what we're going to do is we're going to put in the Solar Federation. That's what we're looking for. And then to use this particular sheet, we have to know what kind of engine we think they're using. And we're going to also put in the torpedo we think that they're using. And we're going to put in the military score, 3315. This is the tolerance. So it'll show us scores that are a little bit below that, since when you're searching for auto scores, you don't usually get an exact one. But let's say we want to look for auto scores that are 500 points less than the score target. Auto score, by the way, is the same as military score. So here is a list of ships that it gives us as candidates. The ones that are less than 500 away are grayed out. But these are the ships in black that are candidates for what he may have built based on the score target and the tolerance. Now this is a little bit limited, and I'm going to try to go through this fast just to keep things quick. We are limited here because we're searching by torpedo and engine type that we have selected, but we can see that the scores will change based on the engine that we enter. And if we go to Nova Drive 5, something special will happen. We'll see that this one turns red. We have an exact match here at 3315. So that means there's a good chance that the opponent has built a Missouri class battleship with plasma bolts and Mark IV, because we have an exact match right here. Now, like I said, you can't always figure out exactly what the opponent built, but you can estimate what the opponent probably built by using this spreadsheet and at least having a rough idea of what kind of ships the opponent might have built based on the military score that shows up. The other method is searching by hull. This takes a little bit of guesswork out of it because it'll automatically try different beams, torps, and engines for you. So, but what's left is you will have to guess what kind of hull they may have made. So I'm going to start here for diplomacy. Here are some possibilities. Here are all the different military scores that you can get with a diplomacy, based on the engine, based on the beam, and based on the torpedo type. Here I've selected 3 torpedo types to test from, Mark IV, Mark VII, and Quantum. But we didn't get an exact match. So let's try the Missouri now. And once again, we get one of these turn red for an exact match. And once again, it's the Nova Drive 5 with plasma bolts and Mark IV. So using the spreadsheet, you can at least estimate what kind of ship the opponent built, and sometimes you'll get an exact hit, and that will tell you exactly what they built, probably. Now, the other method that I have is this Python script. This is a lot faster. It's what I use normally. It doesn't really do more than the spreadsheets, but it does do it much quicker. So basically all I do for this Fed script is I type in the value I'm looking for, 3315, and what it does is it tells me every single ship construction, every single ship build in the Fed fleet that could possibly be 3315. Now you do notice that it does give us multiple hits here. It's not just one ship that has that exact military score, but we can use a process of elimination to determine that it's probably more likely one. So if we look at the options here, the Missouri has Nova Drive 5, that's pretty common, Plasma, also common, and Mark IV, which is pretty standard, especially early game. These other builds that it offers, Star Drive 2, it's probably not what he built. Star Drive 4 with proton torpedoes, also it's kind of a weird build, most people wouldn't do that. So what the script does is it just lets you know, these are all the possibilities based on the military score. And a lot of times it'll let you know what the exact one is. You will have to do a little bit of interpretation to discover, okay, I think he probably built Warp 5 with Mark 4 and not these other weird builds, but it's pretty efficient. So if you're given the score in a simple form, like he didn't build more than one ship that turn, or he didn't build a bunch of other stuff like planetary defense posts or fighters, then you can be pretty sure that you know exactly what he built. So in this case, I have a pretty high confidence that in this game, my opponent built a Missouri with Warp 5 engines, Mark 4s, and plasma bolts. That's pretty cool. So I think it's really cool to know exactly what your opponent built on the first turn instead of just kind of guessing. And that's even better still than having no idea at all. If your opponent built a really large ship, especially if it has nice weapons, it tells you that they might be trying to attack you pretty early and that you should be on the lookout. So in this, I'm just going to go through this really quickly, what you can do by guessing people's auto score or military score. This is the first turn of our game, and I managed to figure out exactly what everyone built on that first turn. I looked at the scoreboard and I wrote down all the values, and then I ran the scripts, and then I was able to figure out what they built, which I put here. And this little spreadsheet calculates the military score based on what I put in there. So say I change this engine, the military score changes, and then once I get an exact match, this thing turns red. So one of my opponents, for example, built an Automa. So that's pretty scary. I mean, maybe he's gonna just build fighters with it, but then maybe he's gonna rush me. So, you know, that's a pretty big deal. If someone built a capital ship like a Diamond Flame, that's pretty different from a Lizard class cruiser. LCCs, yeah, you know, it's a threat, but it's not as scary as a capital ship. You don't necessarily have to make a big change in your plans just because the opponent has made that ship. Okay, so here's the military score for that turn, 2273. So I'm just gonna pop it into my script here and see what happens. This is the Lizard script. So again, there's 3 ships. I'm pretty sure it's the Lizard class cruiser. These other ones, well, again, this one's a pretty strange build. You know, I don't think anyone builds heavy disruptors and protons, and with these weak engines. This one could be, conceivably, but it's not that likely, and it's certainly not as likely as this. The standard build, a Lizard class cruiser with transwarp, X-rays, and Mark 4s. So that's what I'd usually build. That's usually considered the best. So I'm going to guess that that's what he built. So let's put in another one. Let's look at what the crystals may have built. The military score in this case was 4485. Again, there's 2 options. So I don't actually know which one it is in this case because these are both good builds. Warp 5 Disruptor Mark 4, that's reasonable. And then Hyperdrive Plasma, Warp 8 Plasma and Mark 4 is also reasonable. But I did notice his ships on the map and they were traveling at Warp 8, so I'm going to guess that it was probably this one. So once again, there is a bit of interpretation that you have to do, but I'm pretty confident that that's what he built. All right, let's try one more. Let's see the robotics. 3756. Well, we have 2 options. Either he built a Cybernaut with Warp 1 and heavy phasers, or an Automa with Warp 6 and X-ray. Once again, this is a pretty silly build. No one's going to put heavy phasers on a Cybernaut, especially on the first turn. And Stardive 1 won't get you very far. Automa makes way more sense. You can build fighters with it. It's powerful. It's got decent engines and cheap beams. So once again, even though I'm getting more than one hit here, I'm pretty confident that I know what the enemy built. So this is what you can do with good auto score guessing. You can figure out pretty much with high confidence what your opponent's built. And that's what I really love about it. And it's pretty much indispensable in short games, blitz games, where you really want to know what your opponent is doing. You don't want to be guessing or figuring out later. In general, the more that you can know about your opponent, the better a position you'll be in, because you'll know what they have and you also know what they don't have. And that helps you have the initiative when playing a game, instead of just kind of guessing and figuring stuff out as you go, and then maybe running into some unexpected surprises if they have a bigger ship than you thought. And also not missing opportunities if, you know, you might be worried that the opponent has a big ship, but if you look at their auto score and you see they've only built some really small ships, then that's probably an opportunity for you to attack and take advantage. So, you know, information is everything in warfare, and this is more information, and that information can help you make good decisions. So I really appreciate having that for that reason. All right, everyone, so that's it for my presentation. I hope you enjoyed it. If you guys found this useful, I'd be happy to make more videos in the future about military score and some more advanced techniques you can use to do various tips and tricks. So that's it for now. Hope you all have a great PlanetsCon. See you later.
Okay, I just was aware that probably no one heard anything I just said, so I will say it again. Thank you very much, SciDev, for that presentation on military score. You can get a lot of information about what your opponents are doing by paying attention to that. The next 30 minutes we'll be talking about Dogfight. It's a very popular format that we've seen come into Planets in the last 2 years, I think. In the chat, why don't you give me a thumbs up if you're a big fan of Dogfight, if you played it and you enjoy the format. So we're going to see a presentation from SciDev and from Emperor Stimpy. Big shout out to them for putting this together, and I'm just going to put them on blast a little bit for making me bite my nails, because I didn't actually receive this video until about 30 minutes after we started PlanetsCon. So they got together this morning and recorded this video. So hot off the presses, here we go.
And this presentation is about winning a dogfight style game, which is a relatively new phenomenon at Planets.nu, but not too new. It's been around for about 3 years now, right? And the presentation today is being done by myself, Emperor Stimpy, and SciDev.
Hey there.
And between us, we've got, looks like about 40 dogfights that we've played, and we've won a decent number of them. Hopefully we will have some stuff to share that will make it better for you and easier for you to win. We're going to go over a bunch of things. What is a dogfight, and how do you select a race for a dogfight? And some of the basics that you need in order to stay alive and have a chance to survive, and potentially how to win. And let's dive right in. So first of all, a little bit about a dogfight. This is a quote from a fighter ace from the First World War, Captain Edward Rickenbacker. Dogfighting in the air is not a sport, it is scientific murder. You're going to see very shortly that that is the case. And what is a dogfight? Let's start right there. So many of you, of course, you all know what a planets game is in general. A dogfight is a game with 60 planets and only 8 players on the map. But in a league dogfight, you're on a map of 300 by 300. And within the dogfight group, the games that are held there are 250 by 250 map size. So much smaller, much denser maps. The games tend to last between 14 and 22 or so turns, much shorter than usual games at Planets.nu. They're usually finished in 2 to 3 weeks. Some other differences include that your planetary connections are drawn based on Warp 7 travel capability of 49 light years up to 53 light years, rather than Warp 9 in the regular game. The short game rules that were announced last year at the PlanetsCon, such as the Evil Empire getting 15 fighters in a short game per turn, those are enabled for dogfights. In dogfights, there is a gentleman's rule that no diplomacy is allowed whatsoever. There's no messaging, there's no communication. You're not even allowed to change ship names because that could convey some kind of an idea to your other players. The sphere add-on is always enabled in dogfights so that everyone has the experience of being surrounded at all times. And then there's a couple things that have been true for the dogfight group dogfights, but not in the 2021 league dogfights. In the dogfight group, every single planet has a native race that is on there with a population of between 1.5 and 3.5 million. And the scan range, including the ability to detect planets, is reduced to 53 light years. And that's your entire site radius in the dogfight group games now. And that's what a dogfight is.
And I'd just like to add, dogfights are super fun.
Yes, they are. And thank you, Tailspin, for inventing what is the modern dogfight format. We really appreciate it. Let's talk a little bit about race selection, will we? So are all races equal in a dogfight? I don't know.
No.
Let's take a look. So I know everyone here likes spreadsheets. That's why we're here. I know Saida is a big fan of spreadsheets. Now, here's a little spreadsheet, but ultimately what matters here is, look, you got the lizards up at the top. They are by far the favored race to win any given dogfight. And across a number of seasons of dogfighting, we have the lizards with a 27% win probability in a dogfight game across several seasons of dogfight tournaments, and an average survival probability of 55%. And what you'll see here is that there's then some races that have somewhat of a chance just to win and survive a dogfight. You have some races that have really not much of a chance. You have some that have practically none. Let's talk for a moment about these others. The two next best races to play a dogfight with are the crystalline and the robots. Saida, tell us a little bit about why that would be.
Well, I think that the lizards are good because they're just powerful and they've got some good econ bonuses. But the crystal and robots are a bit more elegant in their way to achieve victory. Crystals are honestly my favorite for dogfight. I think they're actually the best in some ways. Basically, with their webs, they can control a lot of space without actually having to fight. What this allows you to do is control lots of planets, and controlling planets is how you win. You're the winner if you've got the most planets at the end of the game. You will often lose ships in dogfights. You can usually only build one ship per turn because you've only got one starbase. So when you lose a ship, it's a big deal because you can't use that ship anymore to colonize or bring resources back to your homeworld, and you can't use it to fight anymore. So preserving your own ships is a really big deal, and crystals are able to preserve their ships super well by just avoiding fighting. All they do is just lay a web over a planet, and most other races don't want to spend on disruptors or heavy beams, so they just kind of leave you alone a lot of the time, and they hope that you leave them alone too.
Totally. Yeah, it's their minefield laying advantages, I feel, that really connect the two races and allow for them to be able to hold space within the dogfight so that every planet they've conquered previously isn't always up for discussion,
Exactly.
as it is for a normal race like maybe a fascist. Absolutely. So, and then when you look at the statistics, you'll notice there's, again, some tiers, right? So you've got the lizards with a 27% win probability, 55% survival chance. You got the crystals and the robots not too far behind. And then you've got the fascists and the rebels. Now the fascists do win some games, but they're played a lot, and their survival probability is not super high. The rebels are a little surprising in this list. I will caution, however, that even though their statistics are not bad, it's in a small sample size. And the reason that's important is because many of the people that have tried to play the rebels are the very top dogfighters on the site. And yes, when you have someone like Regicide playing the rebels, they have a high win percentage. But if you're just starting out, you're going to be one of the ones that die. So don't try it at home. Let's dive in a little more. What does it take to actually achieve these results? And given there's a bunch of do's and don'ts, we're going to go over those. So a lot of the do's and don'ts we'll cover by analyzing what you need to do in the first couple turns. And particularly on turn one, what are the things you don't do that you would typically do in most other games? So first of all, you need to set up your map. You need to be able to see what's going on, and you need to do that in a particular way for a dogfight. Having reviewed games of winning players from a whole bunch of folks consistently, there are certain things that the winning players are doing. And you need to develop your economy right. You need to set your taxes correctly. You need to build mines and factories to take into account what the main constraints in your building will be, which is uranium and money for the most part. And you have to not overspend. And I'll defer to Saidev here to talk about some wonderful things that you could spend on that will kill you in a dogfight.
Sure, yeah. One of the most common mistakes you see for people playing their first dogfight is they build Warp 9 engines, which, yeah, you do normally want to do that in a normal game, but in a dogfight, that's going to kill you economically. You're going to realize after 4 or 5 turns that you've got no more money left. And, it won't be long before you're either sitting with no ships because someone has killed them and you can't afford to replace them, or you just realize your economy is in shambles and you haven't invested enough in getting more money and minerals coming in. So the safe thing to do is stick to Warp 7 engines. Personally, I stick to even Warp 5 and Warp 6 unless I really need that Warp 7. If you go over it, the tech upgrade cost is really high. The cost of the engines themselves are high, and pretty much you can't do it.
Yeah, the other common misconception is around the torpedoes. Some folks, particularly from the torpedo laying races like the robots and the crystals, a lot of players try, and for the first time, they upgrade to Tech 8 right away for the Mark 7 torpedoes for their ships. And every time I've seen someone do that, except for the Federation, they've died, because that means you're not getting your battleships out. You are not saving enough money to develop nearby colonies quickly by investing in mines and factories, and you're just not going to get the minerals, and you'll end up not successful. In the first couple turns here, in addition to the typical things that you do, you need to be careful. You're going to be very tempted on turn 2 and 3 to start laying mines to protect yourself, because you know there's people close by. Anyone that lays a minefield on turn 2 is going to be detected on turn 3 when somebody runs a mine scan. And we know it's your homeworld because it's the only place you could possibly have a warship. So therefore, by turn 4, you become a target. We'll talk about why that's important in a couple slides.
Yeah, I guess it's always there's always a tension there because, you know, do you want to show where your homeworld is, or do you want to protect yourself from cloakers, or maybe give a disincentive for people to attack? I think that sometimes it does make sense to lay minefields. Sometimes if you do, people just kind of leave you alone. It depends what race you are. Like if I'm playing birds, you know, sometimes you can just lay a couple minefields and people do leave you alone. But other times, someone might say, "Oh, it's birds; they're weak. I'm going to attack them." It's sort of a judgment call. But you know, yeah, you are right. Like it is a risk to lay those minefields, especially over your homeworld right away.
Absolutely. So let's look at some of the setup that we would recommend here. So a couple of things. Some warp circles around your homeworld will really help to understand where you can reach and where you can be attacked from. That's the most important part about it. You're going to want to set your sphere boundaries correctly so that you can understand where you are in relation to folks on the opposite side of the map. Here you can see I start close to the edge, and all these planets right north of me are sources of danger. You want to take some guesses as to where other players could be, given that they're going to be at least warp 7 distance away from you. But generally speaking, there will be a group of enemies within 81 light years. You want to take some guesses as to where folks could be. And pick where you're going to explore to, which may or may not be the closest planet to you, but maybe a little bit further away where you have a cluster of closely developed close planets you could develop. First build you're going to want to do is either going to be your best cruiser or your best Tech 10 warship. So you're either going with a T-Rex or a Lizard. The Lizard would allow you to colonize a couple planets early. The T-Rex might allow you to immediately attack or be ready for an immediate attack. And then you go from there. And you want to also set some objectives. Take a look at the players in the game. See if there is folks in there that are top seed dogfighters. In my game here, I've got McNimble, who was the winner of the first dogfight tournament in 2020. So that's like being an emperor of dogfight. You got to respect that. I've got Regicide in here, who has played, I think, the most dogfights of any player on the site. And I've got a player called Tursi, who I've played before. I know he's a serious threat. Now,
I want to make a comment on that, just about turn 1. Yeah. I know we're going to talk about this later, but I see on this player list there's 2 Evil Empire players. When I play Evil Empire, I almost always do SSD Rush with Warp 9 engines, just because most people aren't expecting it. So I get really nervous when there's another Evil Empire player, and I usually play conservatively. I usually try to build a ship that's able to destroy or at least damage an incoming SSD, so it can't do an Imperial assault on my planet. Not everyone does that. You know, it is a risk to stay at home and wait for someone to attack, but when there's 2 Evil Empire players, I think the odds are pretty high that they're going to come for you.
Absolutely. And in fact, to that point, so I've got my 2 T-Rexes that I've built by turn 4 parked over my homeworld. One of them's brand new. One of them's been protecting it since turn 2 for exactly that. And I've already got some information here. By turn 4, you have a little bit of information to determine your strategy. So I've got a robot player that has laid a massive minefield that overlapped my home world and the cluster I was going to colonize. So he's my top threat. There's nothing I'm going to be able to do if I let this guy live and try to fly everything through the minefield. I have to kill this guy. I'm too close to him. And then I've got a couple other pieces of information. I've got McNimble being very far away. I've got an immature crystal who has laid a regular minefield on turn 2 and exposed himself without getting much security. I've got a guy who lost a medium freighter in the massive robot minefield. And I've got my freighter having encountered a colonized planet of a nearby fascist. And I know that's a threat. As soon as he finds me, he already sees my freighter. he's going to try to kill me just as I'm trying to do something to the robot. So I've got my priorities figured out here. And I also know my economy is going to be hurting because of this robot minefield and inability to reach my colonized planets. So I'm adjusting my builds accordingly and spending less resources by downgrading on my beams and things like that. And my objective is clear. I got to kill the robot. Until I kill this robot, there's nothing else I'm going to be able to do. So we fast forward until he's dead. And here he is, 10 turns later. I've got battleships over his homeworld, just taken him out. And until now, it was just me and him, and one of us was going to live and one of us was not. So I survived. Now I get to take stock. What else is going on this map? And what I see is that I'm neck and neck with McNimble, who's playing the fascists. He's located down below me. And now I need to reposition my fleet to get him contained, get him defeated. The mistake I could make at this point is I could go after this weak fascist shown in yellow over here. It's very tempting to finish him off. However, if I do so, the game will end, and I don't know if I'm going to beat Moeper or not, because we'll be in a tight race for planets. He'll be gaining planets. I'll be gaining some planets from the fascist, but I don't know who's going to end up on top if I take that strategy. So instead, I am repositioning all of my battleships down towards McNimble and pursuing him, and I'm allowing the weak Klingon to continue battling for his survival against nearby enemies, including the evil Empire, who SSD'd his homeworld on turn 8, which is why I've been able to ignore him. And excuse me, here it is. The game ends 3 turns later. I've been able to nearly eliminate McNimble, and he completes the annihilation of a lizard over here. But most of my fleet is in McNimble's space, reducing his empire while allowing while just keeping the rest of my territory as secure as possible. And yeah, that's how a winning game can look like.
Yeah, I mean, you make a really good point about picking your opponents. Sometimes it there is a tempting weak enemy next to you, but keeping them alive is actually really important so that you have a buffer between you and another player. Because once there's no more buffer, that other neighbor is going to probably just come for you. And also, if you take out a player too early, the game can end because now there's only 4 players, so you may have missed a chance to pull ahead in the planet count. So yeah, that's a pretty good game that you showed us as a good example of where that's important.
Thanks. Let's talk about headshots. They are very popular in dogfights. JonnyDoh, tell us about this one.
Well, as I said, I'm really cautious about headshots because I play EE a lot. And I think a lot of people don't think about it. Headshots seem to work a lot better, a lot more often than you'd think. Sometimes in games I'll try it even twice. I'll build 2 SSDs in my first 2 turns, send it to one planet. It gets destroyed because that person was being careful and they had a capital ship parked on the homeworld. But in another, in one game I've tried it twice. I think it may have been this game. I sent an SSD, but it failed, and then I sent it to another race where it succeeded. And in this game, this wasn't even an early game rush. But I just was like, I think there's a good chance that he doesn't have anything there. I even took the risk of going through that minefield, and yeah, lo and behold, there's nothing there to stop me. And then I take over his starbase. And when I take his starbase, I also get his increased fighter production. I think this was a campaign game, so I started producing lots of gunboats from there, so it was a huge benefit. We didn't mention Evil Empire as being one of the top races, but I think they're becoming now competitive, especially with the new short format rules, so they're definitely a fun one to play.
Yeah, gotta watch out for them, absolutely. And here's another couple of headshots here from a game where both JonnyDoh and I played together. This is from turn 6. And you can see Psydev actually getting headshotted as a robot by a player who won Season 2 of 2020 by the name of Admiral Rexstar. And you can see me down here setting up a headshot of a fellow Crystal player. Even though he's got minefield web mine cover, I, as a Crystal, am able to penetrate his web mines and arrive at his homeworld, picking off his Mark 7 emeralds with my Diamond Flames, and which happens the next turn. So there's a lot of different ways to die early in a dogfight, so watch out for those. This is how you set it up. It's also what you need to watch out for. If you do survive the early game, how do you gain an upper hand in the mid game? Here's an example of a game. It's turn 11. I am playing the Lizards, and I am surrounded by people that I know of from Emperor games. To my northwest, I've got Emperor Hiko playing the Federation. To the far north is a robot being played by Frosty. And in between us was a Colonial that built a Virgo early, stuffed it with fighters, and was minesweeping this entire region, clearing it of minefields. He just died because Emperor Hiko threw everything he had at him. Emperor Hiko's flying a fleet of Mark 7 Missouri battleships. I've only got Mark 4 T-Rexes, so I know I can't really go head-to-head with him. I'm probably going to die. So I take all of my LCCs, I pack them with clans, and rather than using them for economic development, I send them to ground attack Hiko, and 3 turns later, I have reduced his planet count enough quickly that he just falls under the fighter fail limit. And that's an example of how you can push for an advantage. How do you win? And we're out of time here, so it could be that we've been cut off by now. But just in case there is a couple more minutes, the key thing in the dogfight towards the end is the final turn and getting yourself set up for the final turn. Here is an example of a game I'm playing. It's turn 26. It's a very long dogfight. I am here in 3rd position with 12 planets. It's turn 26, and I've got my entire fleet aligned to push really hard in 2 different directions. Up in the northeast, I am slamming into a fascist who I've been fighting the entire game, hitting 4 of his planets at once, and if that gambit works out, he's out of the game. He's going to fall under the fighter fail limit. And down south, I'm pushing towards a fellow Crystal whose web mines he thinks protect him, but they don't protect him from me because this is 2020. And here it is 2 turns later, just 2 turns later, and you can see I'm now at the top, having completely secured the northeast, having made major gains in the southeast, and having prevented expansion by the number 2 and 3 players in the game. And so in the last 2 turns, I've more than doubled. My planet count came up from behind. This is not atypical. The winner of a game is very often someone that just 2 turns prior was pretty far in the rankings. So you're always looking out for that opportunity to set up the final push. And thank you. We've gone a little bit over, but we hope this was worthwhile. Psydev, any final thoughts?
Yeah, that's a really good point about the final turn. I was in a game recently where there was a player that was just kind of hanging back in maybe 4th, 5th place the whole time. And then in the last turn, they just took over everything. They got 1st place. And you know, we're used to thinking that the way to win is blowing up the opponent's ships, but actually it's only about controlling planets. So especially if you're a cloaking race, you can get that surprise attack near the end and take over a lot of real estate really quickly.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much. This is Emperor Stimpy, and Psydev, thank you so much.
Great discussion.
Recording stopped.
All right. That concludes our dogfights session. I hope you guys learned something good and saw that special promotion from Tailspin for the next dogfight lineup. I'm sure he's going to post some information online about that soon. We are now going to go to a pre-recorded presentation that will give us an overview and a recap of the latest championship game, the Cognitum, I think I said that right, War from the victor, because who writes history? The victor. After that, we hope to have a short Q&A with him. So please, while you're watching this, if you have any questions, send them into the chat. We're going to just spend maybe a couple minutes on it. He's got limited time. And then we will move into the next phase. All right. Enjoy.
Hi guys, this is Taha from the CT Alpha 2 team. Thanks Griffin for staging this PlanetsCon Live 2021 and for the opportunity to have this short presentation on the Cognitum War, the first championship of the new league. What I'm showing is going to be a very high level recap, as countless hours of planning and diplomacy cannot be reduced to a few minutes. But it may give a first impression and serve as a rough guideline for anyone reviewing this game in the future. Generally, I try to stick here to the hard facts, so there will be little speculation on other players' intentions and diplomatic battles, just good old ship-based warfare. To get started, let's have a short look at the starting position for each race. On 1, we have the Rebels, 2 o'clock, the Birdmen, 3 o'clock is the Evil Empire, 4 o'clock we have the Spork, 5 o'clock is the Privateer, 6 we find the Solar Federation, 7 is the Robot, 8 is the Lizard, 9 we have the Crystals, 10 is the Fascist, and 11:30 we have the Colonies of Men. Up to the ship limit there was some wars going on, but not really very much. We had the Colonies of Men versus the Fascists. Their border dispute led to war, with the Colonies of Man having the initiative. But not much actual fighting happened, but from what I heard, at least on the Fascist side, it impacted the economic build-up phase significantly. Likely it did the same for the Colonies of Men. So there was some economic damage. It ended with a truce. Bird versus Rebel. Here we had a skirmish with some action on both sides, but I think Bird had more initiative. However, it caused only minimal damage on either side, and also this ended with a truce rather quickly. Evil Empire, Borg and Privateer were also entangled in an early war, which was the prelude for the major conflict in this sector. More to come on this on the next slides. And who's missing? Solarfed, Robert, Liz, and Crystal. They fought against nobody. So, looking at it, the whole sector was in early wars, fighting and weakening each other. Only the southwest remained calm, which may be a little bit surprising, especially as Lizard had Robert as one neighbor, but fact is, all remained peaceful, focusing on trade and economic buildup. As promised, let's have a look now at the central conflict of this game. I call it the Borg Wars. The Borg detected the Privateer being his southern neighbor in turn 8. As communication failed, hostile intentions and preparations from the Privateer against the Borg had to be assumed, which impacted the Borg's economic development options. Adding on this, the Borg was attacked by the Evil Empire in turn 13, even though a border and non-aggression pact was agreed earlier. A new truce was signed, but was broken again by the Evil Empire in turn 18, attacking Borg colonies and threatening the Borg homeworld. As in parallel, the privateer started in turn 16 with actively capturing Borg ships, forcing Borg to further increase his security. Economic damage was becoming significant, and Borg was quickly approaching deep trouble. It may be worth noting that, according to recent research, it seems the real puppet master behind this double attack was Commander Koski of the Solar Federation. Yes, the same guy who had this earlier presentation in this con. He's the one who propagated the kill the Borg attitude heavily from turn 1 on. Looking at the final outcome of the sector, this seems like justified. However, it may also have backfired, as we see later. Due to the privateer threat, the Borg was already in contact with fascists for trade of glory device ships. When the Evil Empire now backstabbed the Borg, relations were further deepened and fascists joined the war on the Borg side, with the idea of taking out the Evil Empire fast and then, ideally, turn on the privateer. To free the fascist fleet from the already mentioned war against colonies of men, the Borg started an initiative of peace talks between the two of them, which was taken up by both and led up to the truce. Now, due to the earlier trade of glory device ships for defense against the privateer, a channel connection had already been established. This allowed for a rapid redeployment of the fascist fleet. Of course, the base guarantee had to be that the Borg is always able to immediately channel back the fascist fleet, plus additional forces from the Borg, in case the fascist gets attacked. Even if that might have meant that the Borg would have had to give up his home and ask for asylum in the fascist backyard. So it was a risky deal, especially for the Borg, but it was forced by the circumstances. Now, in the fight against the Evil Empire, multiple other races and their ships were detected, helping the Evil Empire. However, mostly with the locally built ships. Only Bird was close enough that some Bird-built and owned ships were serving the Evil Empire, under control of Bird, still for availability of the Cloak and Intercept mission. Noteworthy were of course Gorby's and Solar Fed possession. The number was unclear at that time. Also seen were Lizard and robot ships. Note that the Rebel supported Evil Empire with free fighter building and Borg as well, and Lizard and Crystal. So it was LFM fighter building for pretty much everybody. The increasing pressure and first significant losses on the side of the Evil Empire finally led to their surrender. They gave most warships to the Solar Federation to continue binding the Borg and fascist fleet for some more time in the Evil Empire area. In parallel, they landed their economy fleet, denying all easy priority build points, and burned their natives. With the ships under Solar Federation control still being around, mopping up of the area still took some time. 11 turns were needed until the Solar Federation fleet retreated back to the center. Meanwhile, the Solar Federation and Robert sent ships from their core through the center to put pressure on the Borg core. It was too late for helping the Evil Empire, but still causing worries on the Borg side. This led to three major consequences. First, the Birdman. He was now released from any obligations he had to the dead Evil Empire. So he joined the Borg and Fascist to stop the Solar Fed-centered alliance to steamroll over the Borg and then ultimately the rest of the sector wherever he pleased. This added Loki immune cloakers and towers and cloak and intercept to the coalition, so some very valuable tactical options. Second, a first contract between the Borg and the mercenary-style plate crystal was established for a basic protection of the Borg core by a web wall. And third, the Rebel was sending a small task force to help the Borg in case of a push of the Solar Fed into Borg core, which never happened, and they stayed as escorts for the remaining of the war. Let's make a short break from the Borg Wars, and let's have a look at the only other substantial conflict in this game. At turn 48, the Lizard decided to attack the Crystal, and not the Robot, and got some support in this by colonies of men attacking Crystal from the north. The Lizard, with some Super Star Destroyers, progressed slowly but steadily through the Crystal territory, getting very close to Crystal's homeworld. The Crystal was in quite deep trouble, as he had no adequate defenses to protect his webs. Due to the threat of the Lizard colonies of Man Alliance to continue that war after Crystal is defeated and attacking the Fascists got worried and decided, together with the Borg, to help the Crystal to put the Lizard's fleet to a halt or slow it down. To keep this concealed, the Borg rejected handing of actual biocides, but suggested Crystal to ask for a rush of the rebels, which was then channeled by the Borg to the Crystal. Some more help, including some mines and mine layers and glory device ships, and a borrowed MBR, Meteor-class blockade runner, allowed Crystal to push back the colonies and slow down the Lizard until, for other reasons, the Lizard ruler was exchanged and a truce was made. On that MBR, you can ask some questions later. Effectively, the Lizard gained quite some planets from the Crystal, but lost also some valuable ships. The colonies of men just lost a couple of ships, and the Crystal lost some planets, but gained a few ships to ease the pain. Back to the Borg Wars. After the Evil Empire mop-up was finished and Solar Fed forces were forced to retreat out of the Evil Empire area, a natural move for Borg and Fascists would have been to channel their fleet south to the Privateer and attack him. Maybe foreseeing this, and having little trust in his Privateer ally to hold against such an attack, Solar Fed decided to invade the Privateer and take its possessions and priority build points before Borg and Fascist could do. This was mostly successful, but the coalition was able to secure one Privateer Meteor-class blockade runner for its purposes. The Fed invasion of the Privateer territory led to a significant increase in Solar Federation's planet count and general threat level of the Solar Federation. As Lizard and colonies of men were already entangled in the war against Crystal, they could not do much to assist directly. However, they decided to positively reply to pleas from the Borg to support with colonies of men fighter sweeping against the robot mining. Additionally, to minimize the risk of Crystal joining on the hostile side, Borg extended the contract with the Crystal to support the offense against the Solar Federation. Actually, quite few occurrences were really using it, but one reckless maneuver of the Solar Fed could be exploited and led to the capture of a Solar Fed Meteor-class blockade runner. Due to the combination of the abilities of the coalition, the Solar Fed and his remaining ally Robert were tactically outmatched. As Solar Fed's attempts to break the coalition diplomatically failed, he surrendered finally. The Solar Federation set all his ships to be donated to the Borg, however, publicly announced that and pre-announced it to his friends, so it was unavoidable that Robert and others would force quite some Solar Federation ships to surrender. To avoid a conflict with Robert, which might have ended him giving all his carriers and many of the Solar Fed ultimately to the Lizard, creating overstrong carriers again with almost the same power as Solar Federation carriers, a split was agreed between the coalition and the Robert and carried out faithfully by both sides. For unknown reasons, the Robert denied the truce offered, a mistake ultimately. We also see here an overview of the Solar Federation ship list in turn 60 and in turn 96. You see, all in this war, actually just a few ships really were lost to the Solar Federation. It was really a huge fleet, but due to the tactical combination of the abilities of the coalition, the Solar Federation was never able to employ his fleet and just had to pull back. So we are approaching the end of the game. Let's see how this worked out. After the Solar Federation surrendered, the main purpose of the coalition was fulfilled. So the rebel withdrew from the coalition, the colonies of men stopped sweeping, so he basically also withdrew, and the contract with the crystal expired and was not followed up. Still, the core of the coalition, so the Borg, the Fascist and the Bird, managed to stick together and pursue the earlier defined goal to take the top 3 positions. A fire cloud flying through very deep space to the back of the Lizard's area, opening an invasion path into his undefended core, forced the Lizard to accept an offer of vassalage in exchange for a guarantee to support his 4th place. As now the problem of Lizards gaining a significant carrier fleet with 150% hull damage resistance solved, and as the earlier offer of truce was rejected by the Robert, and as well as a demand of surrender was rejected, the coalition now attacked the Robert. In parallel, the colonies of men lost some planets to attacks of opportunity by the Crystal, the Lizard, and the Rebel, and quickly approached the fight-or-fail limit and being removed from the game. Shortly after, the Robert was conquered and was removed as well. The Rebel then started losing planets to Crystal and Bird and fell below the now rapidly increasing fight-or-fail limit quickly. Shortly after, Lizard and Crystal executed a coordinated exit of the game in the same turn. And that's it. Borg arranged for a quick takeover of almost all Lizard planets in the final turn to give his early game savior, the Fascist, a chance at 2nd place. And while it got very tight, the Fascist actually came in 2nd and the Birdman 3rd. And the Borg won the game. Borg wins. All hail City Alpha 2 and Emperor Zaha. Hail, hail, hail. And remember, resistance is futile.
Welcome, everyone, and let us all recognize the presence of the Emperor, Emperor Zacha. Thank you for joining us, and thank you for that very thorough recap of the Cognitum War. Our congratulations to you for the long, hard fight.
Thank you, Griffin. But it's Zacha, as I told you, not Zacha.
Sorry. Emperor, to avoid that misstep that may cost me my head.
Let's see.
Maybe he's benevolent, guys. Maybe he's benevolent. We'll see. How was being in a championship game for you?
Surprising. Let me put it that way. It was not that I intended to championship game. This if not the changes, moving from the old championship format to the new championship format had been done. Likely it would have still taken some time to be able to participate in the games, and it was lucky that I got accepted in such a great team of City Alpha 2, and that we managed to barely score first place in the last season. And even then, I'm not applying actually for taking on this game, because I think we have better and more experienced players also in our team. But for some reasons, different reasons, none took it up. So I was then asked by Joshua if I would like to take it up, and well, I said I'm not really feeling prepared for it, but I can do it.
Hey, so we're getting kind of choppy audio from you, which was different than before we went live. So I don't know if you changed something.
No, actually not, but
that sounds better.
Let's hope it's getting better.
Yep. So one of your allies, or not one of your allies, but one of your fellows in the game asked you what was the psychological impact on your team when the Feds took out the colonial fighter sweepers in a surgical strike.
Maybe first some background on this. This was somewhere in the 70s something 70s. And as you may have seen in the presentation, we had a coalition against the Solar Federation who really had a very strong lead. I mean, rather than about 20 solar Z carriers is quite insane, and something we could not really challenge on an open battlefield. We might have defeated that fleet, but the priority build points are also very bad, and for us on PvP trades, so it was simply not really difficult. So we were really relying on a combination of tactical abilities, and one of the pieces, not the most important piece, but one of the pieces to allow us more or less, not very slow advance, was that the colonies of man would be sweeping the robot mines, so that then our cloakers could more or less freely take or tow hostile Solar Federation ships to fire clouds to channel them then and kill them then off. So the colony mine was quite important for us, and I actually still remember how I opened that turn when that happened. Just made one mistake. It was really strange. I was really shocked when I saw this. I was first thinking, "Oh my God, what happened there? What did I do something wrong? What the hell happened there?" And looked at it, and I saw that what actually happened, that the ships got killed there by the MPR, or by MPR actually. And I figured out what actually happened. And well, of course, I first had then to overcome this shock myself, and then I had to think, okay, how to move on. And I think it was a very for the coalition, because such a defeat, even if it's not that important, it can easily lead to scapegoating. You did miss that, you didn't do that, why didn't you say something like that? And I really wanted then to avoid any kind of such a development in such a direction. So first thing I did was really to write a message to everybody of the coalition, trying to motivate the guys And get much feedback directly on it, frankly speaking. But on the other hand, everybody stayed with us, and we got it back again. We replaced the losses very quickly. I think in the end, one sentence I used there in my motivation sentence, in my motivation message was that we should not get shocked by the loss, but we should shock the Solar Federation by how fast we recover from it. And I think we did quite well.
Excellent. Thank you for that answer. So we are still having some sketchy audio from you. But I think you did such an excellent job in your overview of that game that I think you covered a lot of the questions. I guess just in short, what was your, other than of course, probably winning, what was your favorite part of being in a championship game?
The best part, but also the highest effort, was really the diplomacy, the talking with the other guys, especially with the other guys of the coalition, of course. So I also very much enjoyed some semi-public exchanges with the Solar Federation, especially when the Evil Empire backstabbed me in the beginning. That was also very, very fun there to have this small exchange of messages there. Yeah, I think that's really the important thing. That this diplomacy was there very good, and I think I really made some friends there. Also, sometimes in real life. I mean, luckily we are not living that far from each other, so this is quite realistic that this is going to happen actually.
Well, thank you, Emperor, for joining us and for that presentation. We'll go ahead and let you go, and may you rule long and well.
Thank you. I will give my very best. And remember, resistance is futile.
We'll be right back, guys. Welcome back, everybody. It's time for trivia. Everyone should have a second device out. It's usually good to use a phone, tablet, another computer. In just a moment here, I'm going to throw up on the screen the code. Everyone will need to go to www.kahoot.it. Here it comes on the screen. So go to kahoot.it and put in the game pin 972-5105. And while we're waiting for you to join, when you join, use your Planets.nu handle. So we're playing for some free premium subscription time. Top 3 winners will win premium time. There is a delay from when I put this out to when people join. I can see people are coming in now. Definitely some familiar names in here. Gideon, who's behind scenes, is going to join. He has not seen the trivia questions, so he's going to participate as well. I promise not to slip him any notes to let him know what the answers are. Right now we have 58 viewers on YouTube and 26 in the Kahoot, so give it a little more time, see if we can't increase those numbers. But definitely seeing some names that I recognize. Our Emperor is here as well. I'll take a moment to say thank you again to all the presenters that have helped make this happen. You know, I was, as many of you guys may know, it's been a crazy 2 years, and it has been crazy at my place of employment, an educational institution, and I'm in IT. So, I do want to thank everyone for being supportive and helping out, and you know, we moved it back a week to accommodate it, and a lot of my contributors did stuff within the last 7 days, so thank you guys, I really appreciate it. If you want to be involved in next year's PlanetsCon Live, make sure you go to PlanetsCon.live, and I'll put a link in there to submit a request to present somewhere in the next few days, and you can sign up to do your own presentation. It's easy, it's fun, it's a great way to share your knowledge. We're up to 34 players in the trivia. I'm going to give it maybe another, let's say 30 seconds. Maybe a little bit longer, but right around there. Okay, we're going to give it another 10 seconds and then we're going to get started. Oh no, we lost someone. Come back. Hurry up. All right, here we go. We're going to get started. Now remember, when we play this, so one thing that's going to be different from previous years is you will see the question and the answers appear on your device. So look at it closely. There won't be that delay, and answer as quickly as you can. The fastest correct answer receives more points than the slower correct answer. So timing is a factor. All right, here we go. We got 40 people in. We're gonna start. Time for PlanetsCon Live Trivia. First question. What effect does a nebula have on a minefield? Does it cause minefields to delay at 4 times their normal rate? Does it reduce the ability of the minefield, the visibility of the minefield? The minefield cannot be swept if it's in a nebula, or minefields decay at 3 times their normal rate. You've got 10 seconds. I've got 35 answers. Got to get all the way up to 40. If we get them all in before the timer, we move on to the next question. 1 second. Time's up. All right. 22 of you got it right. 11 of you fell for the trick. It is not 4 times. It is 3 times. Okay. Next question. Actually, let's see who's in the lead. Disciple of Wei. McNimble's in there. All right. Next question. Which comes first in the host order? Imperial Assault or ground combat? Does Imperial Assault come before? Or is it ground combat? Or neither? It depends on the ship's ID. Getting lots of answers fast. 15 seconds. How about those dancing stormtroopers? Time's up. 17. Wow, mix of knowledge on this one. 17 of you got it right. It depends on the ship ID. Let's see how that affects the standings. Cody jumps up to first place with 1847. McNimble's right behind him. It's pretty close here at the top. Next question. Can birds beam up resources from a Horwasp planet with a matching friendly code? It's either yes or no. If the birds have the same friendly code of a Horwasp planet, can they beam up minerals? Is this a possible scenario? Five seconds. Time's up. No, they cannot. McNimble is on a 3 correct answer streak. Right on the heels of Cody. Close here at the top. Oh, but top 3 have kind of made some distance between the remainders. Question 4. How many races are immune to decloaking from a Loki? Is it 1? 1 race? 2 races? 3 or 4? How many races are immune? One of my favorite things in making these quizzes is coming up with these images. This one is from the Star Trek episode where the Federation forms a tachyon net between the Klingons and the Romulans. Very good. 26 of you guessed correctly, not guessed, answered correctly. 3, maybe some of you guessed. Let's see what that does to the standings. Oh no, Cody! CSY is pulling into the lead, and McNimble has fallen off the leaderboard. Wow. All right, next question. At what class does an ion storm render the shields of a ship inoperable? Is that a class 1 ion storm or a class 2? Maybe it's a class 3 or perhaps a class 4. Lots of answers coming in fast. 10 seconds. What class renders the ship's shields inoperable? All right. 21 of you got it correct. A class 4 ion storm will render your ship's shields inoperable. Cody's back at top, and McNimble's back on the top 5. Darian Strumfell and Kuwasi joining us in the top 5. Which of the following ships has the second highest mass? Is it a Biocide or an Annihilation or a Merlin or a Gorby? Who's in second? Who is the first loser? Three seconds, 2, 1, time. It's the Annihilation. It is heavier than a Biocide, guys. And I'm pretty sure there's nothing on this list that's heavier than a Gorby. All right. Update on the standings. Cody's still at the top. McNibble fell off. CSY is right there behind him. Let's go to the next question. A starbase is set to unload all freighters, and an ally's large deep space freighter has minerals and clans. What happens? So full alliance, nothing happens. Minerals and clans stay on the freighter. Minerals and clans are unloaded to the owner of the planet. Or the minerals are unloaded, but the clans perform a ground assault. Or the minerals are unloaded and the clans stay put. What's the answer? 5 seconds. Ooh, mixture of that. So the clans get beamed down and change ownership, as well as the minerals. Our Emperor has entered the top 5. Welcome, Emperor. Next question. Can a bird player change the friendly code of a Horwasp planet? Is it possible to change it? Can you actually change the friendly code of a Horwasp planet? 5 seconds. The answer is yes. However, according to the person who submitted this one, which I can't remember who it was, sorry, that once they change it, it gets ignored or gets randomized. I can't remember, but it can actually do the change. So, trick question. Here we go. Change in the standings. Oh my goodness, big change. Pooba is up in first place. Deathstalker with a big jump up ahead. And that's our top 5. Question 9. We're about halfway there. A Stargate built and owned by a cyborg can be used by any Echo race, ally, or enemy. Gideon, you know the answer to this one? Can a Borg Stargate that's built and owned by them be used by just them, an ally, or an enemy? Gideon's right over in front of me, and he's got headphones on, so he couldn't hear me ask him, and then I saw him react. The answer is true. It is very true. Change of the standing. Emperor's back in the top 5. Pooba has really taken that lead and held on to it. Shout out to S.J. Harley for climbing up 6 places in one answer. Good job. Question 10. The new botanical natives are with us. Which of the below is not one of their bonuses? They increase the maximum population by 50% of planetoids. They triple colonist growth rate. They double colonist growth rate. Or they increase the maximum population by 50% on planets. Which of these is not one of their bonuses? Very good. They do not triple the colonist growth rate. CSY knocks Pooba down. Emperor enters the top 3. What happened to McNimble? I don't know, but Drive Fast, it just climbed up 6 places. Good job. Question 11. How many grid squares are in a warp well? The warp well. How many grid squares are in a warp well? Your choices: 29, 28, 25, or 24. Gotta love those warp wells. How many spaces can you play around with? The answer is 28. 14 of you got that right. The standings say Cody's back on top and Pooba's back to challenge. McNibble's making a comeback with 3 in a row. We maybe we'll see him in the top 5. I don't know. We'll see. 12. Question 12. In one turn, just one turn of seeing them, how can you tell if a wasp farm is accelerated? You only have one turn scan data on them. How can you tell if a wasp farm is accelerated? Is it by its mass? Is it by its speed? Is it by the cagey taunts of the Horwasp who sent them? Or you just can't tell? It's not possible. They've gone plaid. The answer is their mass. Is that right? That's what we put down for the right answer. All right, moving on. Pooba back on top. McNimble back in the top 5. I knew you could do it, McNimble. Emperor's hanging out up there too. Disciple Y climbed up 4 places. Good job. Question 13. Which of the following occurs last in host order? Which of these 4 things is the last thing to happen? Is it Mind Decay? Is it Mind Sweep? Is it Web Drain? Or is it Laying Mines? Ten seconds. Which happens last? Laying Mines, Web Drain, Mind Sweeping, or Mind Decay? Fairly mixed on whether it's Mind Decay or Web Drain, and it is Web Drain. Here we go. Changing the standings. Pooba's back with a 3-answer streak. McNimble got pushed off by Cohen 1970 jumping in. And the Emperor is proving why he's the Emperor by remaining in the top 5. Good job to CSY and Cody. Which of the following natives can the Horwasp not harvest? Is it the worms? Those pesky amorphous worms? Maybe it's the botanicals. Could be the insectoids. They are kind of the same, aren't they? I don't know. Or is it the siliconoid? Maybe, if you were paying attention earlier in the con, you know the answer to this. We had a great hour plus on them. And the answer is the siliconoid. Nice, Emperor Stimpy. 3-answer streak. Very good. Pooba's holding the top, and him in, what is it? Challenge? Or Chain? Challenge. I think it's Challenge Space Yard. I've entered into the 5-digit scores. Cody's right behind him. Next question. 15 of 17. We're almost at the end. The Borg can assimilate botanical natives. Is it true? Or it's false? I thought this GIF was funny. Borg, the party poopers of the galaxy. Can they assimilate botanical natives? The brand new native type. True, they can. 9 of you got it wrong. Were any of you in the top 5? Oh, maybe. Psydev is making a comeback with 3 in a row. Let's see. Question 16. A Bloodfang with stealth armor, a beautiful thing, traveling at warp 5 through a nebula, can be spotted at 50 light years, 25 light years, 10 light years, or 81 light years. What's the distance? Ten seconds left. 50, 25, 10, or 81 light years. Stealth armor Bloodfang. The answer is 25 light years. Good job. Who looked that up in 30 seconds? I'm curious. All right. Changing the standings. Cody has slipped into first. Challenge Space Yard in second. Not far behind is the Emperor. Pumbaa and McNibble, welcome back to the top 5. Sovereign getting 3 in a row, back in the game. Last question, folks. Remember, the fastest correct answer gets the most points. Here it is. All cloaked ships will arrive uncloaked when traveling through a wormhole. Is this true or is this false? All cloaked ships will arrive uncloaked when traveling through a wormhole. I couldn't find a cloaked ship traveling through a wormhole. It just wouldn't show up. Or would it? I don't know. It depends on what the answer to this question is. Ooh, it's split pretty evenly. It's worth pointing out that ships with an advanced cloaking device can travel through a wormhole undetected. Now for the final standings, the top 3. In third place, Pumbaa. In second place, Challenge Space Shark. Congratulations. And in first place, our winner is Cody. Strong performer the entire game. Very good job. Runners up, McNibble in the number 4, and our Emperor in the top 5. Our top 3 players will win some premium time. Congratulations to everyone, and thanks for playing. We're going to take a quick break here, and we'll be back. Welcome back, everybody. Let me click something real quick. There we go. You didn't see that? It's my pleasure again to welcome Joshua to our PlanetsCon Live and the most anticipated part of this session. Joshua, thank you for joining us. I'm going to jump out of your way and let you get right into it. You had told me previously you had an estimate on how long this was, and just because we ran much longer than I thought, do you know what that timeline might be?
Well, there's 3 parts to this, so I'm going to do a presentation, and then we've got a presentation from McNimble as well, and then Gugai Walker is going to show you guys some new ships and do a breakdown there. So I think my part is probably the shortest part of that. I don't know the exact lengths of their areas, but I'm hoping that we keep the whole thing down to an hour and a half at the most. I'm not exactly sure the total length, to be honest.
All right. Well, go ahead and take it away.
Okay. Hi, everyone. It's good to see you guys again and to be here to wrap up the con with the State of the Universe address. And so as always, we're going to be sharing some new features, things we've been working on. We always like to hold back kind of releasing things in the fall and not release anything too near to the con so that we can give you guys a lot to ponder at this time of year. So without ado, I'm going to jump forward.
Go ahead and,
so this presentation, I'm going to be talking about a few different things we worked on already that you know about. Doing a bit of a Cognitum and Crisium wrap up. We've had a lot of details already from Emperor Zacha. Sorry, I'm trying. And 2021 league wrap up and talk about some league changes that are going to come in 2022. And then we're going to talk about some new UI features and game feature changes that we're working on, and then roadmap for 2022. And then as I said, McNimble is going to be giving you guys a presentation of an all new mobile UI that we've been working on, and we're going to be talking about new ship model review. So here we go. So the biggest thing, without a question, this year has really been the strength of our team at Planets.nu. So we've had a great addition of McNimble to our team. Many of you know him from his fantastic user scripts that he's been creating over the years. Such a gift for us to be able to hire an experienced quality programmer that has already experience with our code base and knows planets as well as he does. So it's been huge. And at the same time, we've had a full year of working with Big Beeper, Averine, who's doing all the artwork. So you'll see a whole bunch of new artwork through this presentation from Averine that we're going to be using in various parts of the UI in the next little while. And then all the 3D models, which we've all been enjoying coming from Gugai Walker. So this is a really fantastic situation with 5 of us on the team. We're getting to the point where we really have a lot of the skills covered that a gaming company really needs to produce a good game. And so we are gaining momentum in what we are able to produce and for the community. So continuing to do that. So I'm, big shout out to the team. We're having a great time every week working on Planets. This year we worked on the timeline levels. We started that process and we actually got a lot of great feedback from the community on that, and it's been good. And we are going to be making a lot more of these in the future. We're just working more on the scaffolding around, how that works and how we're going to bring those in to make a more cohesive experience. And I'll talk a bit more about that. We've got new art, new 3D models, and a lot of other stuff which I'm about to talk about. First of all, let me just say congratulations to our very first Grand Marshal, Wakatonka, and the United Federation of Planets League, who are now the managers or controllers of the Unknown Defense Force. So we can read up a bit more on that history about how the Unknown Defense Force was read in a recent post that I posted, and how they now have this power in the outer rim, I guess, of the Echo Cluster. And of course, congratulations, we've had a lot about this, to Emperor Zacha and SETI Alpha 2, my own league team. Obviously, this has been great for us. We had a lot of fun going through this year, and we were lucky to get the win. This victory, it marks a transition in our history at Planets.nu. So now, for the first time, we've got our first victory or champions from what we are now calling the League Wars era. So we had the Zodiac Wars for many years, and we had 12 enormous, intense Zodiac Wars, and we've now moved on to another period. From a storyline concept, I like to think about this as a new stage in the history of the Echo Cluster. Up until now, each of the individual races has been trying to gain control of the Echo Cluster individually and to put their race on the throne. And the League Wars represents a change to that concept, in that now the races have formed multi-race factions, leagues, which are trying to take control of the Echo Cluster. And SETI Alpha 2 is the first one to gain control with Emperor Zaka. So that's why you're going to see it from now on. The league teams at the top of the website. This is the first year of the reign of SETI Alpha 2. League wrap up from this year. Congratulations to the international team. Fantastic job. We just edged you guys out last year. You came back this year and made it happen. Huge victory. Great job. You're going to get the first pick for race in the upcoming Emperor game. Happy Blasters and Risk rounding out the top 3, coming in this year and back on the podium. So this was really great. So congratulations. All of you also win the awards that we've outlined at the beginning of the season, including creating 11 new planet names for the game, for use in the game. So those of you who have already done it last year, I think TRT for sure, and you guys can come up with some more. So just have a little bit of fun with that. And one thing, keep the punctuation and like kind of wildness out of it. Just keep them like game focused. We're gonna work on that. We'll give that feedback as we go here. So league wrap up. The new champ game will start January 1st. So we're gonna be firing this up very soon. And the joining process is gonna be over the next few weeks here over the holidays. And we're gonna be starting that game. 2021 league recap. So a few things. We've taken a lot of time to reflect on how 2021 went and what was the experience of the players during this year. So some of the things we really like about league in general and how it's working, shorter road to the championship. Mentioned, we've had some people mention, for example, I will never make it up the leaderboard because the way I play or whatever, I don't play enough games at a time. This has created a road for players of high quality to be able to make it into the championship, and we think that's a good thing. We also think the champ game format of maximum 1 year is much better for people's mental health. We saw a lot of challenges through the stress of those Zodiac Wars. I mean, unbelievable guys that battle for hundreds of turns in those games. But we don't think that's a great experience. We love the social bonds that are happening. And as far as actually the mechanics of populating the championship game and keeping it filled with players, even if people burn out halfway through the year and things like that, having the league team own that spot is something that we feel has been like really positive. Some negatives that we feel are hurting the experience of league is just the overall pressure to complete games to earn points for teams. So and to the same point, larger teams are required to be competitive. And I was listening earlier to some of the league discussion, and some of these points came up, and I think they're great. So this is also something that we were observing and saying, okay, only an 11-person team who's really dedicated and going to get all their short formats in and all this stuff are going to have a chance to compete. And we feel like that's not, we don't want it to be a grind. We want it to be fun, right? So we are making some significant changes as we come into 2022. That we hope we're going to take a little bit of that pressure off to complete games in the same level and to allow some smaller teams to be competitive as well. So 2022 league info and improvements. As I said, champ game is going to start January 1st. League format will start January 15th. This, as far as changes go, this most significant change, and this is a very big one, you guys will start thinking about this, I'm sure, after this presentation. As we head into 2022, for each team, only the top 3 long format game scores on any given team will apply to your actual score. So if you have, 7 long format games finished, your top 3 finishes will count towards your score. So that means that a team of just 3 players could go in and win them all and compete, and that's fine if they win all 3. But more players means more opportunities to finish with a high score. So there are still some advantages to having a larger team. And this is also very likely going to create some metagame thoughts in some of your guys' heads, and that's totally valid. The other thing that will count to your score is your top dogfight, 1 top dogfight, 1 blitz win, and 1 2 versus 2 blitz win. So there's another 11 points there that are up for grabs that can be achieved. However, each team will only be permitted 11 short format attempts per season to try to get the most points in those 3 short format things. So you can take a few shots at a dogfight until you get a win, but if you don't get one, then in your 11 attempts, and those 11 attempts are for the team total. So if you have some players who really like playing short formats, they can play those for your team, and other people who don't want to, they're not going to be forced to get those points in short format. So a little bit more flexibility for the teams, and we're going to be a little bit tighter on that scoreboard. The only thing that total team points will be used for is to settle tie breaks. So if there are 2 teams with 50 points and one of them has more points summed up from their attempts and from their other games, they will get the tie break. So that's the new format for scoring. That's the biggest element that we are changing. We're going to make some small changes to the individual points modifications on the different game types, and also some tweaks to the settings on short format games, maybe to come a bit more in line with some of the new dogfighting and things like that, the dogfight groups. We're going to get feedback from some of those communities and try to get our formats in line with what's the most popular right now. And we'll give some more details on those specifics in a subsequent post in the next days. So this is it. It is now totally possible for you and 2 friends to go out and make it into first place in the championship if you go and do it. So go form up your small team, get out there and do some battle. So that's part of the fun here. For those teams that have more players, take as much shots as you want. If you need to take a break, or if you're in a championship match and you don't want to do another full game thing, you don't have to leave your team or abandon your team. You're just giving them one less shot at a victory, but not necessarily capping out their total value. So these are how we hope to resolve a lot of these challenges that we face this year. So good luck and enjoy that new format as we head into 2022. Okay. New stuff. So as you can see, we've got some artwork here. We are slowly starting to actually create bits and pieces of artwork for every different report that's coming in. So this is a ground combat report image. So there's going to be some fun little graphics coming in there to give you an idea of just bring a little life to the game. Some small stuff. We've done some fixes around planetoids and temperatures, smarter overloaded cargo rules. Basically, if you overloaded your cargo, you were losing ammo. It didn't make much sense. Small fixes around planetoids are not supposed to have temperatures. They just have no atmosphere. So, and this is kind of a bigger one. Accelerated Horwasp pod speeds are going to be correctly calculated and displayed on the map. So for those of you fighting against a Horwasp and wondering why you cannot seem to end up at the end point, especially privateers, this is going to make that a little bit easier. We just simplifying. So these are just small fixes. Some of that stuff's coming out in the next near future here. Here we go. This is a really big one. Obviously, this has been a big topic for a long time. The messaging system in the game could use some love and has gotten a significant upgrade. So we've done a complete overhaul on the messaging system from the ground up, and we've creating a much different user experience related to messaging. It has 2 main elements to it. One is you've got outside of the game an inbox, and that inbox is a place where you can see all of your game messages, all of your in-game messages, all of your out-of-game messages, all of your private messages, everything, all your communication on the site is in that inbox. You guys will be able to start playing with this after the con, or right after the con here. We've got in the game improved messaging with live notifications and like almost a chat-like conversation. So you can be chatting with an ally in the game while your map is up and looking at this sidebar with your communication going on there. So this is going to be good. This does work with the old messaging system, and in case you're on an older user interface which doesn't have this. However, there's, you know, it's going to be a little bit like in and out, not exactly as you might expect it to work, but it does work. You will be able to communicate. So in the long run, we are hoping to retire the old messaging system, and we're actually hoping to use this new technology for the public feed as well. That is not happening yet, so there's a sort of stepping stones here as we go. But you can even add image attachments and stuff again. So we're gonna get a little bit more lively in our feeds and in our messaging, and it should be a lot of fun. So this is sort of beta. We're releasing it in a beta mode. Tell us what goes wrong. If there's any bugs or any issues you have, then big beavers on hand. We're going to try and fix those right away and address anything that comes up. We've done a lot of testing on it. Seems okay, but if you guys inevitably will find a few things that we haven't found yet, and we'll fix them as fast as we can. So enjoy this new upgrade. Yeah, give us feedback, and it should make a big difference to our user experience. Okay, always a big point of discussion. What rule changes are coming in 2021? Well, 2021 into 2022. None, no major standardized rule changes at this time, although we are going to do a little bit of a review, especially for short formats, on some standard, possible standard changes in the way we're setting up those big format games. So overall, however, we do have individual race changes, and those are coming up in the next slide. Okay, for the feds. Again, more artwork here. We've got some sidekicks. So those of you who played Timeline Levels have probably seen this guy before, but there are these sidekick characters that we are creating for each race. So we're just adding more artwork to give us more idea of what these races are like. Feds have no changes in standard this year. Lizards, another scary sidekick. That guy's a little bit crazy. All right, here's a small change for the lizard in standard. This is coming. This will only work with lizard hulls. So we are continuing our general progress towards reducing the stacking, the race stacking aspects of the game. So we're hoping to start to rein in, especially as we add more things to the game, the race stacking abilities of the games. And we started that quite extensively last year. This year we have this change as well for lizards. So not a huge change, but it will affect lizards who are trying to work with an ally, and they will have to have their own hulls for this. Short format. So there are quite a number of changes to short format in the next slides. We are continuing our attempt to balance races within short format. So the lizards are getting another small nerf here in short format. Max, this one's a bit bigger, max 1 hiss ship per planet. So this is going to make it a little bit harder in short formats in order to take advantage of hissing, especially 2 versus 2 blitz formats where this is really having a huge impact on the game. So we're hoping to start to alter the balance just a little bit. The birds. All right, birds, short format, 50% taxing boost. So the birds are one of the weakest races in short format. If you've seen the presentation earlier by Emperor Stimpy and Sidev on dogfights, they are one of the worst performers. And 50% taxing boost is the answer. We're hoping that brings them into the picture and makes them a viable race choice in short format. We'll see if that's enough. Campaign. Okay, this is one of the rare times we're doing this, but Super Spy Command is being retired. This feature is not one that we felt reflected exactly what we want from the birds and the feeling of we're aiming for, and also felt like a lot of work. So even though it had a lot of value as a feature, it's not the right essence of where we're heading with the birds. So we are retiring Super Spy Command. For those of you who purchased this command, you're going to get the all-new harmonic weapon modulation for free. And harmonic weapon modulation is when a birdman ship attacks an enemy with a matching friendly code, the weapons are modulated to fire straight through enemy shields. So birdman with harmonic weapon modulation, matching friendly code with an enemy ship will fight and will shoot right through their shields. So this is a little bit different approach to this, and it works on a planet and it works on a ship as well. The last one is a new feature also for the birds called covert data link. So if a ship is over an enemy planet and sets their friendly code to spy, even if the friendly code of the planet changes, their friendly code will change to match the friendly code of the planet if they are currently super spying above. So they must be super spying. So this is basically an opportunity to match friendly codes of a planet after. So they go down, they connect a data link to the friendly code while they're spying, and then or are able to connect this data link so that even when the code changes, they can match it up and still fly out through your web field or whatever. So this is just a little bit of a change to give a bit more boost to knowing the friendly code. Lastly, in all the games of Planets, since the Valiant Wind Storm Carrier has been created, we've had less than 10 of the Valiant Wind Storm Carriers ever built. So they're not popular still. So we're giving them a total of 6 bays now and 80 cargo, and making them a little bit more interesting to consider for you. So we're going to make them a little bit more exciting, and maybe some of you will actually campaign only. Fascists. No change. Note, over the years, there's been a lot of discussion around the name of the fascists. This is a bit of a, I've heard, you know, that this choice of name is not popular among certain, from some of our player bases in different countries where it has a negative connotations and things like that. So we are actually considering a name change for this. And so I just wanted to put that out there to the community that this is something that is in the cards and may happen in the future. We are evaluating a few options that we have for names that would be suitable, we think, and may tie in with the storyline that we're working on as well. So these are something that we are considering and to be mentally prepared for in the future. Privateers. Okay, campaign. We've got some exciting new changes in campaign, including our all-new Emperor ship from Emperor Heiko, Heiko's armored trailer. So here we have a new Emperor ship. It does not have any special abilities, but it is a 195 kiloton armored trailer with no engines. It must be towed. It cannot move on its own. 8 beams, 2 torps, 20 fuel, 20 cargo, and it's quite cheap. So imagine towing these things around and using them. I'm looking forward to see how you guys put these things to use. I can think of a few interesting scenarios myself. I imagine putting one of these things in a warp well to sweep, and would anyone really have the courage to go over there and attack that and not knowing whether there's a cloaked privateer there above them? So it should be really interesting to see how these get used. Also a little bit of a punch there to try and take down some star bases or fight some intermediate ships. So this should be quite interesting. And a very exciting new possibility for the privateers: hidden minefields. So this is a bit devious. The privateers have been working on this technology for a while. Unfortunately, this is now being unleashed on the Echo cluster. So the privateers have learned a way to lay a hidden minefield, which you cannot sweep or see until you hit a mine. So they cost a little bit more for them to build these, 2 times the more, torpedo cost in order to get the same number of mine units. But when you lay these things, they are hidden until someone hits a mine. So it's going to be an interesting offensive and defensive tool. Note, you can countermine them though. So if they will not coexist with another enemy minefield. However, they can coexist with one of your own minefields, even in the same exact location. So this is it's a new mission, lay hidden minefield, and it will be available to the privateers in campaign games moving forward. Lastly, a short format balancing element. Shock troops are going to be part of the privateers, so an increase of 5-to-1 ground attack for the privateers in short formats. We'll see if that's enough to make them viable. So far, they haven't been viable in short format games right now. So we'll see how that goes. Cyborg. Here you can see the Cyborg assimilation technology is sort of uniform regardless of the native species that's being assimilated. The humanoid that we have in the race pictures now is very similar, but they have a sort of template as they do their assimilations. Okay, very exciting for the Cyborg in short format. Channel stabilization field will be generated from their homeworld onto the entire map. So essentially, Cyborgs will have Stargate technology in short format games. So it's as if they have a Stargate existing on the map, but it only applies for their own ships. And what the net effect of this, for those of you who are not familiar with Stargates, the net effect of this is that we have a minimum channel distance of 1, so there is no minimum channel distance, and that also ships can channel at warp, and this actually allows toe drop channel to work in short formats then, and also for like a fire cloud to fly off a planet and then channel somewhere else on the same turn, and without having to move off and then channel the subsequent turn or whatnot. So it accelerates the way channeling works within for players, and that should have hopefully a notable impact on short formats. Not sure if it'll be enough to make it interesting or make them viable, but we will see. And it's definitely going to be an interesting way to bring Stargate technology into the short format games. Griffin, I think we've got an incoming message from former Emperor ISO-T. Do you want to try and play that now, or?
Good evening, NU. It's ISO-T here. I'm speaking from the mystical space cabin in the middle of the woods in far north. I'm here with my good friend. He's a quiet one and don't speak today. ISO-T speaks. I apologize, I don't have any presentation about the Virgo War. I have been so busy in my real life, so I couldn't do it properly, so I don't want it to do it at all. But I can say the war was bloody, and it was most stressful experience in my NU history, and I'm very happy I won it in the end. And at the moment, I'm working in our hospital, and I'm on COVID duty, so I cannot be here live. But this presentation I recorded beforehand in a great hurry. But anyways, I recorded it and I want to present it for you. So keep watching. Soon you will hear what I have invented as my Emperor ship for the Crystal Race. So continue with us. Thank you.
Okay, I think we're back. Greg, give me the thumbs up if we're back. So yeah, thank you, ISOT. He did pre-record another message explaining his new emperorship. Unfortunately, we are a little short on time, so we're gonna just go with the shorter version and give his intro there and then tell you guys about it. So the crystals have a new emperorship called the Opal T class torpedo boat. And this is a very exciting new ship. I know that ISOT spent a lot of time thinking about the pros and cons of this ship. But the basic nature of this new crystalline campaign ship is that it has the exact same specs as a normal Opal. So no change there. However, it has the new advantage of being cloaked whenever it is inside of a web minefield. So, or undetectable, we should say. So in order to make this work, the Opal must be starting and ending its turn inside of a web minefield. So if it's inside of a field and you sweep the field off of it, it will decloak. So it must start and end its movement phase inside of that, inside of the web minefield itself in order to stay cloaked. So that's the summary. We can give the exact details on the host order and how those things move in the future. But it's going to be an exciting new ship for the crystals in campaign mode to be able to play with and I'm sure do some very unpleasant things with their web mines and sneak over your planets and and be able to see things going on. While I have the crystalline slide up here, I'd like to point out the artwork on the right. We've been learning a lot more about the crystalline entity themselves over the past months here, and it turns out that the way we've always thought about the crystalline, the picture that we have for the crystalline, you can see a small one of them in the bottom left of this picture here, is in fact actually just baby crystallines. And once the crystalline entity grow older, they eventually reach a spot where they effectively park themselves, and all of their limbs and things sort of wither away, and they begin to slow down, and they grow into these enormous crystalline entities that are immovable. And for them, time begins to slow down, little bit at a time, until they reach some sort of state where they effectively live forever, but they reach a state where time is moving so slowly for them that they might as well not exist in our normal time-space cycle. So this is a fully mature crystalline entity being cared for by some young crystals that are hooking them up to the technology. Crystalline technology. Evil Empire. No change at this time for the Evil Empire. Again, we can see some more artwork here though. The robots. And no change for the robots at this time. Rebels. Here we can see a rebel ground attack image. Very spooky. No change for the rebels at this time. Colonies. Here we can see a great colony sidekick for our old man. No change for the colonies. Horwasp. Now, I very much enjoyed, and here we can see a Horwasp larva emerging from the ground. So hope that you never see this picture. If you do, something bad has probably happened on one of your planets. There are some changes to the Horwasp this year. So one small change, Horwasp can now only see robots at 1/4 ship scan range, so 50% less than now. So it turns out robots have been able to hide their biological energy from the Horwasp scanning technology. Campaign. So our very first campaign mission for the Horwasp is a new call mission for hives. The call mission causes 1% of all Horwasp clans from planets owned by the same caller within 100 light years to travel to the hive each turn. So a hive can move out in space with a minimal number of clans, for example, and then start calling its clans to it in order to populate it and potentially set up a swarm or defend the hive sitting on an accelerator or whatnot. So this is an interesting new feature. Enjoy Vindicator and JonnyDoh and Koski and those others playing Horwasp. This is for you. Okay, as you've seen from some of the way I've been describing these races, world building is something that we continue to work on. As I mentioned earlier, we do have new race descriptions coming out for the fascists, robots, cyborgs, crystals. We're going to be releasing those in baby steps to you guys over the next weeks to give you some new reading and new information about the races and the things we've learned about their history and their backstories. And so we are continuing to do that. And of course, building the ship models helps us to flesh out their technology and how that works. And that's something that we're working on. In addition, we're working on the timeline levels, their history, and a new home sector concept, which I'm going to talk about a bit more. We've got a lot of new ship models, which are going to be coming out, and you're going to be getting this full breakdown from Gugai Walker in the next segment, or the final segment today. We've up till now, we've already finished the Feds, Lizards, Birds, Fascists, Privateers, Empire, Colonies, and the Rebels, and the Horwasp are nearly complete. So you're going to be seeing those ones that you haven't seen so far in the next slide. All right, now here, this is a huge investment of time that we've made this year. This is probably going to come as a surprise to a lot of you that we have been investing so much in this area, and that this all new mobile user experience has been created. So we went back to the drawing board. As I said in my earlier presentation, we've had a lot of success in mobile in bringing in new players and finding a spot where new players come into the game. And also more and more of you, then you might be surprised how many are actually playing turns or parts of their turns on mobile. So we decided to go back to the drawing board and create an entirely new UI from the ground up with mobile in mind, and design something that looks really cool and functions really well and really makes turns playable on your phone or device. And this is the result, is an all new mobile UI. So we're going to give you guys a full demo of this. Carol McNimble has done a presentation, a pre-recorded presentation on this. So he's going to take you guys on a walkthrough through the new UI. We think it looks great, and we're hoping to get a lot of feedback from you guys in the next little bit. This is going to get released after the con. There's going to be a setting to turn it on for now, so that you don't have to switch to it. But we would definitely like a lot of you to try it out, start experiencing it. We do think elements of this will find their way back into the desktop version, but we do not see this as a replacement for the desktop version today. We see it as complementary and a way to play the game effectively on your device. So this is what it looks like in the screenshot. We'll see a lot more from McNimble in the next segment. In the meantime, as we head into 2022, we have a roadmap that includes a number of things. We want to continue to expand the use of the new mobile UI, which you're going to see here. Our goal in 2022 is to complete all the 3D ship models, and that will then allow us to start building things like the 3D VCRs and really using the 3D aspects of the models in the game, and that should be exciting. We've got League Season 2022. I talked about that already. And we've got this new home sector concept. And this is a very big aspect of what we've been working on, and a lot of what we've been doing is sort of setting the stage for this concept. And the idea with this concept is we're going to create a home sector for each player. So each player that is on the site is going to have a home sector where you are not competing against anyone else, but you are playing planets. So you have the ability to effectively work inside of your home sector to unlock and expand and build an empire without a competitive environment. So this is designed to be a more casual, lighthearted gaming concept that is set in the Echo cluster.
is non-competitive and should also flatten the learning curve. So obviously from new players coming in, but for existing players as well, to really have a low stress environment to try to build some things. So the way this will work is that you will have a home sector, and a lot of that sector is locked. And you will start also with a minimum amount of technology as the Federation. And so you start with one race, minimum amount of technology, number of ships you can build and whatnot, and then you will be working to unlock your home sector and slowly unlock additional ships and hulls and features and complexity to the game inside of this home sector experience. And the way you will do that is by mining resources inside of your home sector in order to build ships, which you then take on a mission to compete against Horwasps. So the arch enemy of the Echo Cluster, you get to go and fight, destroy some Horwasps, earn some mega credits in what will hopefully be quite short format single player games or multiplayer cooperative games where you can earn some more credits to then have an opportunity to unlock a sector or a piece, what we're calling a subsector inside of your home sector. And unlocking a subsector will be achieved by completing a timeline level. And so this is sort of putting this whole picture of what the different elements that we've been working on, bringing them together into a new kind of gaming experience that's going to happen inside of this. And you can also gain additional advantages and unlock additional things and additional races as you continue through these storylines. And by playing competitive games or league games and whatnot, you'll also be able to contribute to what you're doing in the home sector. So we're hoping to use this as a gateway to introduce people gently into more competitive play over the coming years. So this is our big picture paradigm shift attempt to introduce the Echo Cluster to a much larger audience. And we will see in 2022 how it goes. So as I said, Horwasp are cast as the universal enemy, and the 11 races are working on this. So this is going to tie together all this stuff. Right now, this is still in its infancy. We're working on all the components of it, but we expect to see it starting to come together in the next quarter. With that said, I'm open to any questions about what I've presented so far, and then I would hand off to the message from McNimble about the new mobile UI, and lastly to Alan, or to Gugai Walker.
Okay, it's going to just take a moment for people to start sending us questions. Post them in the chat. I have a question as a Bergman Admiral. When that super spy command goes away, is that going to go in the middle of a game, or if you had it in a game, you'll have it for the remainder of the game?
You'll have it for the remainder of the game.
Okay.
It's just basically not going to be allowed to be added to future games coming in.
Gotcha. Question. Can we expect Kelman's Emperorship to come sometime?
We're still waiting on that, actually. I talked to him quite a lot about it, but he hasn't. He's taking a break.
Oh, that's the one I just asked. I jumped in ahead of Gideon sending me the questions. We're going to have some more coming. Here we go.
We can also come back to questions after McNimble's presentation.
SciDev says, will you fix the bloody torps?
That's quite a bold question. Maybe a bit more detail on that one before we answer that.
Marusu asks, did you consider more changes to standard?
Yeah, of course we considered quite a lot of changes to standard, but we didn't feel a lot of need to do that right now. We made a lot of changes last year. And as you know, it takes a long time to really understand the implications of all of it. So we're still letting that unfold for the most part.
Darian Strumfels asks, will there be anything like mega credits or kin from these solo games to unlock campaign features?
That's exactly the idea. The mega credits / kin that you earn, you'll be able to essentially earn those within the single player game of your home sector. And so that will tie together. And yes, you can unlock campaign features doing that. And also at the same time, use those on more opportunities to unlock things inside of your home sector.
JonnyDoh asks, can the new Opal T be seen by the Horwasps while they're inside a web?
I have to check with the implementation on that one because that's a very good question. Probably yes. I think it most likely can be, as all cloak ships with the Horwasp.
Tailspin asks, will you still get an inbox message if you remove email notifications?
Yeah, and inside of your dashboard, or like essentially inside of your My Games page, the inbox is there, and it gets a little like notification alert like you'd expect from any messaging app when a message comes in.
Gogar, Agogo, are the new torp types being added for any games?
They're still in the same games that they're currently in.
Can Horwasps see privateer hidden mines, or will they have to hit the mine first?
They have to hit the mine first.
Devilish things, those hidden mines.
Yeah, they're going to be fun for the privateers.
I'm going to skip that question. Quinnick, will the Opal T need to move within the same field, or can it hop from one field to another to stay hidden?
It can hop, and it can actually cross between a gap that is not. We aren't doing turn by turn checking, so it can go from one web field to the other across a gap and not be seen.
Would you consider reducing the ship limit by 20% to make games shorter and less heavy?
I would consider a game format like that, absolutely. Open to suggestions on how to make different formats. They're always open to that kind of thing.
And also, players, you can host a game and set up such a setting like that and then promote it and then get people to join it. SciDev, he would really love for you to, if you haven't done it, read his articles on torpedo balance.
I have read your article, SciDev, in detail. They're very good. I need to, I guess, sit down and put that at the top of my priority list and analyze in detail, all of that information and consider if which changes to make or not. So it's just time is ultimately the enemy there on that one.
TalkReg asks, any plans on giving away for crystals to grant safe passage through web? So basically undoing the rule change from last year.
For one crystal to another crystal, or for a crystal to grant for another race to do it?
That's what I read it for.
I mean, we just did it, the opposite of that. So no, we're not playing that right now.
There are some questions from people who should go back and rewatch this presentation. I'm going to skip them. Can a trailer, I'm assuming the privateer trailer, hold mines and launch them as hidden if owned by ally pirate? I don't think I know what that means.
So just to be clear, the hidden minefields can be laid from any privateer vessel, but only by privateers on privateer a privateer owned ship. So they can do it with an enemy hull or with like an ally hull, but they can't. The privateers must own the ship to do it.
Dev, I think your questions on torpedoes have been received, and he did say he'd put it on top priority, so I'm not going to read any more of your torp questions. Vindicator asks, new privateer mines, wasp pods still immune? I think you answered that. They are not. Oh wait, are they? Wasp pods immune to hidden mines?
No, well, sorry, wasp pods are, yes, because they're just like any other minefield. They can pass through the minefield. So they won't hit a mine, but they won't see it or sweep it.
Aaron Blanche says, how is the home sector going to interact with mentor versus midship games, if at all? Will there be a campaign MVM coming? That's two questions.
I don't think there's going to be a campaign MVM coming. If anything, we keep them very simple rather than more complex. The connection between those two is that home sectors definitely are going to be where we hope to teach people how to play the game. And as they want to take their first steps in, we're going to be providing objectives for them where they can earn additional mega credits by going and playing in some of these other games. So we're going to be sort of guiding them with the UI to try to draw them into multiplayer games, including midshipmen versus mentor versus midshipmen.
Okay, it looks like a couple more questions coming in. We're going to take, last one I saw was from Hawk Stenzel, so we'll take two more after that and then we'll move on. Commander Nuke, when a mine in a hidden minefield is hit, does any other overlapping hidden mine also become visible?
No, only the field that actually was involved in the mine hit. That becomes like visible. So you could still be inside of another hidden minefield in that scenario.
And after a hidden minefield is hit, who will be able to sweep it?
Anyone. So effectively, the moment that a hidden minefield has a mine hit in it, it becomes a regular minefield.
So then if you wanted to retain that hidden ability, you scoop it back up and lay it again.
You could do that, yes.
Okay. Are you planning to make a better combat simulator? The PCC one is missing all the campaign goodies, and simulations of bigger fleets would be great.
Yes, we are planning to make a better simulator, but no, we don't have one at this time.
One moment.
However, as you will see when McNimble does his presentation in a moment here, we do have an all-new VCR player in the mobile app, so that's going to be quite interesting.
Saidev asked a question that comes out of, I believe, comments from last year's con. Are there any changes planned for the gunboats?
It's still up in the air, yes, to change the gunboats. It's something that I don't feel like we've come to the final design on, so we haven't done anything.
Calm Proto asks, are hidden minefields seen by the player that lays them? And then I'll add, how do you know that they're hidden?
They have a, yes, you can see them. There's a sort of a UI element there, like a hat, like a kind of a hatch pattern over it that you can see it, that it's a hidden one.
And will that show in the old interface?
If you're talking about play.
Yeah.
No. Yeah.
Okay. Well, no playing the privateers with this feature on the old interface then.
Yeah, well, it's a campaign feature.
Mm-hmm. I think that will end our question session. So before we launch into McNimble's, unfortunately, the video he submitted to me seems to have a odd patina or tint to it, so it may not be appearing in the vibrancy that your screenshot showed. So be aware of that. We'll be able to see all of it, but it does look a little odd. Anything else before I play that?
No, I'm looking forward to seeing it. I actually haven't seen it myself, so I'm looking forward to seeing it.
Okay. Here we go.
Hello PlanetsCon, this is McNimble, and I'm here to talk to you about the new mobile user interface. As Joshua indicated, it's really meant to run on your mobile device like a phone or a tablet. But since it contains some very interesting features for everybody, it's also possible to run it on your desktop. So I'm going to first show you how to actually activate it on the desktop, and then I'm going to go through a whole bunch of features that are mostly available on the mobile and also interesting for you on the desktop. First, we want to go activate this. So if you have your dashboard open and you go to settings, and then at the very bottom there is a new option for you, and I can highlight it here. Here, mobile UI. It's actually being overlaid by my on-screen drawing interface. I can mark that entry. I hit save, and then I exit my client. If I now go into a game again, it will open with a rather different look and feel. This is a finished game, so it opens up with the scoreboard as it always does. As you can immediately see, this scoreboard looks different because it's sized and remade for the mobile interface. You see my scoring here. In it, you can click on a player and see the scoring for that particular player, and you can also go into the diplomacy entry. If you would want to change something, that's not quite possible here, but hey. So it's the scoring screen as you're used to, adapted for the mobile UI. This game is over. It was a dogfight, so there's lots of battles at the very last turn in an attempt to grab as many planets as is possible, which is why you see so many explosions here. But let me now start with explaining the user interface. There's a couple of entries at the bottom. I'll make the rest of the screen a bit darker there. 4 buttons at the bottom, and there's three buttons at the side. The smaller button at the bottom left is to go to a previous turn. It's loading, and then it goes there. And then we have a 5th button at the bottom to go up a turn. And when it does that, like before, it shows you the scores because the game is over. It doesn't do that otherwise. This second button from the left that has 2 bubbles over it is to have a look at your at the last turn. The 31 refers to the amount of important messages that you got, and the 15 refers to the amount of battles that took place. Obviously, I see them on the screen here, so I can click on an entry and I get the battle viewer. This also has been adapted for the mobile user interface. In fact, it's a complete rewrite of the battle viewer as we have it. On the left, you see an automa. It's owned by one of the more familiar players of you, and the starbase on the right is mine. At the bottom, you see, at the bottom half, you see the information about the ships that is relevant for the battle itself, and then further down to the bottom, there's a bunch of controls. The play button has a circle around it, and if I hit it, it'll start playing. First thing you notice is that there is shields around the automa and the starbase, and as the battle proceeds, those shields will be taken away, and then the damage continues after that. bottom on the far left, and the 2 left from the play pause button is to restart it. And the 5th button is to just go to the end of the battle. So left button, 5th button, and it ends. If I just hit play, then on the right there's an up, up, and a down, down, and I can slow my battle down. So I can see in much more detail what's going on. In fact, a very interesting option that is completely new is if I press the 4th button, I can go through this frame battle step by step. You can see that in the distance and the time. If I click it once, time goes up from 124, 125, and the distance is also going. Now it's actually possible to see which fighter is firing on which automa, but you can also see which fighter might be firing at which fighter. What's helping you there is that each item on the sides has a color. You notice the automa being blue and the starbase being white. The fighters go along with that. The beams are colored like that. So it's really much easier to see which fighter belongs to whom, and also which beam that they fire belongs to which fighter or ship. Very new also is that you cannot only step forward 129, 130, but the 2nd button at the bottom allows you to step back. If I click this, it goes back to 129, 128, 127. I go a couple of steps back until I see what I want to see. Yes, there's fighters reappearing. If I now step one by one through this, I can see things like, hey, there's really a fighter firing or a beam firing on my fighter. You can see in blue that it's the Kunix fighters firing at my fighters, and the color of the beam helps with the indication of that. So it's an all new VCR viewer, catered for mobile, but I'm sure you want to use this on the desktop as well. If I press on that 2nd button at the bottom, I'm shown all the reports, the events that happened this turn. If you look through this, there is the 3rd one from the top is mine laying, then we have mine sweeping, then it becomes mines destroy mines, then there's ship movement, and some of you might sort of feel that this is in host order. Well, it is. So I really hope that, well, for beginners, on the one hand, you get sort of automatically handed your set of things that happened in the right order, in the order that they happened. And I'm sure that also for experts, this is going to be useful because maybe you have to refer a little bit less to the documentation of what's going on. And it's simply handy to see it in the right order. At the very top, there is a fight or fail, which is an important message. Yes, and there's other entries that are indicated with a yellow triangle, like the explosions and the ship-to-ship battle and the ship-to-planet battle. And at the very bottom, there's a summary of the amount of entries there. If I look at, for instance, the explosions, I get a whole list of explosions here, and then I can click on it and it goes to the map like it used to before. You can also see that the bubble at the bottom now no longer lists 31, but 15 for the important message, because I just had a peek at 15 explosions and 1 fight or fail. You may notice that there are 2 entries for mine sweeping. That's because one of them is actually about mine sweeping. And if I use the arrow down button at the bottom left going to the next entry here, I get the rest of the mine sweepings, which is actually mine scanning. So it looks like this is 2 different phases, even when it's strictly speaking the same hosting phase. But because the mine sweeping is so important, it's separated out. If I click on that button again, there's more here. There is the 3rd button that looks like a trophy, gets you back to the score. But the very first button is the trigger to do a replay again. So if I hit replay, it'll start going through the through at the moment some of the phases, but in principle all of the hosting phases in hosting order. When I activate it like this explicitly, it'll not be on autoplay, and it will have a fine-grained playback. If I hit the magnifying glass at the bottom here, then it's going to be in the course replay, which is also the replay that is done automatically when you open a turn for the first time, and it just shows you the movement, the mines that resize, iron storms that moves, and ships that move, and then it would go away, and it when it does, it shows you the explosions and VCRs on the map. If I trigger it by hand, it goes into the details step by step. In this case, there is someone built a pleasure planet and my colonists are leaving, and since they leave from many planets, there's a lot of stuff in here. We'll shorten these kind of messages to make it less cluttered. Either way, if you click on one of these messages, it disappears. Also, if I, at the bottom of the screen, use a control to go to a next step, in this case mine laying, it will remove all these entries, so they are no longer cluttering you. So you really don't have to close them all manually. After mine laying, it's likely that the next step is ship movement. It is. And then, I don't know, well, if I would go through this manually at the start of the turn, then I can see the things that happen and be surprised about how it pans out. I can also step back with the second button. So if I want to go back to a previous phase and see what happened there, I just press backwards. If, for instance, I'm in mine laying and I press back, it'll start at the mine laying. If I press it quickly in sequence, it'll actually go back to the phase before that. And there's always the most left button to go back to the start of all the phases. Now I want to go into a different game to show some of the other features that are in here. The big button in the middle, at least at the bottom, has the exit for me. So I'll use that exit. I go to an active game. It's a private game which I play against myself, so there's no chance you see anything that you can ever use against me. If I want to do a turn, I'm going to have to move my ships, work with my planets, do the star bases and all. And to enable this for mobile, a lot of work was spent in a completely new look and feel. Big Beaver spent a lot of time on that and a lot of effort, and I think it looks rather good on a mobile device. All right, let's go. I hit my homeworld here, and as soon as I do, a lot of things open up on the screen that try to provide as much information as possible while still fitting on your mobile screen. Top left is the planet that I have selected together with the starbase and the ships, but at the bottom we have a very summarized set of information about the currently selected item, the planet. The bottom bar shows friendly code, money, supplies, the minerals, including what's in core, the idle ready marker, and a close. But directly above that is what we call the HUD, the heads-up display. And there is a lot of information there if you know how to read it. So in the middle there it says 42390, that's my homeworld. That's as an indication of the amount of clans that I have there. And also the 5 big bars on the left are an indication of the amount of clans. The green bar indicates that that the happiness is going up. So all my clans are doing nicely. If I select another planet, here I have natives. The icon in the middle tells me that it is insectoids, I believe, yes. And on the right you can, in purple, you see an indication of the amount of insectoids that are there, and the big one that's standing out indicates the government level. And here it's not green in there, but it's a bit of red, indicating that their happiness is going down because I'm taxing them. At the very top, we see an indication of the amounts of mines, factories, and defense posts. And then if I select the HUD display itself, so if I click, excuse me, if I click on this thing, then I get sub-windows for the structures, the colonists, and also for the natives in order to text them if I want to. Then there are two more buttons highlighted there, given there. This one, which is for transfer, and this one, which is for a list of a more detailed list of all the objects on that spot. So I'll go to the transfer first. It allows you to pick up, it allows you to go there, and then you see familiar, the familiar interface, as you also know it from the desktop. If I go to the list of items that are there, then I can, in the bottom bar, select between the planets and the ships. And there are lots of entries, and if I click near the bottom, that go from the ships themselves, their names, and the things that they carry. And at the very top, I can select the entries. I click on them, and that allows you to sort the items that are there. If I close all this, then there is another icon at the very bottom, the fourth one, which also opens a list of planets and ships, but then all your planets or ships. And at that, if you press the multiple user button here, it'll also show enemy ships and all the information that you have about it. And then you can, for instance, sort on armament and all the things that you might or might not know about it, about those. Right, so that's the planet. If I go to a starbase, at the very bottom we see friendly code. The second one allows you to build torpedoes, unload all freighters. If I click on a mission, it's like in many places in the previous mobile user interface and this one as well. If you want to change what you see, just click on what you see. So if I see unload freighters and I want to change it, click on it and repair base, and there you go. This heads-up display shows a lot different information about the starbase. What is the starbase? If I click on the HUD itself, the rocket icon that I have here, allows me to open windows for the defense tech levels and, of course, build ship. Build ship currently looks like what we're used to on the desktop. It'll probably be changed because we can do much better on the mobile, but for now it's still this. If I now say select heavy phasers here and mark 8 torpedoes, and when I click OK and then build, so I'm going to click on build, and you watch at the very bottom to the HUD, build, and then you can see that you saw probably that the two cyan blocks became many more. So yeah, these 4 curves around the HUD indicate the tech levels that you have on this starbase. And another thing that is easiest to again show, if I click on the defense and I build more fighters, like +10, +10, +10, you can see that once it's 60, I have a full ring. Well, I'm out of money. All right, I spent too much on my tech levels for the heavy phasers and all that. And if I click on defense and I add 10, then you can see that the other ring is increasing. So you can see in one glance whether your starbase is properly defended, or even whether it's a max base. If I pick a ship, this ship looks like, you can now see the transfer button got an orange ring around it. If I select that and I unload a whole bunch of clans, but instead put titanium on there and some fuel. And I close that. Then you can see that the colors around the transfer for a ship indicate the amount of and the types of cargo that are on board. Again, to help you see in one glance what's going on. I put in 200 fuel, which is 1/3 of the fuel tank, which is the big ring going on around that. If I want to set a waypoint, I click again on the HUD, and the planet line of the icon is indicating that I want to set a waypoint. If I hit that, and then I hit click on a planet, it'll just go to that. It'll go there. If I deselect it again, and I went and click on a planet, it'll just select the planet. There's no more of the confusing which mode you're in. You're either in a waypoint setting mode or you're in the selecting mode. So no more accidentally resetting your waypoint of a ship when you actually just wanted to check whether your planet was okay. If I go back to the waypoint setting mode and I pick on any of these planets, at the very bottom a couple of other entries open. So this is the place where I would set my warp. In this case I'm just going to set it to 9. And I'll show you the effect of, well, no, the effect is already visible. I have again a series of 9 big cyan blocks around my HUD that indicate the warp speed. If my warp speed is 7, for instance, you see that it's 7 out of 9 indicated over there. Another cool feature that we have on the desktop, but was very hard to do on a touch interface until now, was setting secondary waypoints. If I hit at the bottom left the plus, it's highlighted as a plus now to indicate that I can set subsequent waypoints. And if I click on planets and all that, it'll add that to it. If I deselect the plus again and hit a planet, then obviously it will cancel all these, all of these again. Hit explore, set a mission, doesn't really matter. I'm ready with this ship, or at least I pretend I am. A couple of other things that are built in here. There is the entries on the right. The entries on the right. I'm going to talk about those a little bit. Top one is the new messaging system. Play with it. Second one, the eye icon, has a bunch of interesting, complicated looking icons. Top one is hulls, ship hulls. If I zoom in a bit, you can see that. So now I can actually see the type of ship on the map. So I can see that I have 2 meteors and 1 freighter in one spot, and another large deep space freighter in another spot. And over there is the small deep space freighter that I started the game with. If I hit the top second from the bottom, I get clans, money, supplies. If I hit the third one, it's uranium, titanium, molybdenum. And the fourth one is about fuel. This is all the on-surface material. Very useful to have a quick indication of where the various things that you need to collect are at the moment. Bottom one, the wrench, is various kinds of settings. Settings. At the bottom you can disable the mobile UI if you want. Search, measure, battle simulator, and a bunch of familiar types of switches like warp connections, planet names, etc. One thing that I did want to tell you about the battle simulator is not in the battle simulator itself. It's in when you're viewing a battle, there's also a hand icon. I'm not going to go back to the previous game, and I don't think I have all that many. No, I don't have battles in this test game in here. If you find the hand icon in the when you watch a real VCR, you can hit that and it'll load that battle into the simulator, and then you can play with that, rerun it with the statistics that you already know from the desktop. you can modify the armament and run it again. Then there is left the middle big button that we have, and that's the planning button. If I hit that, it was highlighted with the 2 bubbles. It tells me that there's 2 ships that need order. So that's the same idle ready settings that you are already familiar with. We have it for ships, planets, and bases, but the ships are highlighted because that's the important thing that you want to know information about when you're a bit in a rush about a turn. If I mark this starbase ready, for instance, obviously it will disappear from this list. This game, as is shown on the bottom, is on hold, and in the middle you have an end turn that you have to hit twice in order to tell it that you're ready. While you hit this button and it's talking to the server still, you cannot actually use the bottom left exit button. That's just to make it safer for you and make sure that in as much as possible you're not going to lose any commands that you gave without knowing so. There's one icon left here. It's the little clock. It's a time machine. For the moment it's actually both in your planning button. It's also in your last turn button, the second one from the left. So that's a quick highlight of that, and I want to show a tiny bit more, but I think I'm done mostly. If I pick here it is, one of the level, the training games, here it is. Then on the planning level it tells us there's a bullseye. If I hit one of those, then there's actually entries here for the intro that was given during this turn, and the specific objective that you have to fulfill at the moment also listed there. So since that's part of planning in a sense, that's listed there as well. That is all that I wanted to show. It's a very quick overview of the things that are going on. Things that in the very first presentation when Joshua was interviewed, there will be more added to this. The show the future is likely gonna come, and I think both show the future as well as the replay turn and the host order sorting of the messages should help both beginners as well as advanced players to see what's going on in this game and hopefully even contribute to reducing the steep learning curve. Other than that, this is an entirely new mobile user interface that should make it a lot easier to play on your mobile when you're on the road or otherwise have a few minutes to spare. I hope you enjoy it. If you have feedback, which we're sure you are, let us know. And if there are problems, we will obviously fix them as soon as possible. But other feedback is welcome because there's a lot. I'm sure there's a lot that we can still improve on this, and we fully intend to make this experience even better. Have fun.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back. And I hope you enjoyed the presentation from McNimble on the new mobile UI. You can, this UI has been deployed, so you can go to your settings screen on any mobile device. The settings can be found in that little ellipse ... button with the cog, and then scroll down to find the setting in order to turn that on, and you can try it out and use the new mobile UI on that device. That'll just turn it on for that given device. So feel free to go out and start playing with that on your phones. But first, you might want to take a moment here to listen to Gugai Walker, who I'm very happy to introduce to everyone. He's going to be going over his ship design process and the experience he's had over the last while introducing these ships and tell you a little bit more about how it works. So go ahead, Alan.
Hello, hello. Are we getting any echo? Let's see. Okay, now that's better. All right, so my name's Alan. In game, I'm Gugai Walker. Some of you might know I've got a YouTube channel called Resurrected Starships. And when I first started, I was kind of, I wouldn't say bored, but I was looking for something new, a team to work with to do some of my projects, and remembered, oh, well, I used to play VGA Planets when I was a kid, and I really liked some of the, I really liked the game, and I see it's still going. So I'm like, hey, Josh, hi, how you doing? Maybe I'll make some ships for you. I don't know. Let's play and see what happens. So here I am. So anyway, this ship design process, obviously our ships are inspired by the empires of classic sci-fi franchises. And we're trying not to directly imitate any of them. So we kind of have to swing away from those well-known franchises. You know, I've been encouraged. In fact, when I first came on, I did some designs that were closer to, say, Star Trek or Star Wars. And Josh encouraged me to kind of move a little further away from it. And then in some ways, so like Tim Wiseman's older ships back in the original VGA Planets were sometimes non-canon Star Trek or Star Wars ships, like the ones that he couldn't find an equivalent for. Like in this picture here, there's actually a Larson class destroyer, which is a kind of a non-canon Star Trek ship. And so I took some inspiration from that to make the Nocturne. And, you know, that was the old Nocturne there. So when some people complain, oh, well, I like the old images better when we're making these models, which is fine. That's very fine. Sometimes I like to say, well, I'll kind of do a throwback to some of Tim Wiseman's stuff that he has up there. Of course, it can't be exactly copied, but it's similar. But fully realizing design can take a lot of trial and error, because we don't want to make the player base mad with the changes, but we want to also balance quality versus time, and we still want to be original. So all of that, you know, is a process. It's a trial and error process, and that kind of originality, you know, we all sit down and we look at the designs and we figure out, oh, well, this is going to work, or do we need to go more original or less original, or are the players going to hate this ship, or do you hate this ship, or I love this ship but I hate it, but let's release it anyway. Okay, so that's kind of how it goes. All right, next slide. So first, you know, like I said, we sit down and we look at several. What I do is I make kind of a rough model first, no textures or anything. So kind of like this rush here that is behind the Virgo Battlestar. That was an untextured version. And actually making the models doesn't take as much time as texturing them up. So I make a lot of rough models first, and they decide, we all decide whether we want to keep this or change this. And over time, we zero in on what exactly we want to do. Sometimes I'll go ahead and texture one ship to actually come up with the color theme and the design language and how it's actually going to look, and then model the rest of the ships and then go from there. Okay, we can do next slide. The sizing is another process. Josh loves sizing. A lot of people love sizing, but we have a somewhat complex formula for sizing that includes ship mass, number of weapons, fighter bays is a big one, cargo space, and those all come together to kind of make a rough idea. So like our nebula is at size 10 on that formula, which is 300 meters. So that's kind of our base reference, and you can kind of see a nebula on here towards the bottom. And then even then we tweak the size even more to kind of get a rough idea of what they're supposed to be. Okay, next slide. Now, this is the hard part, is actually UV mapping and texturing. So UV mapping is laying out where the 2D texture is going to be on the ship. And that is sometimes a tedious process for 3D modelers, but just kind of have to go into Zen mode and go to it. The texturing I do in 2D, and that takes a little while. It takes a little while to get when I first came on, we actually had to figure out how to make the shader correct so that it showed up in the game engine that we're using. And they actually export to GLB format, and that's in the next slide. You can go to that now. So we export it to GLB format for our JavaScript or Java-based 3D engine. And when it's exported and we get a 2D render, hopefully we'll have some bigger 2D renders at some point, that gets released. So we release a ship set when all the models are up. By the way, if anybody is unfamiliar about where you can find these models and look at them in 3D, all you have to do is go from the home page at Planets.nu and then go to the races over on the right, select the race, and then go to the ships tab. And then you can click on any ship there, and a model viewer will come up, and you can actually rotate the model, zoom in on it with your mouse, pan around, and get a good view of it. So that is how you can look at that. Okay, let's go to the next slide. So trying to figure out the tech is also part of the lore when we're doing this. Obviously, we've got different archetypes that are inspired by empires from totally different universes. So we kind of have to say, oh, well, this race uses a style of tech that is radically from this one, different from this one, but we still have to make them all work together. So roughly, also I want to say that, Planets.nu, this isn't hard sci-fi. So we're not going to make ships that would work in, say, the Expanse universe. We don't have to get every thruster right. We don't have to consider the Newtonian physics of everything. Not right now. Maybe someday, if somebody wants to really nerd out and get into that stuff, someday we could. But once you start doing that, you get into a deep rabbit hole. And I've seen Star Trek nerds go crazy trying to figure out the science behind the tech of these starships. So this is sort of a balance between art and realism, right? We want to set up a universe that is consistent, but it's still art. So basically, this is how we break down this tech. We've got the torpedo races, the fighter races, and then exotic or alien races. And then for torpedo races, since they use pylons and spindly, attachments that attach warp nacelles, generally we want to say that the torpedo races have tough and tensile hull materials and warp nacelles that generate the warp field, just kind of like what you'd see in Star Trek. Obviously, the fighter races like Evil Empire, Lost Colonies of Man, have to use a little bit different technology. So the idea there is that they have something actually in their hull material, that they can, when the warp drive activates, it sort of phases the hull into a null mass state, or maybe even a negative mass state, which allows them to use their just standard engines to propel them faster than light. And then the more exotic races, like say the Cyborg, the Crystals, I have something in mind for them, but the Horwasp, the Cyborg, and then the Keel, which is a type of rebel ship that the rebels stole some technology for. So that would include the Rush, that has sort of an organically grown hull. Those use fairly alien or exotic tech that is sort of unknown for their FTL ability. And maybe someday we'll get, break into the lore and flesh that out more. But at the moment, this will do. Okay, next slide. All right, so Solar Federation, design language of the Solar Federation. I actually did a YouTube video on this. I'm hoping to do more YouTube videos on design language, but bright and clean, hopeful. They're beacons of light through the universe and diplomacy and power and strength. So they've got clean and bright illuminated hulls. They've got, a few pinstripes here and there. They have reaction control thrusters, kind of like you see on some Star Trek ships. They have separate sublight and impulse drive thrusters. And then they have fins or plates. So every Federation ship, this is sort of the unofficial rule of Federation ships. Every Federation ship has to have opposing plates to generate the Alcubierre warp drive field, which actually allows them to create the warp bubble or create some kind of field, warp field, that allows them to go faster than light. So this field is created between these two plates on the nacelles here. And if we go to the next slide, so in the case of ships that have only one engine, like the Nocturne, the Federation ships have two plates and one engine, like you see here on the top. And almost all of them have some sort of forward-facing blue illumination, which is what we call the forward warp field projector. It's kind of like a navigational projector. And then almost all of them have inset torpedo tubes, except for the Nova, which is a little bit different. It actually has swivel torpedo tubes. If I'd have thought I was going to mention that, I probably would have put a picture of that up here. But it actually has a set of 5 torpedo launchers on each side of it that may be able to swivel. Okay, next slide. So this is an example of an early concept that is not as original as what Josh wanted. So we had to get even more original than that. And also, I wish I had the first nebula concepts as well, and that was not as original either. But we wanted to move away from that. So let's go to the next slide. And so this is how the fascists ended up. This is inspired by the helmet on our fascist cartoon here and the armor. So basically the helmet is the visor on the front of the ship, and the weapons are sort of branching off of it, just like on the fascist armor. And so very similar technology to the Federation as far as using warp nacelles, generating that Alcubierre warp field, and forward field projector is actually in the visor, and probably in the visor are various sensors. And then all of the fascist ships have, or almost all of them should have, some sort of targeting sensors for each weapon. Those are kind of like the big fire control directors you see on old World War II battleships. So the idea is they have good targeting sensors here. All right, next slide. All right, now lizards, I really had fun with these. These are actually kind of a throwback to the old Gorn ship designs that were in the old FASA role-playing game. And Tim Wiseman actually, I believe he had images that were those. And so what I wanted to do is take something similar to that and make them more alien and maybe make them tougher, So every every lizard ship has plated, hulls of some kind. They're designed to look tough. They also have a slightly different warp drive system than the fascists and the feds that I call a cosmic string warp drive, and it's actually visible. Just every lizard ship should have a couple of energy strings, which are the cosmic string warp drive, that move in an open space there. And if you actually go and look at the model, you should see those moving. The idea is perhaps when they go to a higher warp speed, they move faster. So that's how that works. Okay, next slide. So this is the T-Rex battleship. This was one of the first lizard ships that we built. When we came up with this, both Josh and Big Beefer and they looked at this and they were like, wow, we're afraid this might cause some controversy, but they liked it. And I'm like, sometimes you got to be a little bold. So we released it as it was. And it's I'd say it's one of the favorites among the player base as far as this ship goes. It's one of my favorites for sure. It's got this snarling look to it, which I like. Okay, next. This is probably my favorite ship. So the whole idea behind the Bird Empire is that they have a lot of tech that allows them to use all of their special abilities, including the cloak. And in the case of the Darkwing here, that's going to be the advanced cloaking device that doesn't require fuel to work. And a lot of those cloaking elements are in the wings. Same for the Resolute. So in this case, it's like an emission dampening field projectors all in the wings there. This also has a forward field projector, just like in Solar Federation ships, to sort of project that warp field forward. And sensor arrays are in the front, and it's got standard warp nacelles, just like the Fascists and just like the Solar Federation. I had a lot of fun with this ship. As a side note, I forgot to mention, when I was doing this ship and also when I was doing the Nova, I was putting a lot of detail into these. I guess, I don't know if anyone's familiar with connoisseurs of starship design, but there's this thing called Aztec plating that kind of picks up specular light or changes the roughness on the shader. And I was putting Aztec plating on almost everything. And about halfway through doing that on the Nova, we were like, you know what, this is taking too long. For this, we can always come back and do more detail another time. But this is not some AAA title where we're going to spend, or where we have 3 or 4 3D artists. One can do modeling, one can do texturing, another can do lighting, or one 3D artist spending 3 months on one model. So we've gotten to a point now where we're releasing, or we're finishing about 4 to 6 models a month, roughly, depending on, oh, well, we want to change this, or we want to add something here and there, but, roughly about that. Okay, next slide. All right, privateers. So obviously this is a blockade runner with the gravitonic accelerator featured here. In the 3D model, those rings rotate. Recently, I don't know if any of you have been watching the Foundation series, but they use almost the same thing for their jump drive tech. And I was like, I saw that and I'm like, an original idea is hardly ever original. But so the privateers use some, scrappy, crude tech, but it works. So, they're a little bit dirty. They like to paint up their ships to be intimidating and give some personality. The blue, wait, back. So the blue lights you see there are maneuvering thrusters. So there's quite a few all over these privateer ships. And so they're using old school maneuvering tech, assuming there is ever any ship-to-ship combat. Their goal is to be maneuverable and nimble. Okay, next. So this is an unused Bloodfang concept, which is closer to the blockade runners, closer to the Meteor. But I did a model that I didn't really like initially, but everyone else liked it. So next slide. And this is the Bloodfang that we went with. I think the good thing about it is a lot more intimidating, and I think it's more original. It does depart a little bit from the other privateer ships, but it's got tiger stripes, it's got warp nacelles, just like Federation ships. It's got the forward-facing fighter bays, and it actually has turrets at the end of those mandibles there, and perhaps targeting sensors at the end of those as well. Okay, next. All right, Rebels. So the Rebels are an offshoot of the Empire, according to our lore. They're actually the same species as the evil Empire. So they do use a lot of Empire tech, which they also, I'm not clear on this. I'll have to get back to Josh on this. They also use Lost Colonies of Man ships. How they got that tech, I don't know that we fully fleshed out, but they share a lot of ship designs with them. But since this is a hyperdrive capable ship, it does have, kind of hyperdrive output vents in the front, or in the back, I should say. This is a sort of inspired by the Millennium Falcon. So it's got 2 loading mandibles there and a loading dock right underneath the cockpit. It's not a very big ship, crew of, I can't remember the crew, but it's 30 something, I think. So it is bigger than, the Falcon for sure, the old Falcon, but this is Falcon class escort. It's a different ship and very popular ship. Okay, next. Let me just check did I forget the rush? Let me just check and see if the rush is still in here. No, it is. Okay. That's okay. We'll go forward. rush is coming up. So this is the Virgo class Battlestar. Last colonies of manned ships are scrappy and old. You know, they're nomadic, so they're in space a lot. One of the things there's sort of flashy, there's glowy parts or veins that come off a lot of these ships. I decided to call those warp flux veins. So they're more or less like something that assists the flow of the warp field as it goes into warp. Almost all colony ships, if they have fighters, they'll be in this front section, and they come out the sides. And then the back section is like all the power systems, crew quarters, and engineering. This ship, some people loved it, some people didn't like it. I like it, but some people didn't like it. It's hard to beat the original Battlestar design from somewhat franchise, but still, I think it works. Okay, next slide. And this is another colony ship, Patriot class light carrier, very popular ship. It's the old silhouette of the Patriot looks more like a space station than a ship, but this sort of fighter command deck I put on there to imitate, how that front section jets out a bit. Fighter bays launch along the sides, 3 on each side, and it's kind of looks like a catfish to me, which I think is cool. Okay, next. Is that next? Okay, all right. So the Rush carrier. This is where we decided to come up with the design language of the Keel, which is a race that the Rebels had some dealings with. I guess I won't go into details on that yet, but they had some dealings with this race called the Keel, and they were able to acquire their shipbuilding technology, which uses hull material that is kind of grown almost, I guess we could say, organically. So they're kind of meshing an organic crust with mechanical components as well. Fighter bays along the front and the side. This is actually, the actual texture is catfish bone. So I grabbed some of that and strategically placed it on these ships to give them their look. Okay, next. All right, so if y'all haven't noticed, if you want to go back and check the game, the Evil Empire fleet has arrived. This is it. You can see the Gorby there, which is probably the biggest ship in the game, other than Hives, but we're not talking about those yet. So Gorby is about 2 kilometers long, but it's massive. It's got a lot of empty space in here. We originally had a concept that had an open area in the front where the super weapon or the planet killer was going to be. But we decided for standard games, we'll close that up for now. Maybe in the future, we'll have an open version where that super weapon will be used. But for now, this is the way it is. And then you can see kind of the red theme there, which I'll talk about. Let's go to the next slide. So the idea, a little bit of lore background on the Empire, is that they do use something like the Force. They're able to harvest dark energy, which they use for various technology and some telekinesis. And the idea behind the Super Star Destroyer, it actually uses that technology to be able to use a starbase assault and take down those well-protected planets. So this is an assault ship as well as I guess you could call a small battleship. It's not really a battleship, more of a battle cruiser, but it's got sort of an assault bay loading door there on the top. The assault pods fly out of the front. There's sort of an opening in the front where they fly out of. The fighter bays are kind of protected. For some reason, I didn't do that on most of the other Empire ships, but there's kind of a hull plate that surrounds or protects the fighter bays on this ship. Energy turrets, very reminiscent of a naval ship. I wasn't sure if we should do double barrels on those turrets or not, but they were like, "Oh, double barrels look cool. Let's keep that." So we kept this look. But the whole idea is that these are kind of dark force temples in space. Okay. Okay, next. So you can see the size of the Gorby next to a nebula, which is about 300 meters. Fighter bays all along the edges there. Super weapon mount is unused in non-league games. Okay, next slide. Okay, the Horwasp, almost done, almost coming. Just a few more ships really to do. The big one is the first iteration of a hive. Joshua has just let me know that he has, he gets this dreamy look in his eyes, and he goes on, and he goes into this state where, okay, now we want to make it like either expand or clump together, or make it like a blowfish maybe, and then we'll have more Horwasp living modules on it, and then we're going to make 4 different sizes. I'm like, okay, all right, we'll figure it out. So we're going to figure that out. But you can see the brood, you can see the stinger right next to the hive there. The one with the mandibles is the soldier. The brood is behind the soldier. There's an accelerator there. Jacker was the one back there, and then various others there. Armored nest, sentry, protopod, rock, and Dunghill's not done yet, so not too far to go on that. Okay, next. Cyborg ships are coming. So this is sort of the design language of the cyborg ships, and the idea is that every cyborg ship, even though they kind of have an open hull, they've got a central, I guess you could say, node where they're controlled, and all their control kind of generates out from that. So, this is kind of the theme. This is a biocide. They're big, not quite as big as a Gorby, but pretty big. All right. Okay, next. I'm really, really, really looking forward to doing crystal ships. This is a preview. Some of you can probably guess by the profile, which is very similar to the 2D image we have now. This is most likely going to be a diamond flame, and I'm really looking forward to. This might be one of the last ones we release, because I'm looking forward to it. As over time goes, I get better and more efficient at this, and some of the early work I look at and like, God, I wish I could have done that differently. But hopefully, at least from my perspective, we save the best for last. Okay, next. All right, sizing. All right, so this is a big thing here. We spent some time and thought into getting the sizing right, and some people. This also has creates a lot of discussion among the community, and spaceship nerds love to talk about size of the ships, and so this is kind of the sizing here. We'll let this sink in. We might come back to this slide. I don't know if we'll have time for questions or not, but I think this is the last one, right? So, yeah. Oh yeah, we will probably make fighters, almost certainly. Here's some Federation fighters here. I think we've got. If we have time for questions, we will. There might be questions about the sizing. Josh, why don't we just go back to the sizing slide, so that we'll just let that sink in for anybody who's watching. And okay, so do we have time for questions? Is Griffin? There's Griffin.
All right. Anybody got questions for information about what we just got right there? Go ahead and send them in the chat. It might take a minute for those to show up. Very nice work. A lot of positive comments about the Horwasp designs.
Cool. Yeah, we weren't sure how we were going to do the Horwasp designs. We were, or at least I wasn't. And the color, we went back and forth on the color for a while. I just really wanted to get some purple in there, and Josh really wanted to get some green in there. So I guess we came to a balance.
regarding the hive there and the overall size of the hive, we have this. We don't have a hive on that size chart, but the discussion we were having and what we want to do is we don't see a empty hive as the largest ship in the galaxy. An empty hive is something, you know, around the size of around the length of a biocide or a rush, but it's empty. But once you fully load a hive with clans, that's when we're talking about either this pufferfish design or globbing stuff on top of it, something that is going to expand it up, and then yes, it can become extraordinarily massive. So we're working on how to model that, in which case it could actually be even much bigger than a Gorby. So it depends on how full that hive is.
Tailspin asks if we can have a side-by-side image of all the ships for each race, maybe on the race pages.
I think that's a good idea. I think just a side or even more renders in general so that you can see the ships in more detail. You know, I'll be pushing for that. So hopefully we'll make some time to actually do that.
Okay. Doesn't look like we're having a lot of questions here, and this has been one really long day, so if you guys want to go ahead and do your closing.
I'll just wrap it up and say thank you again to everyone. And yes, it has been an amazingly long day, but you know, it's a lot of fun. I always enjoy these days, and thanks again, Griffin, so much for putting this together and guiding us through this journey. So thanks everyone, and we look forward to your feedback on the site, and tell us what you think about things, and let's talk more.
Thank you very much.
Have a good.
All right, thank you everybody. I appreciate you joining us and being with us in this long presentation. I've got a lot of people I want to say thank you to. Obviously, thank you to Joshua and his team for the State of the New Universe. That's one thing we always look forward to in this presentation. I want to thank Gideon Braver for helping me out and running the chat. Thank you to Commander Koshi, Moeper, Emperor Stimpy, SciDev. I'll make sure I get everybody. Tailspin, Emperor Zaka, all of you guys, thank you very much. Without you, we would not have this long day of information sharing and just coming together as a community. I think that's one of the things that we like about Planets. If we wanted to play single-player games, we wouldn't be playing with humans that disrupt all of our plans and drive us mad after months of execution. So thank you to all of you, and I'll see you in the Echo Cluster.